I believe we are now live. Hello to everyone watching. We are back for our second live stream in, well, the first one was a couple of months ago for exactly the same tournament. The first DiploStrats Gauntlet happened in June, July, something like that. Went really well, so we've come back and we've run another one. These players have been playing all day today. We had six boards in the qualifying rounds, and 6 of these players qualified by topping those boards. We had one player who came in second, 1 bar of soap, managed to get a wildcard slot by a frankly really impressive Turkish comeback that I'm sure we'll cover in a video in the future. Right, so I'm here once again with Ezio. Hi, Ezio.
Hello, hello. I
Ezio.
promise I'm happy to be here. I was at a concert last night. My voice is kind of shot. So,
Yeah.
but I promise I'm very excited for this tournament. It's going to be awesome.
It sounds like I'm going to be the upbeat, excited one here, and you're going to be the bringing us back down to earth every so often.
I promise I'm happy, and it's going to be a great game. I just can't talk.
Right, so this final is happening live. We are currently in the spring of 1901, and we have no moves yet, so we are going to have to find some things to talk about. First thing to talk about, is the audio okay? Usually I just guess and hope for that, but here we have people listening, so we can actually get someone to check. So if the audio, please say something in chat if the audio is off or anything like that. Yeah.
Hey.
Alright.
Ooh, click engage with your audience. Ooh. Let me start a poll.
Oh no.
Let me try this one. Start a poll.
Ezio has discovered the engage with the audience button.
Audio good? Yes, no, add option. Let's see, what's the good third option? Yes, no, yes, but let's see how it is. There we go.
Okay.
All right, we have a poll up for you guys to see it. So feel free to vote, and then give us your things. I'm sure that YouTube cares about these engagement numbers.
Okay, right. Yes, that's a good point. No sirens yet. This will, hopefully, be the last video you will ever hear any sirens in, because I am moving house tomorrow, and I will no longer be down the road from a hospital. So if you're a DiploStrats Siren fan, make sure you catch this broadcast, because you'll never hear them again. I really hope. I really hope I'm away from somewhere else. I don't think there's going to be any that will come past my new house. We may get some occasional appearances, but yeah.
I think I'm a little loud, so
okay.
You might want to just lower me a little bit.
I will turn you down.
Yeah, I think it's not much, but it's a little bit.
Alright.
I think we should call this the last video with sirens.
Just title that, saying goodbye to the DiploStrats Siren.
No, I think the title should still be the Fight the DiploStrats Gauntlet, but I think we should post in the Discord to let everyone know that this will be the last siren.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we are assuming there will be a siren, but I think that's a pretty good assumption.
Yeah. If there aren't any sirens at all for this whole thing, then I think we'll have a lot of disappointed viewers.
Yeah, we'll shoot a refund, guys, we promise.
Alright, so, important thing, this tournament took part on our Discord. You can join our Discord by clicking on the link that isn't there yet. Give me a second. We are incredibly well prepared for this.
I see a link to the Discord.
Is it there?
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Where is
In
it?
the video description.
Oh, in
Link
the
to
video
Discord.
description. Okay, I'm gonna put one in the chat.
Oh yeah, the chat's a good place for it too. But
Do pin
let's be real.
message.
Everyone in Discord came. Everyone in this came from the video. I assume. Actually, maybe not,
How do we have 0% for no?
because we're audio is great. Audio is
That's
absolutely wonderful.
incredible. All right.
Also, we need one more person to say yes, but not that Ezio is annoying. Stop that.
All right. So these are 15-minute phases. So we actually, I think, just had the first phase go through, but I am going to answer some questions in the chat first. How long would a 5D diplomacy commentary take? I actually think it wouldn't take all that long, because the win condition for 5D diplomacy is a lot easier to achieve, so the game will be shorter. We'll certainly find out at some point. 5D dip tournament when? Hopefully at some point. I am absolutely going to bully Ezio into playing one.
I'm not looking forward to playing that. Because, see, in a normal diplomacy board, there's only 18 dots that you can take, right? There's only one timeline to take dots in. But the idea of being able to go back to a different timeline to take the dots there too is real weird.
Yep. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it even more knowing that Ezio isn't looking forward to it. I think it will be amazing.
That's great. I'm glad that the two of us take pleasure in forcing the other to do things that they don't want to do, like me forcing you to play a colonial.
Yes, the second round of Imp Dip Imperial Diplomacy playtest is ongoing at the moment. I've been forced to play Spain because Ezio wanted to play a colonial. So it means instead of like messaging 3 people and then going and relaxing for a bit, I have to message like 10 people every turn. Probably more than that. So that's a fun time. Anyway, so I did want to do some brief introductions here. So we have 7 players. You can see them on the side. Jamal Blackerly playing Austria. He is a former world champion, actually, during the tournament, and a very, very dominant performance on the first board. Took 17 supply centers as Germany, nearly got to that solo. So we also have Bradley... that is Bradley Grace. You will know him as Grayson if you've watched some of our previous commentaries in France. And One Bar of Soap, I think, has also appeared in previous commentaries. Specifically, he was in the 5D playtest, and he was also in the last DiploStrats Gauntlet tournament. The other 4 are new names to me. Game Genesis in England, Muchalnia in Germany, Keltomit in Russia, and Yosh in Turkey. Great performances in the opening rounds, and we'll cover them at some point on the channel. We've got quite a lot of a backlog to get through, but we will cover them, so they will be here.
Yeah, we promise.
We will. I demand it.
Yeah.
Shall we have a look at spring moves then?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Let's look at some moves. Let's get them on the board.
That was an extremely enthusiastic yeah from you there.
I promise I care. I'm excited about this. My voice just doesn't work.
Alright. Do you have the moves up?
I do. I do have the moves up.
Perfect. Anything stand out to you? And there's one thing that really stands out to me.
Austria's winning. Kill him.
Yeah, the move into Venice is certainly an interesting one with the fleet. We do not see that ever, right?
It's a very uncommon move, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's... I think there's a lot written about this move, especially this opening in general is called the Hedgehog for Austria. It's supposed to be the, like, I don't want to die opening. I'm going to make sure that no one can attack me. I'm going to bounce the Russian in Galicia, and I'm going to attack Venice to make sure that if the Italian comes up like this and goes Venice to Tyrolia, Rome to Venice, they aren't able to completely surround my supply center. The problem with it is that it doesn't get you Greece, and it leaves your fleet in a bit of an awkward spot. And now even more of an awkward spot, right? Because it's in Venice. The Italian can't be happy about that, and it's not defendable. So it's it's a bit of an interesting position.
Very likely accidentally based radical hijinks. I think it's incredibly unlikely that Austria expected to end up in Venice here.
Oh my god, we've got the Minecraft Let's Play in real time. The comments.
Yeah.
But yes, it feels like something that you would only do if you were expecting your fleet to be bounced out of there, right? It's kind of awkward, and it certainly annoys Italy if you actually get in. So I think the Italian press with the Austrian might not have been good enough to convince Austria that Italy wasn't going for them. There's a DiploStrats siren in the background right now. Fantastic. So, yeah, now they've ended up in a bit of an awkward spot. I wouldn't actually be surprised, though, if they try and pivot this to their advantage. If they do something like supporting the Italian unit back, right? And then blowing up that Austrian fleet and replacing it with an army. Now, as Italy, I'd be a little annoyed because that forces me to take Tunis with the fleet and put myself back a bit. But it's at least a way to turn a bad situation into a decent one. Would you go with
it? What's the alternative?
I mean, there isn't really one, is there? You can just trust that Austria walks out.
Yeah, but I would you?
No. Never.
Yeah, it is different. If Austria told me about the move into Venice and I just let him in, then I'm even less likely to do it. I don't know. I wouldn't retake Venice. I don't like losing home SC so early, but that's just me.
Yeah.
In my standard straightforward strat. Turkey has this fun guess, right? Which is the reason why I personally hate the hedgehog. Because Turkey right now can go for Serbia or Greece, and Austria in Serbia can only cover one of them. And so, right here, like, there's a 50-50 for Turkey to be on, assuming that Italy takes Tunis like we expect. Okay, wait. One second. Let's look at this for another moment here. What if they're going crazy? What if they're convoying Apulia into Greece?
With Serbia support?
And then letting Tyrolia into Trieste.
As in just swap Venice and Trieste properly?
Yes.
That would be an interesting moveset.
It's like Aquila Ponto.
I mean, I could see it working. It definitely works better than the actual Kiloponto because you can't get bounced out of Serbia in this variation, right?
Right.
So for those who don't know what the Kiloponto is, it's the Austria-Italy alliance where Austria just lets Italy into Trieste in 1901, and then in spring 1901, and then the idea is that the Italian unit is supposed to go through to Serbia in the fall. The issue with it is, of course, half the time Italy will instead just go to Budapest and kill you, and the other half of the time Turkey will realise what you're doing and bounce Italy out of Serbia, and so you die as well. This is kind of an advanced variation if they are arranging something like that.
Okay, and the problem is that, let's say you're Austria, and let's say you know that Italy is moving into Trieste from Tyrolia and convoying Rome into Greece, and you're Austria right here.
Oh boy.
Do you just go along with it and like actually support them into Greece, or B, not do that and bounce them out of both centers and watch them die?
You absolutely could bounce them out of both. I'm not sure I'd do it, right? Because Italy still ends up in a position where they can... Well, can they take Venice back after that?
I mean, Italy's disbanding.
Oh, they actually can't, because you'd also be building in Trieste. So, to visualize this would be Venice going to Trieste and Vienna going to Trieste, presumably, to self-bounce this and make sure that Italy can't take anything.
Actually, can we, since we're doing this live, we can maybe abuse this. Can you make
Oh, a
what's the
sandbox?
phrase? A sandbox of it, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And we can put this stream, and then we can just do this live, and then we can go back to the real game.
Wait, this isn't.
It's like we're doing the chess commentary, guys, where they have the analysis board, and then they have the eval bar and stuff, and then you go to the real board, and then you're like, oh, look at this. We're leveling up our commentary.
Wow. Yeah. So the idea here would be.
Wait, yeah, give it a sec. Is this the sandbox?
Yes, I've got the sandbox up now.
Awesome.
Successfully. So what we were talking about before with the potential Italian line, this is if Austria and Italy are allied. You convoy this unit over to Greece, right? You move the Italian unit into Trieste. Interestingly, like this swap here means that neither of them can really aggressively build against the other. So it sets up for a pretty decent alliance later on. And then Austria supports this move into Greece. Austria also bounces the Russian out of Galicia. And then no matter where Turkey goes here, you still manage to get this. And on the next turn, you will see it looks a little confusing, the position. But Italy still manages to build in Naples. In fact, do they get two? No, they get one build because they lose Venice. Okay. They can build Fleet Naples and go around here. I don't know what this Austrian unit is supposed to do if you do this. It's
The army in Vienna, or
the unit in Venice, even. Just the fleet that's sat there. I guess you funnel it out, or you just leave it there. I wouldn't love to let Austria into Ionian after something like this, because they can still like murder you if you let them into a position where they can do that. But that fleet is usually down here and so able to help out is the bit of problem with this. But it's
I gotta say, I don't love this.
Yeah. It leads to an interesting position, right? But what we were talking about before, if I roll back this, if you have this planned with the Italian, you can just do this, and then Italy gets bounced out of Greece with Apulia, they get bounced out of Trieste, and then if you look at the next turn, suddenly things are looking quite bad for Italy. They have to choose something to disband. It probably ends up being like Apulia or Tyrolia. I guess Apulia. What would you disband here?
If I'm Italy in this world,
Yeah.
I was.
That's completely fair. And Austria gets a double build, right?
Tyrolia, but yeah, I wouldn't. Okay, it's not actually that bad because this is stupid fleet in Venice. I disband Tyrolia because I can move Apulia into Rome and Ionian into Apulia.
Yes.
And just have two on Venice for the entire game. And so Austria is going to be annoyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, this position's... No, don't do this opening, guys. Don't do a hedgehog and try to convert it into OT.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And of course the downside to this position as well is that now you've really annoyed Italy, and then Russia and Turkey are going to be on your border, and that's always a bit of a bad sign because Italy is going to throw themselves at you and try and murder you. So,
Yeah, thankfully Italy only has 2 units to throw at you and try to murder you. So it's a lot better than this position frequently is. I think actually in the follow-up you need to build a fleet in Trieste. Because you're going to need to commit pretty hard against Italy. So you need to move the fleet into Adriatic and then do some other stuff like this. But I wouldn't do this. I don't think this is optimal for anyone. But it is funny to think of other openings.
Alright. Yeah, so this isn't the actual board position, I should say. We should go back to the actual one. Here we go. So we were looking at these moves here. Never played a game of diplomacy in your life except that one bad PC game. Oh, I love that game. Just the one where the guys scream at you constantly over the resolution phase. It's amazing. But yeah, YouTube has strange ways of recommending things. I'm very glad to have you. So, is there anything else that stands out to you on this board, Ezio?
We've moved to the fall.
Wait, oh, oops. I didn't realize they've also had the fall gone through. We need to cover the spring. Let's do that.
Okay.
I mean, the West is pretty normal, right?
Incredibly normal. Bouncing Burgundy.
Yeah.
So that's the yeah. I don't know. Very standard West. Fun. France is going to be a +2. We'll see what happens with Belgium. Obviously, that's always the center to keep an eye on. And Sweden. See if there's a bounce out of Sweden. But I'm I'm happy to just go to the fall. Actually, take a look at what happens. How do they resolve their differences? Do they do though for the simple disband or something else?
Yes, I should say this bounce in Burgundy is almost certainly arranged between Germany and France. It leaves the French unit in position to take Spain in the fall, and it keeps them safe in Burgundy. So it does remove Germany's ability to contest Belgium. So this is going to be between England and France as to who gets that. Let's go to the fall. Ooh, so they did the forced disband plan. Interesting.
Well, I mean, forced disband. They're doing the disband plan.
Well, yeah, it's not a forced disband, but Austria does take this unit off the board. So I guess the idea of it was always to take the Austrian fleet off.
Yeah, this looks very clearly arranged.
Yes, although Vienna to Tyrolia is certainly an interesting move to go with this. I would
You
not
don't
be
want
happy about that with as Italy.
I think. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think it's a reasonable move. Like, or is it going to go to Galicia? And you don't want to let Turkey excuse me, you don't want to let Italy support Apulia into Venice. So you want to make sure that they can only take it from Tyrolia. So
Yeah, I mean, as Italy, I don't think I'd ever support Apulia up because Austria is gonna get that build, right? And they'll just block you out of getting anything if you reveal your hand on the fall of 1901 without taking any dots.
yeah, but I mean, it's not necessarily revealing your hand, and Italy's might try to play it off, and it's still an annoying position for Austria. So
That's fair. I think that this position is more annoying for Italy now because Austria is gonna get to build in Trieste. They did demilitarize Galicia with the Russians, so they clearly have good relationships on this side. And now Italy might be forced into a position where they're just support holding Venice with Apulia, which isn't terrible. It's not like those armies have anywhere else to go, but it's also annoying because it pins them in, right?
oh, it's definitely annoying. It's just Italy's openings are always so terrible. They're so inefficient unless you're attacking Austria with your units. Like if you're going for a Lepanto, your units are doing so little much of the time anyways. You've only got one or two useful units because you've got your army in Venice that usually sits around not doing much, and then you've got your army that's getting convoyed to Tunis, not like which is something, but you could just take it with your fleet instead. So it is a low tempo opening, so no, I agree with that part. But hey, at least you've got Greece, and it's better to have Greece than not have Greece. You can take Tunis next year, guaranteed still. So this is a clean path for Italy to 5 centers. So honestly, I would take this Italian position over most openings.
It's worse for an Italy-Austria alliance than you would usually see, right? Because in an Italy-Austria alliance, you usually have the Austrian fleet in Greece at this point, and then a convoyed unit in Tunis. So you have Fleet Greece, Fleet Ionian, both ready to move against the Turk. Right now, we've kind of just replaced the Austrian fleet with an Italian one, and then left Ionian empty, and also, Italy still needs to take Tunis at some point, so going against the Turk doesn't seem incredibly viable here. I'm unsure what that will mean. The thing about top board diplomacy, going against the Turk is always viable if you have Russia on side, and it looks like Russia may be on side with this supported move into Romania. They are able to now build this unit, the fleet going into Romania, cannot be used against the Austrian at all. So it seems to indicate that they're anti-Turkey, and if that's the case, then these three can just smash Turkey. It's a potential option for them, but I would say it requires a lot of trust in the Russians to carry on with that in order for that to happen.
I think Austria is incredibly happy with this opening, though.
Yes.
This is got to be a truly fantastic 0-1. Russia with the fleet in Romania. The fleet in Greece is also kind of nice, right? You'd much rather have the Italian fleet than the Turkish army. Right? Turkish army is terrible, but the fleets can't hit you in Serbia. Same thing with Romania. So that fleet's probably going to get Turkey and Italy into a war. That's the natural center for Turkey to take usually, especially if they build a fleet. So, yeah.
Yep. So, chat, this is a strange opening if it was arranged since spring. I do agree. I think there is some potential that it was arranged since spring still. Like, sometimes people go for stranger openings, especially in these tournaments that are getting commentated. But
Yeah.
I would agree. I think it would be more likely to be something decided on in the fall phase. Especially given how good the relations are between Austria and Russia, right? This is something that you do as Austria if you're afraid that Italy is not going to be on your side. You will try and get someone else solidly on your side. Yeah. We haven't talked about the West at all. And there is some interesting stuff happening there. The English army doesn't get convoyed out. It just stays on the British mainland. And Germany gets bounced out of Holland. So, quite a lot of interesting stuff happening over there. Do you have any thoughts on it?
Sad days to be Germany. Only going +1 is rough. You have to decide if you want that fleet or the army. It's really tough.
It's interesting, right? Because Germany did let Russia have Sweden, which I think is a really good idea in most games, and it's certainly a good idea here. Because if if England does do something like this and screw you over, you want a potential ally with you in Scandinavia. You do not want to have someone you've just annoyed by ousting them. So I think that's an upside. But it's also possible Russia just sides with the EF as well. Especially since this move of Edinburgh to Yorkshire indicates to me that England came to an agreement with Russia. Because usually you just convoy this army into Norway if you don't have anything else to do with it. But often a request from, a good trade for England is to say, hey Russia, I'm not going to put the army in Norway if you agree not to build a unit in St. Petersburg. And most Russias will take that deal. Whether they stick to it is another question. But they'll take it at least. So we see the fleet coming into Norway instead of the army. Interestingly, the fleet being in Norway instead of the army does actually also make them more vulnerable to Russia if Russia does decide to break the agreement and build a unit in St. Petersburg. We'll see how that goes. I'm curious, Ezio, is this an England opening that you'd do?
Yeah.
You sure?
I would almost always convoy North Sea and convoy Eddie into Holland instead of using North Sea to tap Holland. But maybe that's just wrong because you're gonna bounce 100% of the time, and Yorkshire's better than Eddie. Yeah. I would probably make this move at some point.
Yeah. It seems pretty reasonable. I yoink Norway here. I think that is a pretty reasonable play. And yeah, England-France-Russia coalition is absolutely possible here. We'll see whether Russia decides to go in on Germany or whether they decide to stick with Germany and move on England. I'm also curious, Ezio, which of those would you take as Russia?
Between which option, sorry?
Between going with the EF here and just crushing Germany, or attacking Norway and sticking with Germany?
Oh. Let me see the builds before I decide.
Alright, let's go to Winter 1901 then. Okay, so, Winter 1901, we see Army St. Petersburg, Army Sevastopol from Russia. So if it was an agreement to have fleet for no St. Petersburg build, that agreement has failed.
Building all of the builds except Army Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
Main man.
They did still go armies, so they haven't gone super committal, right? This could have been a fleet St. Petersburg North Coast.
Yeah. If you wanted to get into war with England.
Yep. England building fleet Edinburgh as well. I guess that's the only option if you're aligned with France. You could do fleet London just to keep Russia a bit happier, but...
Yeah, I mean...
as England...
I'm heir to England.
As England, you can't be too happy about the fact that France has 3 fleets down there, right?
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think there's like a decent chance to swing it as anti-Italy, because obviously Tunis is going to be quite an easy target for France here.
Yep.
But the problem is, like, the default moves for that, Brest to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, Portugal to Spain South Coast, Marseille to Gulf of Leon, they are very easy to pivot against England. On the next turn, you just go Mid-Atlantic Ocean into North Atlantic, Spain South Coast into Mid-Atlantic, set up that convoy onto the British mainland, and then England can't do anything about that, right? Or just go into the Irish Sea if they've moved out to Norwegian and are maybe coming to North Atlantic Ocean.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I mean, just moving into English Channel from Brest is still really potent here. So, yeah, this is basically a dream French opening as well. Germany built a fleet, even not an army. So,
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is looking really, really, really good for France. Italy's not even in Tunis. Holy crap.
I don't generally recommend the bouncing Holland strat in 01, just because it like makes you so obviously the bad guy to Germany. You're in an alliance with France if you do that, of course, you're going to be pushing the German back, but you don't really need to deny them a build to push them back. And as much as it stops them building Fleet Kiel, which is the really nice thing about it for England, they can't immediately get something else into Helgoland by, right? But it makes France so strong that they have a huge number of options now, including options against you, and Germany is now going to be, well, screw England, they're the person who decided to put me in this position. So, yep, I would agree with all the commenters here, France looking really, really good.
Yeah. As I've played more and more, I'm becoming increasingly convinced that England just needs to open in the English Channel in 01 every game.
That's an interesting opinion, because we basically never see that, right? Unless someone is committing to a hard anti-France attack. But I assume that's not what you're saying here, right?
No, I am.
Oh, you are.
I think that England just needs to. I think that England in modern games just needs to kill France. Just French are so strong. Okay, every game that we see.
I have been on a run of drawing France as my country in recent games, and I would like to say, if I am France, I do not endorse this opinion.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't endorse it either. I love being France, and I love when England doesn't attack me and I can just kill them. But it does give you options from English Channel, right? Like being able to mess with Belgium and get your convoy, to get your army on the mainland is really important. Like, there's lots of good things to go with it. You don't have to hard attack France, but so often in negotiations, it's just agreed that English Channel is demilitarized, and France naturally is going to be in Mid-Atlantic Ocean, and that gives France all of the power in the relationship. And so I think that England needs to get some of that influence back by being an English Channel. And, like, I think that's the only recourse that you have, and France doesn't like it because you're next to Brest. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know how to make that relationship work. It's tough. I know how to make it work as France, I'll tell you that much. But the current meta, for whatever reason, in most games is just super pro-France in the EF. So something's got to change.
Sorry, I have to answer a quick question from the players. They're asking if they should check the box that makes the phase go quicker for winter phases. I don't think that matters all that much for us, right? We'll
Yeah, if they want to do it, if all the players agree, obviously we're not going to stop them from doing it, but we also aren't going to mandate it.
yes.
We're here for the long haul, everybody. Strap yourselves in.
Yeah, I don't think I mentioned that these games end in 1910. So after 1910, the winner will be the person with the most supply centers. If there's a tie, we're using countback, so the person who had the most supply centers the year before that, out of the people who are tied. So that is what they're aiming for here, and we'll see how it goes. But we are anticipating that this probably goes to 1910. If it ends earlier than that, it'll be surprising.
Yeah, but it could happen.
Yes.
So yeah, Agamemnon of Mycenae, or however you pronounce that one. Yeah, it does. And that's the fun thing of diplomacy, right? Just trying to figure out how do you get leverage over people whilst also stopping them from attacking you, and can you use that leverage to make peace, or are you gonna use the leverage to attack them, or whatever? But my observation has been that in the standard like meta play of DMZ English Channel, while France still has access to go through Mid-Atlantic Ocean and control it, this opening, I think France can choose to kill England if France wants to. And that's scary. I think even if England had built in London, it would still be really scary for England. And that's... And again, scary for England and not scary for France, which is a really brutal power dynamic to navigate. And some things to change about that. There's a build that we really need to talk about, CaptainMeme, that we've been focusing on all our stuff with this France. Austria is only building one, despite having that disband.
Yeah,
Austria
that's
chose
interesting.
Yeah, I've been trying to get to this one, but we've been annoyed talking about
Sorry.
nonsense. When Austria's the only interesting part of... I absolutely do not believe that this is a mistake.
Yes.
And in no universe is this a mistake. Remember, Austria's former world champion. He's not screwing up like that. Like, again, if I'm playing in a random pub game, right? Maybe they forgot, but a backstabber is really good about saying you have two builds, and I think you have to like click a wave button, right?
I don't think so, but it is kind of obvious that you have two builds, and yeah, Jamal would definitely know if he was missing one.
So, the question is, why would you want to wave as Austria? And I think it's because you feel pretty safe and you don't want to piss off your neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
We were just talking about how Italy would be upset about the army in Trieste and needing to keep two to cover Venice for the entire game. Without the army in Trieste, that's not a threat anymore. There's a fleet in Romania. Budapest isn't under threat at all, so no need to worry about Budapest getting taken.
Yep.
You know what I think we might see in this game? Is the vaunted Austria taking Munich in 02.
Oh my god.
Imagine.
Poor Germany. If they get ganked by like all three of their northern neighbors and Austria, that's gonna be so painful.
But like that's why you want to be in Tyrolia, right? Even if you're not going after Italy.
Yes.
To be clear, I don't think that's happening. I think just Tyrolia is going back to Trieste, then everything's going to be fine. But imagine.
Yeah, I mean, if Russia is with the Austrian, they could move into Cilicia and Bohemia at the same time here and then go for it. It's I wonder if that would cause a Western triple in response. It probably would, right?
No way. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That makes me just kill England even harder as friends.
Okay.
The reason why I don't attack England every time in 1902 in this position is because I'm worried about Germany siding with England and me having an annoying time. But if Germany's getting hit from the east, he's not going to be a factor, right? If he's already lost Munich, so no, I would absolutely kill France. I think, or England, excuse me. Like, I think as France, you hold the West by yourself, right? If there's no other issues, like, you don't have to worry about an Austria-Russian alliance. Like, especially because Russia built that army. If Russia had built a fleet in the north coast of St. Pete, I'd feel maybe a little differently. But that army means Russia has no tempo, so I ain't worried.
Right, well, shall we have a look at Spring 02? We actually have the
Yeah.
moves in.
Oh, look
just
at that.
now.
We're so good at vamping.
Yeah. We can talk about a build for 15 minutes. It's pretty solid.
Unbelievable. This
Yeah.
one was at least an interesting build with the wave, but
It was.
yes, Chalk, that is the perfect. That right there encapsulates everything about the difference between us.
How is waving
Right?
build
Oh,
giving
God.
Austria more options? It's super interesting that. So it's about making sure that they stick with their allies, right? So they're not committing to anything now, so they have more options in future. If they commit to something now, then they're taking away the options of working with the person they committed against. That would be my read on that. And, like, it's arguable whether one of those builds would have committed them. I think it probably wouldn't, but it does... Not having those builds does make your allies feel safer about you here. And sadly, they do not make the move on Munich, or happily for Germany here. Yeah. Okay, so what do you want to talk about on this board? Anything in particular? Or not? I may have lost Ezio. Okay, I will talk about it myself then. Right, so we had North Sea coming down into English Channel. So the English player did predict that the French player might be turning against them here. I think those double fleet builds really did like alarm England. They almost certainly weren't agreed with them, right? France made those double fleet builds because they felt safe in the knowledge that, hey, Germany is going to be on my side here, because England just bounced them. I can go all in on what I want to do. And so they built the triple fleets, and now they're moving completely against England. I would not have been surprised if England had like gone to France and said, I'm okay with this, for France to instead have gone Brest to Atlantic Ocean, Portugal to Spain South Coast, and Marseille to Gulf of Leon. Because that position is so versatile, they can still easily move against the English player on the next turn. But this turn, yeah, it looks like England and France had a disagreement. England goes back to try and protect themselves, and also gets knocked out of Norway in the process. So what looked like it was going to be a gang up on Germany has actually turned into a pretty pro-German situation. Ezio, are you back?
Yeah, sorry. I had to
Okay.
go to the bathroom.
No worries at all. So
Nature calls.
that is fair enough. So yeah, I was discussing this bounce in English Channel, the fact that England is now a little bit screwed. I haven't talked about the South at all. There are a lot
Sure.
of red arrows in the South.
Yeah, but there's one very important black arrow.
This Sevastopol to Armenia, that is painful for Turkey. Not as painful as it would be if Russia was also in Black Sea.
Yeah.
But it pins in so many units, right?
And bouncing Black Sea is much more important. Because if you let Russia into the Black Sea, then in the fall, Russia just supports themselves into Armenia, and then they're in Black Sea and Armenia, and Ankara doesn't get held. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So this was the correct option to bounce, and you had to let something through, but it's just a tough situation. So,
Yep. This is a really tough position for Turkey, getting bounced.
man, Turkey should have built an army in Smyrna instead. They could have then bounced in Armenia.
And then they would have lost the GNC. This is,
Yeah. But then would have whatever. They shouldn't have built an army. I was memeing. It's fine.
well, so the issue, right, it comes down to what can you do as a Turkey if you're getting attacked by everyone? And the answer is sit where
Die
you are and hope that
slowly.
they stop attacking you at some point, right?
Yeah.
Turkey is... I think people who are starting out in diplomacy often think Turkey is going to be the strongest power in the game, right? Because it usually is at a low level of play. You are hard to attack, and if you get outside of your box, you can expand very, very quickly. the problem is people realize that, and so at a high level, you're not getting out of that box unless something goes wrong with the other players. And quite often you see things like this, where Turkey just gets attacked by everyone at once, and they don't have the same options that other nations who that can happen to have. They can't really go anywhere, they can't work with anyone against someone else very easily when this is happening. They just have to sit on their home dots and hope that it stops. And so that's what they'll be doing here.
The beautiful part of Turkey, though, is that it often does stop, because it is really difficult to take stuff from Turkey, right? We have this coordinated attack between 3 people. Bulgaria is probably going to fall, but it's not even guaranteed to fall, right? If Khan supports Hold Bulgaria, then we need to use all 3 of them to get it, and then Smyrna, like, it's not... It is not as easy as it is to, like, kill Austria or Germany if there's a group of 3 people attacking. So, it's a yikes.
Yeah.
Would letting Greece leave be okay? Bounce in Bull if you manage to hold Smyrna and Ankara. So you're saying that you just don't bounce Aegean and you have Bulgaria go to Greece?
So the problem with that is that Greece is a really temporary gain, right? You've got your one army that's sitting there on its own. And what can you really do with that army? Very little. If these 2 players work together against you, they kick you straight out of Greece again. And then you have an enemy unit in Aegean where you wouldn't otherwise.
But I actually think that it's moves like that you gotta analyze, and I would be really tempted to do that, but you have to coordinate it with Smyrna into Eastern Med specifically.
Why
now,
would you do Smyrna into Eastern Med?
Build Fleet Smyrna.
Alright, I see. Just in case you manage to keep Greece? Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, because this is fall, right?
Well,
oh, sorry.
I assume they were talking about this turn right here, so just hold Smyrna instead of...
Yeah, if you're thinking about... No, you can't do that in the spring. That's... No, spring, you can't do that. You can't lose Aegean in the spring. Probably.
The problem is, like, that temporary gain, if it gains you a dot, it's great. Like, it is a good thing. But if you're doing it in the spring, it's so easy to counter, you won't gain that dot. So Italy and Austria will work together to kick you out of Greece. You will have lost Aegean, and so you don't get anything really out of it. If you can slip something out that you can use to support someone against someone else, that is a good thing. But again, the problem is that Turkey isn't really a good power for that. If I slip Bulgaria into Greece here, who am I going to help against who? There's nothing I can support.
Russian fleet in Romania, dude.
Yeah.
Agamemnon, I don't think that Italy is going for Eastern Med and Aegean this phase. I'm pretty sure they're going to take Tunis. Whether with the convoy or with the fleet. Probably the convoy. But I think it's very unlikely that Italy forgoes Tunis here.
I would agree. They might just convoy the army over so that they keep the fleet in Ionian ready to go into Eastern Med as soon as possible. But they do need to take Tunis. Otherwise, they're going to be build-starved. Taking anything out of Turkey takes a really long time. So you have to commit all your units forward to do that, and Austria can take the opportunity to, like, go after you when you're doing that. Getting an extra build is super, super important here. Right, so I think there was one comment I missed before. Can England even defend against the convoy in spring? At best they get a guess. So France can move into Irish Sea here, right? They can move Marseille into Mid-Atlantic Ocean behind and have that convoy route up into Liverpool or Wales. Super important thing here, England has not left their homeland with this army, so they can defend against it. On the basis that this army can bounce anything that they try and convoy into. Once France has another unit adjacent, so if they support this Brest unit into English Channel, for example, then it gets more difficult, because then you'll need to hold something with support, and that's super difficult. But France isn't going to immediately get into that position, so England has a little bit of leeway here. Not for very long, but they have a little bit of leeway. They
Yeah,
need to
England's main leverage here is that France is going to be hit by Germany pretty hard.
Mhm.
And so I think as England, you can walk to Germany with hat in hand and say, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'll support you into Belgium. Please don't attack me." And
I
that's kind of your only hope.
I agree. I think Germany positioning this army in Ruhr is interesting because if they're 100% locked in with France, they don't need to do that. So they now have some position on Belgium. It's fully possible they just didn't trust that France would let them into Holland, and so they wanted the extra unit on here. But this has to be making France a little bit nervous, at least. Alright, so are we gonna get the Minecraft the Minecraft comment through the entire stream? Alright. So, I don't know if the phase has progressed yet. I'll go and check.
Does not look like it.
It is.
7 minutes. How did we catch up so
Oh
fast?
my god, maybe we should do a
guess
Minecraft
this
Let's Play in the
was
meantime. So what else have we got to talk about on this board? It's kind of interesting that the Austrian pulled back, right, towards Budapest and Trieste. Because these centers, they don't really do anything against the Turk. The Russian is still on the front line, the Italian is still on the front line, and you've still got your Serbia unit on the front line, but that's like your only path forward with your units. So you don't really need these two units here if you're going to push against Turkey. It's got to be making these two neighbors nervous, and it makes me wonder why they waved in the first place if they're just moving into those locations anyway. I think someone has built a Diplo board. Like, plenty of people have built Diplo boards in Minecraft. There was so the Imperial Diplomacy game that's ongoing, someone posted that they would rebuild the map in Minecraft if they got like 100 likes on their comment. And they got 100 likes on their comment, so I assume they're going to have to do that.
Yeah, because no one can lie on the internet.
It must be happening. Yes, I do think Romania is a potential target of these moves back. It might also be agreed, so it might be, hey, I'll support you down into Bulgaria or something, and then take Romania behind you. But as Russia, do you need to go along with that? You don't really, right? You can't just say I would prefer to keep Romania anyway. But yeah.
Yeah.
How did you guys find out about diplomacy, and how did you get into that? What was that experience like? I actually don't know your answers to this, Ezio. How did you get into it?
My mom introduced me. First game of diplomacy I played, I want to say 8. I was Austria. My mom was Russia. And we had we didn't have a full game, as many people don't have 7 people to play a game. We only had I want to say 4 people in the game, maybe 5. We were doing just something focused on the East, and was working with my mom against my sister, who was Turkey, and then I got brutally stabbed by my mother in 03, and she took all of my centers, and I was very sad. And I've been hooked ever since.
Incredible. See, my family, when I try and get my family to play diplomacy, they just don't want to. And I managed to get them into it, well, to play one game, what would have been 12 years ago now? And they were paying so little attention to the game. I would have to go to them and say, hey, I want to negotiate about this province. And then they would go, yeah, sure, whatever, and then go back to doing whatever else they were doing in the meantime. And try and get everyone to come back to the board. Hey, come on, we're going to resolve the phase, everyone. And no one was
As nobody else was playing the game.
It was
nice.
There was me and one friend who actually wanted to be playing it. There's a problem with diplomacy. You have to find 7 players. It's really difficult to find 7 players who are actually interested. At
least 7 people in real life.
Yeah, I got into it in the first place because of my maths teacher. Back in primary school, no, in secondary school even. We were on a school trip and we played a game of Carcassonne. I was like, I really enjoyed that. And they said, oh, you'd enjoy this other game called Diplomacy, which I feel like is a bit of a stretch. Those are not very similar games at all. But I did enjoy it when we ended up playing it with a group of friends from the school, all like in an after-school club type thing. And I got completely hooked on it. I just Googled like all the strategies immediately after that. So, yeah, that was my introduction to it. How can Turkey resolve this situation? Who's most likely to stop attacking them? That's a really tough question, right?
Austria.
Yeah, because Austria is in position to take Romania now. They can attack there. You could offer them support into Greece and hope they take that. But do they take that?
No, they don't. They don't. Nobody is going to stop it. The question wasn't who will stop it. It's who's most likely to stop.
Yeah.
Austria stands to gain the least from this in the long term. Austria's only gain is Bulgaria, and so you're probably going to lose that as Turkey. But then after Bulgaria goes to Austria, Austria's going to have good position on Romania and might be able to stab Italy for Venice. And you just have to hope that Austria decides to go for that. And then you can say, hey, I'll disband it. I'll only build fleets from here on out. I'll have one army, so I can't threaten you. Let's just go into a late AT. And maybe that'll work.
You're, like, the other thing as Turkey, you want to turtle up and try and protect your home SCs. The other thing that can happen is that one of the Western powers crosses the line and starts attacking someone, and then you've got a bit of relief there, right? For the Austrian in particular, it doesn't look like they're going to gain much. As Ezio said, they will get position on Romania, which is nice for them as a result of this. But also, if they just let this attack continue, they do end up with Turkey out of the game, which is a huge benefit to them, to Austria. Like, basically any Eastern power, if you let Turkey live into the late game, then you're rolling the dice with whether you'll be able to board top against a competitor from the West. Because that Western competitor probably won't have someone behind them being irritating, whereas you will. So we'll see how this goes for the Turkey. I hope they manage to pull something off, but it's not looking amazing for them off the bat. So I am just gonna look through a lot of the other comments here. Do you know if any of these players have played with each other a lot? I don't think any of them have. I think maybe Soap and Yosh have. Oh, Bradley's played a bit with Jamal. That's like in face-to-face tournaments. The rest of these, I'm not sure. There have been a lot of voice chats games recently in the DiploStrats server, which I will plug again. It's in the pinned comment. If you would like to play Diplomacy, that's a great place to do it. But I haven't been keeping an eye on exactly who's been in those games, so it's a bit tough to tell. Should Italy think about a pivot west? France is almost certain to move into Mid-Atlantic Ocean and Irish Sea. That's debatable, right? Because Italy would have to commit pretty hard to be able to take anything off of France. Ezio, I'm interested in your opinion on that one.
Oh, I mean, should he think about it? The answer is yes. Always, whenever that question is asked, yes, they should think about it. Should he do it is a much harder question, and that, I don't know what the actual answer is, but he should think about it.
Yeah, I think the problem is, right, that in order to do a decent attack against France, you kind of need Army Piedmont, Fleet Lyon, Fleet Western Med. Or at the very least, you need Army Piedmont, Fleet Lyon at a time when France doesn't have very much there. And France still has a bit there. Even if they pivot some stuff out, they'll still have something adjacent. And it takes so long for this Fleet Naples to get anywhere useful. It can go into Tunis this turn and then be preparing for an attack. But if it just goes into Western Med and you go into Piedmont, then you don't have any supported attacks you can make. So if France has a unit in Spain, for example, or just a unit in Marseille, they can take a 50-50 guess with just that one unit and bounce out both of your units. So your attack is completely ineffective. And of course, it pulls France's units back. They have 3 fleets. That might not be something you want to anger right now. That said, I think
okay for you as Italy if France is pushing against England. Mm-hmm. It's usually not the end of the world. So.
Yes. I think that, like, if I knew that Germany and England were, for example, both going to attack France here, then yes, I would absolutely jump in with them and try and grab Marseille, Spain, which is not very balance of power of me. But it is, I think it would be a good call here.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, if someone hasn't played before, how would you recommend getting into diplomacy? I would recommend joining the DiploStrats Discord server. There are, like, that sounds a bit shilling, I suppose, but it is actually a good idea because we run beginner-specific games, and we have a lot of beginner players right now because of the influx from Veilfisk. It's kind of still having a knock-on effect. So you can get into a game with other players who, you know, you won't be beaten up off the bat, hopefully. But yeah, that is if you want to play like a long-form game, a text chat game. There are a few different formats of diplomacy you can play. Like long-form is generally 24-hour phases, and then the phase goes over, like, and you spend another 24 hours sending people messages and whatnot. Doesn't require complete focus. You can also play Blitz, which is a much faster format that doesn't eat as much of your time up, or a voice chat game. That's a great way to get into it. There are also face-to-face games, and face-to-face is an amazing way to play. It's quite intense, and but people who play it tend to be really friendly. The issue with face-to-face is that you have to find 7 players to play the game for a very long time, right? Because diplomacy games tend to last at least 4 hours, probably more. So your best bet with those is to find a tournament that's relatively local to you. If you want to do that, you probably want to join the VWDC Discord server or the NADF Discord server, which I can link to. Actually, I'll post a link in chat. NADF is for North American events. There's various events around Europe as well, but your best bet of finding them is just to be in a community that's advertising diplomacy events in general. So this would be the NADF Discord, and then I'll go find the VWDC one. And of course the DiploStrats Discord server is in the description or pinned in the chat. Okay. Nothing if you're used to trying to organize D&D. That is incredibly true. God, I've managed to play a lot of diplomacy games. I've never managed to finish a D&D campaign. We've got like 5 sessions deep in one of them, and that was it. So, yep. Power rankings we do at the end of every second year, so we'll do them in winter 1902. Have you heard anything from Meta since that paper came out? I'd be very curious whether they can make a bot that addresses the issues with the original one, i.e. lying and proving it in a normal tournament. So I've been contacting Meta, like my contacts at Meta, on and off to try and get them to run that bot again. For reference here, Chalk is talking about Cicero, which was a press diplomacy blitz game bot that's Meta created that like does actually negotiate with you, and it won a tournament that we've covered on this channel before. They are completely unwilling to ever run it again, as far as I'm concerned. Partially because, like, right after they released that project, basically the entire team got poached by various other AI companies, so they don't have anyone left there who can run it, right? But even if they did, the issue is that it's just incredibly expensive to run. This thing ran on, like, I think it was 42 GPUs at once, and they're pretty expensive GPUs, so they are they are staying out of that, and they're not willing to show it again, unfortunately. Hopefully another company will jump on diplomacy at some point, because there were some issues with Cicero that do need improving. But it was pretty good. Alright, sorry, Ezio, I've been talking by myself for a very long time here. Are you still here?
It's all been great. I'm just gonna reiterate, if anyone wants to get into diplomacy, our Discord is the best place to do it. We are the most welcoming, we run the most beginner games, we are the friendliest. Yeah, we are the best place to go for for diplomacy.
So Ezio is going to be more of a direct shill for our Discord. We're getting near 1,000 members actually on that, which would be
and we're definitely not going to do anything special when we get to 1,000, but it is cool to have 4 digits in that number.
That is true. Are you going to commentate the semi-final games? Yes, eventually. We have quite a bit of backlog.
TM.
Game 3 might be bumped up that backlog a fair bit because it was kind of incredible. You will see that when we do commentate it. So, I think we'll almost certainly have the moves for the next phase now. So I'm going to refresh and see if we do. Oh, we have a lot of extra moves, actually. Okay. So, fall 1902. Are you looking at this board?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Anything in particular you want to look at first?
Russia pulling back into Sevastopol while still moving into the Black Sea is a very odd thing. I think it's because Russia is trying to pivot against Austria here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see the DMZ break in Galicia, right? That's definitely a DMZ break.
Does look like that. Not supporting Austria into Bulgaria, right?
Yep, and Turkey let this move into the Black Sea happen, which definitely makes me think that it was arranged with them and that they are going to make the move against Austria here. Super interesting. It's getting the jump on Austria, right? But Austria does have a build in reserve, so they're going to get a build in Vienna this turn regardless. That's a difficult line to break through. But it's a better position than the usual Juggernaut against AI. It's actually much better. Because Turkey has gotten out into Aegean Sea, and the only enemy fleet here is the Italian one in Greece. So
yeah, but I mean, there is going to be another fleet in Naples, right? So,
but they've moved west hard, right? Italy.
Not that hard.
Enough that they didn't convoy into Tunis, so they don't have the unit in Ionian ready to counter this.
Yeah, I think that's because getting an army in Piedmont, I think, is the important part. And they wanted to say Austria, hey, I don't want you to snipe Venice again, so we're gonna bounce in Venice.
Mm-hmm. Was Black Sea necessarily arranged? It could be that Turkey assumed Romania supports Bulgaria and on to Ankara. Yes, that absolutely could be the case. If Turkey thought that Russia was holding here, and that they were trying to be baited out, right? So that the Russian unit could snipe the center behind them, then it makes sense to hold. But I think looking at the moves that Russia made and how aggro they are towards Austria, I'd be incredibly surprised if they didn't arrange this with Turkey. Because if you're making a pivot this hard, you want to do it with a friend, right? So yeah, in isolation, this could have not been arranged, but I think looking at the board, it definitely was. I'm gonna pivot off of the moves again to answer another question in chat. How good is ChatGPT/whatever LLM at diplomacy? They're all terrible. They'll all give you invalid moves constantly. Veilfisk did a video where he played with ChatGPT giving him advice, and it made him flip pretty consistently between two sides. It didn't actually hurt him all that much towards the end. I'll give him that. But it certainly wasn't the way I'd recommend playing diplomacy.
You should watch our video, because we did a video on this game, and it's a great video, and you should go check it out. We'll post the link in chat.
Etsy, we can't be shills for our own channel this much.
Okay, they literally asked about LLMs playing diplomacy. Guess what? We have a video about LLMs playing diplomacy. How can we not point
Okay,
him
yeah.
to that?
So the specialized LLM Cicero, we have a video for that I'd recommend you go watch if you're looking for something that's actually good at diplomacy. That is an LLM, because that is the specialized Facebook bot. I have a video where I played against 6 of them, and you can see the chat in real time. So that's a kind of cool thing about it. And also, like, I didn't find out quite how much power they use until after I recorded that video. It was kind of insane to think that they ran 6 of those bots for me to run that. So I think that is officially the most expensive DiploStrats video we have.
Why do you wait? Expensive in the creation, I see.
Yeah.
Wait,
Obviously,
anyways,
it wasn't
here's
expensive on our part. It was.
Here's the link. I'm pretty sure that's the game where Veilfisk was asking ChatGPT what to do. Notably, if you want to play ChatGPT where you use ChatGPT to send your messages to other people, then that might work. Because ChatGPT is really good at like spitting out vague alliance-sounding nonsense. So that could be funny.
I feel like people are like tuned to know what ChatGPT sounds like now, though. And if you sent me a ChatGPT generated alliance message, I would not accept your. Well, I would say I would accept your alliance, and then I would go and get people to gang up on you because I would not believe that you meant it. Minecraft Let's Play had 1,000 members on the Discord channel. I feel like that might be too soon.
Well, look, my understanding was you were going to do it once that person posted that message every day in a row for a year. He made it a week.
Yeah,
so
this is true.
I don't see enough dedication for us to believe that the fans actually want this.
Alright, I'm going to answer a little bit more about Cicero, and then we should probably get back to this game. But in Cicero, the LLM doesn't really play the game, it only does the chatting, the rest is a different architecture. That's kind of true. The two of them do work quite closely together, right? The two sides of it. The LLM is basically proposing moves that it sees, that the strategic model sees are good to people, right? It's probably too complicated for me to explain, and honestly, I don't fully understand it, so I'm not the best person to explain it anyway. But it's a reasoning model, and it's certainly become a lot more relevant now that one of the main people who was working on Cicero is now at OpenAI and working on their O1 model, which is their like proper reasoning one. So yeah. Anyway, can we get Ezio to dress up in the costume of the DiploStrats logo? That would be a fun one. I'm not sure how you dress up as a country ball. Do you just get in a Zorb?
What's a Zorb?
What's a Zorb? A Zorb is like a big inflatable ball that you run around in or roll around in.
Put an American flag on it. Sure.
Yeah, exactly.
I could. Yeah. We can talk about that.
Okay, let's talk about the board, because the next question is actually about the board. Why is Russia pivoting out of attacking England and giving Norway back? That's a very good question. What's your opinion, Ezio?
One war at a time. We're not salt over here.
See,
so we're attacking Austria. Why? I don't think we need to also piss off England.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little bit of balance of power in this one, right? France is attacking England really hard, and France can probably get out of hand, especially if Germany coordinates against England, which it looks like Germany's doing by support holding Denmark. So we don't want to see France snowball. We actually are okay with England fighting him. Get to stay safe.
Yes.
I don't know. That's probably what he's thinking.
I think I'd agree. I would probably have taken Norway anyway, or have tried to, because if I'm pivoting against Austria, I kind of want builds to back that up, right? It's kind of reasonable not engaging. It's kind of reasonable not engaging on two fronts at once. But as Russia, that's a bit different because your whole country is kind of designed around fighting on two fronts at once. That's what Russia does in diplomacy. So, yeah, that's it's an interesting decision here. I think it might be a good one given the France-Germany situation, like just giving England that little bit of room to defend against that. But I would quite like the draw anyway. If you're Germany, do you join Italy and England in attacking France? I think I would. Because I don't see how I'm gaining dots anywhere else right now, right? Especially looking at what the Russian just did. Where do you go if you're working with France here? If you can convince Russia to come back on side with you against England, then I think going against England is fine. Or you could just sit tight and wait and see how this comes out. Like, how this results. Because you do have a build after all. But it's
Agamemnon, one of the things to point about with your order set, you're just bouncing Norway and putting it in and keeping it in Skagerrak, but you haven't conquered Norway yet. So it's unclear if moving St. Petersburg to Norway is even good.
That is an issue here, right? It is always a 50-50 if you're defending this area. In fact, it's not even a 50-50. England can knock you out of Norway if they actually wanted to focus on it, but clearly they don't. So if they're only putting Skagerrak in, then it's a bit of a 50-50, because if you do that moveset and you move Norway into Sweden and St. Petersburg into Norway, if they bounce Norway, then they keep Norway. You've moved your unit out and you haven't captured it yet. So there isn't a moveset that solves that. You have to take a guess of either staying in Norway or covering Sweden. Depends what you think England is going to do. So yeah, I guess we haven't really covered the exact specifics of what France is doing here. They were setting up for that convoy that we mentioned. And England is...
start attacking England, it's fine.
Yeah, England is in position to cover against all the convoy points. They can move North Atlantic to Liverpool, they can move Yorkshire into Wales and cover everything. They could just take a 50-50 on which to cover. But also, Italy moving against France might get France off their back anyway. Yep. You think Germany could attack Russia? Yeah, one thing I was overlooking here is that they do have Holland coming in as a build. So if they build a fleet here, or if they build an army here and go all in against Warsaw, maybe they could get builds that way. That is true. It is a bit nerve-wracking in the north, because if Russia and England are working together, then you do not have control of this area, and France can't help you at all there.
It does seem a little unlikely that they're coordinating, though. Right? Skagerrak moving out to Norway is usually a good thing for Germany. If I look at this board as Germany, I'm pretty convinced that England needs me. So I think England is not going to attack me, because if, as Germany, I work with France, England is cooked. So I'm not worried about that.
So what, do you just say to England, hey, help me against Russia and I'll help you against France?
I mean, I'd probably say something along those lines.
Mm-hmm. I think it makes sense to focus on Sweden, given the Kiel situation. You don't really have the units to go for North Sea right now, if Russia might be against you.
Yeah, I think just taking Sweden and focusing on that is probably pretty solid.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're taking Sweden, why not also go for Warsaw?
Yeah. Alright, I will go ahead and see. We've got another DiploStrats siren in the background. And a motorbike. We're getting all the DiploStrats noises today. Alright. So they're through winter 1901 now, 1902 even. They are not through spring 03, but we need to do our power rankings in winter anyway, so let's go ahead. Norway bounce would have made Russia safer from England, though. Fleet Skagerrak is not as threatening to Russia as Fleet Norway. That is absolutely true. But as long as you have this army here in St. Petersburg, England's not a huge threat right now anyway, just because they have to be so focused on France. So I'm not too concerned about the unit in Norway.
And not tapping Norway makes you look less threatening to England.
Yes.
You're saying England, hey, go fight France, go move away from me, please. and you'll take their centers later. So that works out.
Yes. Okay.
Power rankings.
Let's go to winter.
Sure. Yeah. Let's look at builds and then do power rankings.
Okay. So Army Vienna comes down. That was the waved build from the last turn, and Army Berlin and Fleet Naples. Is that really everything?
Yeah. No centers changed hand this year.
Yeah, Tunis was neutral and was taken. Holland was neutral and was taken, and then Austria built their wave build. Yeah, amazing. All right, that was the most uneventful turn I've ever seen, I think.
Well, 02 specifically, yeah.
Yes. All right. So, power rankings. This is
a very tough one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you'd have asked me a turn ago, I would have easily said France in first place. With the army in Piedmont and like Italy coming towards them, and Germany not really having committed against anyone in the north, and England pivoting full force back, I think I will. I mean, is France still number one? It's possible, right?
Yeah. It's definitely possible because France is dumb.
God, it's a really tough one.
I think Russia's position is better.
Yeah, Russia is just in quite a nice spot. It is a bit difficult for them to push into the Austrian dots, which is what's giving me pause about giving them a good, a number one placement here. But they do have England on side, probably. If they don't have England on side, it's a bit more of an issue. They have units positioned to take Norway when they want to. So they're really just kind of using England as a buffer state against France. And they've just started this juggernaut, which is actually a really well-positioned juggernaut compared to usual. And they're in Black Sea, which is always a big plus.
Yep. Russia seemingly in a juggernaut, seemingly pretty secure. A solid north because England is not really going to be attacking Varennes. Sweden's exposed, you might lose it, but that's hardly the end of the world. And meanwhile, in your south, yes, you've probably got to deal with an Austria-Italian alliance, sure, but you're in a juggernaut in the Black Sea, and so you can flip on Turkey at any time.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes,
you have all of the power there. So my instinct is to say Russia has fewer enemies, a similar size, and easier growth. England's war with France is going to be an annoying one. I do think England is last on the power rankings. I will say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I do think France is a solid second, and I think it's very close between France and Russia.
Yep, it really does just speak to how good France's opening was that they are still in second after everyone has attacked them.
I think Germany's position is also sneaky strong.
Mm-hmm.
Like a really good sneaky strong, because everyone needs to work with them right now. And that's a great place to be.
Yes, I would agree.
So I think Germany is definitely third. And I can see Germany usurping Russia, even for number one, pretty cleanly.
Not this phase, right? But soon, maybe.
I mean, if Germany just hard commits into Russia, I could see Germany's position literally being better immediately. If England and France just keep fighting each other while Germany goes and eats Warsaw and Sweden, like...
Yeah, I could see it. We'll see how things go on that front. I am actually, looking at this more, I am actually souring a little on the Russian position. I really do like that they're in Black Sea, and, it's an amazing position for Russia as well, because you can say to Turkey, hey, we need to rotate your fleet out, it's not doing anything in Ankara, right? And then once they've rotated that fleet out, you have an easy convoy into Ankara whenever you want to. So that's nice. But also I don't really see where they're advancing in the in the near future, just because of how strong the Austrian bloc on them is. They can get Turkey to advance quite well, but that doesn't necessarily help them.
Yep, I mean, my pitch in this position as Russia, I'm gonna just kill Turkey again. I'm going right back to that.
Yeah, do you think this Russia is going to? I feel like they
idea.
wouldn't have pivoted out of Armenia if they were going to do that.
Hey, power rankings, non-biased. I'm not trying to bet what the players will do. I'm trying to bet what I think the position is.
Okay,
So.
that's fair enough. So Russia first, France second, Germany
Germany
third. Then.
England last.
England last, Turkey second. Would Turkey be? Yeah, Turkey would be second last still, right?
I mean, especially because I think Russia's best move is to attack them. So yeah.
If Russia isn't attacking them, I think it's pretty decent position.
Yeah, it's a very solid juggernaut, right? Like, it's totally fine if Russia is safe.
Yeah, it's also got the downside of the Russian fleet is now in Black Sea. You can never convince the Russians to take that fleet out of Black Sea, I think. They are just going to hold that there if they want to. And, I mean, as Russia, I would certainly just hold it there and say, hey, I can use this to hold you in Bulgaria. This'll be a very useful unit for our alliance. Definitely not for me to attack you at a later date.
The Black Sea is important, like holding Bulgaria and Romania against Austria. Like, it actually is important. It's just much more useful to kill each other, so.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So, So we're putting Turkey in second last then, which means that we've just got Italy and Austria to put in the middle somewhere.
I think, yeah, Austria's ahead of Italy here.
Alright. Do you want to expand on that?
I don't know, man. How does Austria ever lose anything? Austria's gonna stab Italy at some point. The fleet in Greece is the liability. You're not gonna get any centers from France, probably. Yeah, I don't know, man. I hate Italy. Italy sucks. Austria's fun.
It is. Italy is a really tough nation to play, especially if you're trying to go in two directions at once like this. You don't have many units on either front, and the growth prospects are kind of difficult. You're gonna need to get help to do it. And I'm not sure that help is going to arrive. Like, especially on the French front, right? Is anyone going to help Italy get through that? I'm not sure. Right.
Yeah, if you want to put Italy above Austria, I'm totally fine with that too. I think that position is very acceptable.
I mean, they're kind of similar, right? The Austrian position isn't amazing either, but it is, like, perfectly serviceable. It's got all of your dots in a nice, solid block, and you can use that to hold them pretty easily or to expand out if you get the opportunity. So they're in 4th and 5th, but they're not like far behind the others, I think. Like, no one's hugely far behind the others at this point, except maybe England.
Yeah, this is a very balanced game.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Like, I think the difference between last and first in this position is, like, anyone can still easily win this game. This is a big thing.
If England had lost Norway there, I think England would be much further behind, but they didn't, so good on them.
Yeah, England is definitely last, I agree, but even still, like, losing Norway is sad, but if Germany hits France, England is still in this.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Alright, so we've got our power rankings there. Russia in first, France in second, Germany third, Austria fourth, Italy fifth, Turkey sixth, and England coming up in 7th place. Do we have a new phase result yet? The answer is yes, we do. So let's go through to spring 1903. Alright, well...
Russia went a little bit YOLO here.
Mm-hmm. Well, they did do the convoy into Ankara, which was what I was talking about before. It's a beautiful move against the Turk, and it really does screw them over because you're in position to support yourself into Kon or maybe slip into Smyrna immediately afterwards. But Russia didn't back off of anyone else while they were doing it.
Or get anyone else to back off of them.
Mm-hmm.
So, thankfully, Germany supported Denmark instead of going for Baltic, which is questionable decision there. And meanwhile, they lost Galicia, and there's the German army in Prussia. So yeah, Germany's position looks great.
Yes. I find it interesting that England tried to support Germany up against Sweden here. Like, you just got given that back. Maybe Russia didn't intend to give it back. Maybe they were just going for the bounce.
Yeah, I don't get it. I think they just were expecting England to tap Sweden. I'm pretty sure. But then not tapping Norway also is questionable because if Skagerrak did anything else, interesting. Oh,
yeah. Sorry if you heard the vibration noises there. I usually have my phone somewhere else. I've left it on my desk, and there's a UK National Championship next week, which I'm going to. If you're in the UK, you might want to. So they are talking about that a lot in WhatsApp, and for some reason I can never silence the vibrations of a WhatsApp chat,
weird.
Even if I can do it for everything else.
I didn't know you were also going to do the voice tournament next week. We're gonna have some fun. You get to see who does better at our respective tournaments. I think even my tournament is technically called the North American National.
Oh, is yours are you going to the Vegas one?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's gonna be cool. That's in the week, right?
Yeah, that's the all of next week, Monday through Thursday.
Well, gonna be super interesting to see how that goes. I wish you the best of luck, but not better luck than I have. This is.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, we can determine clearly if America or England is better by seeing who wins the national tournament. Anyways.
Yes.
All right, but 1 second on this board, real quick. So, is Russia winning? I don't think so.
No, definitely not. So Russia has managed to. Oh, I do want to answer a quick question from the chat. What do the orange arrows represent? They are retreats. So if a unit gets dislodged, so if, for example, Budapest supports Vienna into Galicia here, that unit then has to retreat. Backstabber shows that all on the same map, so it shows the retreat at the same time as the moves, even though they don't happen simultaneously. The retreats happen afterwards. So yeah, the Russian has managed to successfully attack Turkey, but I think it's a diplomatic failure on their part because they have everyone against them, right? If they had flipped Austria, I mean, they got Austria to support them to Bulgaria, so that's the thing that happened. But they didn't take that support, and Austria clearly isn't there, like, particularly friendly with them because they've gone to Galicia with support. Germany is attacking them full force. It just doesn't look good that they've alienated the only person who's working with them here.
Well, I think so the reason why Russia did this move set is because this guaranteed that their convoy would work if they knew what Turkey's moves were. Because by cutting Serbia, there was no way for Greece to be held. No, it didn't quite guarantee it because Serbia could have tapped Bulgaria. And so you need Serbia to hold because that guarantees that this convoy works. I think there's a pretty good chance that this is actually enough to get Austria back on side from here. I think you can get I think you can offer Austria support into Bulgaria. And I think Austria will take it.
Yeah, and I guess you kind of have to because Germany is attacking you. You need Austria on your side. But yeah.
What does Tyrrhenian Sea do, Chuck?
What do you think?
You're just like committing to a long attack against France where you're like hoping to get enough pressure on Gulf of Leon to take it? In like
I
2
think
years?
the benefit of Tyrrhenian here is, yeah, you put another unit in Lyon, you have enough units to hopefully get something off of France, and you just make that your main theatre. So you abandon Greece, you like sit that unit in Ionian, and you go all in on the other side. But I'm not
meanwhile,
sure.
you're disbanding.
Yeah, well, you have Apulia to take off, but then you're risking like an Austrian attack.
Well, let's see you disband Apulia, and then Austria goes +1 this year, plops an army anywhere, and then takes Venice and Rome.
Yep. Also,
no, you're right, Chuck. Like it does. If you are trying to attack France, you can do that. It does work. And seeing Turkey collapse like this, like you have more of a chance How does Ionian give them a dot? Well, Ionian borders Greece, which you're probably going to lose, right? Because you're at war with Turkey. And so, because you have three, if you trust Austria to be on side, you guys have a chance to retake Greece now. So,
Hmm.
that's what Ionian does. It like directly assists in a dot right now, as opposed to Tyrrhenian Sea, which assists with a dot next year probably. So
Hmm.
also Ionian, if you lose Ionian as Italy, let's say something crazy happens and I don't know, Turkey gets in there, it's so bad for you. It's like being in the north. It's like not going to the North Sea, as England. It's a really big deal.
Yes,
Um,
it is the big problem with early attacks as Italy on France, right? Is that if you lose Ionian to Turkey, it doesn't matter how well your attack on France is going, you are going to die. um, so you have to have something defensively. Uh, yeah, I did want to say hi, Iggy. Iggy the Fool in chat is the person who is running all of the 5D diplomacy games. If you're interested in those, check out our last video. Yeah, so if you could do one thing to improve the game mechanics of diplomacy, what would it be? Oh my god, that's a really tough one.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay,
We'll table that question. We'll come back to that because we're not done. We're not done on the board.
that is
But
true.
that is a really cool question to get to. But um,
All right.
but yeah, we
Yeah,
can't.
we'll come
Yeah.
back to that once we're done discussing moves because I feel like that will be a long question to answer. Why
Oh
didn't
yeah.
Austria support hold Greece? That's a good question to be honest. They
Well, Greece was tapping Aegean, right? So the
oh
support
yeah
hold
yeah
wouldn't have done anything.
they were tapping Aegean to allow this supported move into Bulgaria to succeed. I guess it's
Yeah, give it the best chance.
I think it's because Austria just thinks at this point, if I can get Russia back on side with attacking Turkey, that does so much more for our attack than Italy being in Greece does. Like, we can get Greece back anytime if Russia is attacking Turkey, which Russia is now attacking Turkey, so it looks like it works even though Russia didn't do the plan that they were clearly trying to get Russia to do here. Um, yeah.
I just like so a thing about this position here is that I think what Austria was trying to do was get Russia to attack Turkey in general. I think that's what his hope was. And so by getting Russia doing this convoy into Ankara is attacking Turkey. I think that is what Austria was hoping to see happen. Um, and so I suspect there's a chance that they can make peace here in spite of it looking a little awkward. That said, there's also a very good chance that Austria just takes Romania here. Because Austria has three on Romania. Turkey might even support that as well. And so I think Austria is happy to see Russia do this, but is probably going to stab anyways.
Yep. Uh, um, make convoys work. I'm just looking through all the suggestions on the game mechanics thing now. Should we talk more about the board first? We didn't really talk
Yes,
about what
we
was
haven't
happening on
talked
the
about
France
France.
front. Yeah. Do you want to go for
Stop
that?
distracting meme, everybody in chat. Bad chat.
Well, it means
Very rude.
we're getting through the time, right? We we need to
Yeah,
wait
yeah,
for
yeah.
the
We can
phase
distract meme,
anyway.
but we actually have moves to talk about, and we're
Hmm.
not talking about it. So this French and British war is really crazy. Um, because there is a lot of pressure on France now in the south, and so France, I don't think is going to have the units to spare to convoy ever.
Hmm.
Just as simple as that. I don't expect it to happen, and so France is basically going to have just three fleets attacking England. Is that enough, or do you think as France try to peace out and say, all right, I tried. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll go back out. I'll support you into Holland. Let's just go back to a classic EF. Let me go and deal with Turkey or Italy. Excuse me.
Hmm.
How do you
Yeah, I
feel about
think
that?
if there's a convoy, it has to be Belgium, right? Because
Yeah, right. That's
Gascony and
crazy.
Mid-Atlantic Ocean need to be covering Marseille and Spain. You could have Burgundy cover Marseille, but then Mid-Atlantic Ocean still can't participate in the convoy because either Gascony has to cover Spain or Mid-Atlantic Ocean does. If you convoying Belgium over, you are risking England walking in from North Sea, but maybe that's not a huge risk if you are trying to work with Germany, right? I could see that being a route that they try and go for, but it feels very committal for a position where you're not guaranteed to gain anything for the near future. So I would be very tempted to piece England out here too. I think pivoting against just to defend against the Italian would make a lot of sense here.
Yeah. And again, the beauty of France's position, right, is let's say you do pivot down, you support Mid-Atlantic Ocean to Spain, you move Irish Sea into Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Let's say you make those moves, and then you're like, all right, look, I'm trying to be peaceful with you. And then England's like, all right, fine. You can't move out of these positions because Mid-Atlantic Ocean needs to support hold Spain. Gascony needs to support hold Marseille. So you just sit there, and then you go to Italy and say, hey, Italy, you can't take anything from me. Go leave. And then Italy leaves, and then you stab England again. Because your position is so strong. It's just absurd.
Yep. Absolutely. We also had a question about Kiel. Obviously, Kiel's support here doesn't do anything, right? It's support holding Denmark, but Denmark is moving, so that isn't even a valid move. Should it have gone out to Baltic? I think yes, it should have gone out to Baltic, absolutely, to try and take Sweden. I could see why they're holding it. Like, it gives the option to go against Heligoland as well if you want to pivot. And if this is a fake war between them and Russia, then maybe that might be the direction that they want to go, right? But in that case, I'm not sure why they wouldn't just jump out and do it now. This is a moment where it feels like it would be better to be committal. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is a case where Germany changed plans at some point in the phase. I think they were planning on just support holding Denmark, and then they talked to England. England was like, hey, I'll support you into Sweden. And then they forgot to update the move.
Mm-hmm.
That's my read of it.
We do have the next orders, but I want to get to the question about...
How sure? If you could change a mechanic of diplomacy, what would you do?
I mean,
all right, sure, let's see it.
Initially, I actually just want to look at the some of the comments in reply to that, right? Because make convoys work like in EU4. Pretty amazingly, we have this Diplo Shorts video called Convoys Are Weird, right? Where I talk about what the original rules of a convoy were, because convoys' mechanics don't seem to make much sense with diplomacy right now, and they are exactly like you're describing. In the original prototype rulebook, it was you board a unit onto a fleet, and then you move that fleet along and then disembark that unit on the other side, right? One phase at a time, and it's so slow, it's just completely not viable. So that just doesn't work. That was why they changed it in the first place.
I think that convoy could work if you let the army move onto the sea province. Mm-hmm. Like, I have a fleet in North Sea, and I have an army in London. If I could move my army in London onto the North Sea, and then move that army from the North Sea to someplace else.
Yes.
Right, I think that could be an interesting way to do it, to change, like, it just to say, hey, if I have a boat in a province, I can stack an army on top of it, and just have it move freely from there. Like, that would be a cool change.
I do also like the idea that this was the case in the original rules. If you board a unit onto an enemy fleet, that enemy fleet can just keep it captive forever if it really wants to. So
okay, well, that's absurd. Whatever.
So yeah, you would be down a supply center essentially in that situation. That it's not a great rule, I think, but it
so Sneaky Steak. I don't know if we explained how that the rule perfectly, but the idea is that in EU4 you have boats and you have armies. You like load the army onto the boat, and then the boat moves around, and then the boat unloads an army after it's arrived at a location, and then drops the armies off.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Very different from how they work in diplomacy, where if I have a boat in the space between two provinces, I just teleport the army from one place to the other. Or obviously with chaining, convoys, you teleport armies very far, so armies can move very quickly in a turn for kind of no reason, and like they teleport around, which is very unrealistic. But
you do have to think
personally,
about, look, how
yeah,
often do we see convoys in diplomacy? We do see them fairly regularly,
all the
right? But
time,
they're not.
all the time.
Yeah, but they're not always the best move. I feel like basically if you remove the ability to teleport from one side to the other, I don't think they're ever the right move. Unless you're like England and that you have to
Yeah.
like
So I could see it being like so. If you would let an army sit on a boat, and that fleet could still act like a normal fleet while there's an army sitting on it. So like let's look at Sevastopol in this convoy for example, right? So you could have had if you let Sevastopol move onto the Black Sea, let the Black Sea still support something, right? Um, do a normal attack or whatever, but then in the fall, let the army in Sevastopol just move, and then the fleet in Black Sea could like support that attack or something. You could do like that could make it a viable thing that keeps the armies moving one unit at a time, but also keeps the fleets being useful. It breaks the rule of only one unit being useful per province, which is too much of a problem, I think. So I wouldn't want it to work, but
yeah, but convoys already cause enough problems. This is speaking as someone who's spent
yeah,
a decent amount of time coding an adjudicator for 5D diplomacy, even though Oliver did most of the work on that. Convoys are the worst. Like, they cause so many problems. Diplomacy is such a hard thing to code up because of convoys and convoy paradoxes. I want to make a small video on that at some point. But anyway, other options, add a third dimension in air units. There is a really cool variant that I played once called Dissolution. It was run by no pun intended, who runs his own variants on his own Discord server pretty often. It had a really cool air unit, which is basically you could build an air unit in any province. That unit can basically never move. It can support things adjacent to it, right? And it can support things that it can target, which are it can only target other airports, so other places where people have built an aircraft, and the idea is it can still participate in convoys. So you can convoy your unit over your aircraft to any other place where someone has built an aircraft. Which means if you build your aircraft, you are opening yourself up to getting invaded via this aircraft convoy. But at the same time, you're opening yourself up to being able to convoy all over the world, potentially, where otherwise you can just only attack in this kind of small fixed area. And because the map is quite large in that variant, it's just a really cool mechanic. And some places start with aircraft as well, so it is immediately useful. I think that's the best implementation I've ever seen of that, and I really like that. Unfortunately, that variant does also have like a million other rules that you have to learn, and so it's a really complicated thing to learn. But it was a really cool variant. I like that addition. So yes, other options. How about connecting Skagerrak and Baltic, and Aegean and Black Sea?
so would that be like disconnecting Denmark to Sweden as well?
I don't think so. I think this is just like adding in a connection between the two.
Well, first of all, that loses many points because that's not how like geography works.
It's so, but then Denmark, an army being able to move from Denmark to Sweden isn't really how geography works either, right? This is
Yeah, it is. They're so close, dude.
yeah, you
Those
can
those
step over
islands are
those
so
islands.
easy.
That's fine. They're
Yeah,
like
like
stepping stones.
yeah, no, that's a totally fair connection.
Yes, moving. I don't know. So I don't really like the idea of being able to jump over into the Black Sea, just because Black Sea is such a strong province, right? It's just it feels like there should be some barrier to getting into it. This might also just be me being reluctant to accept change, but I wouldn't love that. I don't think the Skagerrak to Baltic connection would actually change all that much. Like, it
Oh, I
doesn't.
would hate it. I hate it. You kill fleets in Skagerrak. Fleets go to Skagerrak to die, and if they have an extra place to retreat to, they never die.
That is true. It would be
It
annoying for
makes
rogue
England's
units.
attack against Germany so much more potent because you get into Skagerrak and then you can just like slip in there. No, I absolutely hate this change.
Someone explain canals to Ezio.
I know what a canal is. It means you can move Baltic into Kiel and then move Kiel into Helgoland Bight. A fleet in Kiel can go to any of these places because there's a canal there. Just like in Constantinople, unlike Bulgaria where there is no canal, and so that's why it has stupid coasts. You know what change they could make? Add a canal to Spain. I'd be okay with that.
Well, just not have a Spain north coast because no one ever goes
Yes,
there anyway.
exactly. That's change. I could get behind that because stupid
That's
that.
reasonable. In all of this, I haven't actually thought of a mechanic I'd like to add. There are a huge number of variants out there, and I love variants, but I don't think I've ever encountered a mechanic that's so good that I thought that needs to be in standard diplomacy as well, right? The base game is just really cool for how it's not exactly simple to learn, but it is very simple.
It's very simple to learn. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would not make any changes to base diplomacy. I think base diplomacy is perfect as it is. There are times where I think something would be funny and interesting to explore and to try, and then come back to real diplomacy. Um, the ones that I've seen that I thought was really cool was I saw somebody create a Dune variant where every faction had special powers, which was really fitting for Dune because all of the powers, like, there are magic powers in the Dune universe and, like, the way that works. But I think something like that could be really cool for standard diplomacy, where you let people do nonsense. And I forget the exact powers that they had, but, like, one power just got an extra free support every turn. They have an extra army off the map that can support anywhere. Like, one faction got to teleport a unit around. Like, one unit could just go to anywhere on the map. And, like, man, imagine playing Italy and having that power, right? That would be so cool, right?
Yeah.
Like, or maybe they got one Uber convoy, I think is how it worked. So, like, you could have one unit move to any sea province, so not quite full teleportation, but close.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that, I would love to have for diplomacy. You just take the standard game, you just add on the, like, powers expansion, and then France gets nothing.
Yeah. Just France's power is being France. It does.
Yeah, France's
work,
power
yeah.
is. I would have France start with Spain instead. That's France's power.
I did realize while you were saying that about teleporting across the board, I have added a mechanic to diplomacy. There is a variant on V diplomacy that no one plays called Ankara Crescent, which I created like 10 years back as a joke. And the only, like, it has exactly the same map. There are no changes anywhere to that. The only change is that I linked every non-supply center's adjacency together. So you can move from any non-supply center to any other non-supply center. So you just see people teleporting across the map all the time. That's what I'd add, because it was funny. But no one likes it, so... Yeah. Wouldn't you change the fleet being able to support an attack onto a coast it cannot attack rule? No, I wouldn't. Mainly
Okay,
because...
and why are you assuming that we would make that change? Phrasing that question, wouldn't you?
So, the thing is, right, I think that makes sense if you're looking at it from a perspective of what should this fleet be able to do? Like, diplomacy, it doesn't seem to make sense initially, and it's not very intuitive that fleets can do that. But just for game balance, the fact that you can have a fleet in Bothnia support a move from Barents to St. Petersburg is really important, I think. That is... it's
the only situation that is relevant.
It is kind of the only situation where it's relevant, because no one likes the north coast of Spain. Like, north coast of Spain, rubbish. Everyone loves the south coast. Everyone goes to the south coast. And Bulgaria...
And, like, the only situation, right, if you're in mid-Atlantic Ocean or Portugal supporting an attack into Spain, you can go to either coast anyways, right? It's the only time that would matter is if you're in Gascony and either moving or supporting into it, which is largely irrelevant. You know, I guess it might happen technically, yeah, if, like, Aegean is supporting Black Sea into Bulgaria. I guess that happens sometimes also.
Yeah, generally you don't want fleets in Bulgaria is the big thing, right? Um, it would buff Turkey a bit, I guess, just on the basis that these two coordinating an attack against them is kind of difficult. But again, I think that's a good thing for the game that they can coordinate like that, and taking away their ability to do so isn't great. But I think it's an interesting thing to touch on. Like, it's an interesting thing to talk about because it's also something that most new players don't know about, right? And will get taken by surprise by, which is always a little painful. I need something to candle run to. What's a candle run? I've never heard of it.
I think it's a video game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he's like playing a game and he just wants some background noise, and we're happy to be your background noise.
Yeah, that's cool. So,
yeah, Agamemnon, that'd be a fun variant, right? Just like making dots even better. God, yes, please. But as you said, you have to make a fully different map, because the standard diplomacy map would not work if every dot gave so many extra dots. Like, so many armies are just immediately flying around. The board gets clapped instantly. Like,
okay,
so I think every center on the board would be full. All right, because every coastal center also gives an extra half an army dot.
True.
Right, so we're getting every center on the map. There's 34 centers on the map. How many landlocked? It's Moscow, Warsaw, Vienna, Budapest, Munich, right? Paris.
Yeah.
There's only 6 landlocked. So we're adding 28 half dots. We're adding 14 units onto the board. No, there's still going to be empty spaces on the map, but not many.
A general unit with special capabilities is also quite cool. I am going to pivot away from this question now because they have completed 1903 entirely, so we need to go through the fall and the winter. Also, I hope people are fine with us doing this Q&A style thing. It is a great way to find stuff to talk about while we're waiting for the moves to come through as well. There's a lot of interesting questions.
Yeah, I mean, seeing how much fun people are having with this kind of makes me think we should just have more Q&A streams.
What, with nothing happening?
Yeah. No, wait, there's no game. We answer some questions and we do some nonsense.
We both play Beat Saber, right? We could do it while we Beat Saber or something.
Yeah, one of us plays Beat Saber and the other one, instead of talking about Beat Saber, is talking about diplomacy. That'd be funny.
Good times. Alright. So we wouldn't actually do that because if you try and play Beat Saber on stream, you will get copyright struck.
No, you don't. You just have to play the right games, because you can't play the songs people want to play.
Yep.
Also, in my experience, anyways, we don't have to worry about it. We're probably not doing a merge Beat Saber diplomacy stream.
So I have moved on to fall 1903.
Yes, let's look at the board. Thank God.
Because there are some interesting things that happened here.
Austria saw some dots and took some dots.
I'm looking at the West. Like, England just
supported
Western Med through to Middle Atlantic Ocean, and that goes because France commits entirely to attacking England. We were discussing last phase whether it might make sense for France to peace out and just focus on defending themselves. They go, no, I don't care about defending myself. I just want your dots and I want you dead.
Dude, England is going to build an army in Eddie.
Oh my...
England is going full Brexit, guys. Oh my God.
Oh God.
Please.
Okay, so Fleet Norway gets forced off the board, right? Because Germany sides with France against England. It's not forced off the board, but England takes it off the board voluntarily. North Atlantic Ocean gets forced, England takes it off the board voluntarily. I think you shouldn't do these. Which goes against what I said in the previous video. For context here, we had a Brexit means Brexit kind of video where I got attacked by everyone at the start of a gunboat game, and I contracted back into my home dots and just waited for things to blow over and tried to get people to attack each other and not me. I think a big reason why that worked is that people couldn't talk. They can't plan to attack me together, and in order to take my dots, they kind of needed to coordinate. The problem in a full press game is that people can coordinate, and you will die very, very quickly if people do coordinate and you're doing this. I don't know that this is going to work, but I'm interested to see how it goes.
Guys, he's disbanding the fleets because he needs an army in Eddie, and he's going to support Hold Liverpool this way.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
perfect.
he could retreat the fleet into Clyde and then support Hold Liverpool, and then he keeps two
And he's
fleets
not
on
also
board.
covering Eddie.
That is true.
You gotta think ahead.
The big issue with building an extra army here, I think I don't need to really say it, but if you do survive, you are never getting off your homeland.
Someone else might convoy him out, man. You never know.
I think someone mentioned on the Brexit video that there is a variant where you just have six. Every province in England is a supply center, so they have 6 supply centers to start, and every one of them starts with an army on it. And so your entire game plan as England has to be convince someone else to convoy you out, because otherwise
Or
you're never
convince
going
somebody
anywhere.
else to take your center. Let them take a center from you.
My god, that's genius. And then you
That's how you
rebuild
do
a
it.
fleet, and then you convoy yourself out. I would never have thought of that. Okay, Ezio has the genius plan for that variant.
I'll play that variant every time.
Okay.
I will never play England in that variant.
I'm gonna say respect to England for doing this. I love it, even though I don't think
Well,
it's
okay,
necessarily
I'll
good.
give full respect once I see that army in Eddie. I'm assuming there's an army in Eddie.
If they build
Well,
Fleet Eddie... I mean, Fleet Eddie is also the Brexit strategy, because that's the starting builds, right? But if you do that, you are
Sure.
going to die.
Yeah, I mean, you're losing Liverpool for sure, so...
Yeah, if you
That's
build
not-
Army Eddie, you are never getting anywhere, but you are not necessarily going to die. Oh, God. Alright.
Alright, so that's the West a little bit. I think Germany's position still looking really good. Getting in the North Sea is always top tier. It's a Russian army in Norway, not a fleet, so you're not under any pressure. Like, that's sick. But the East is the cool part, because here I think we see Russia try to get Austria back on side, double supporting into Bulgaria, and tapping Khan. So, like, Russia was here saying, well, yeah, let's finish off Turkey, let's do it. And I don't know, it looks like it could have worked, but Austria, you're looking at the CaptainMeme, can you show the orders for a second?
I can't
to let people
show the
read?
orders on, but I can just explain what they are, right? So Romania supports Serbia into Bulgaria. Black Sea also supports Serbia into Bulgaria. So they're trying to support the Austrian unit attacking the Turk. And the Austrian just doesn't do that. They use Serbia to try and support themselves into Romania instead. And they throw a support hold on Serbia, which is good for them, because Turkey does try and attack Serbia with support from Greece, and that's the reason why it holds. That Turkish attack on Serbia, amusingly, saves the person who is trying to stab them right now, because it cuts the support Serbia gives to Budapest and makes Budapest bounce back out. So Russia keeps Romania because Turkey attacked Serbia, despite the fact that Russia was attempting to help Austria take a Turkish centre here. Yep. And then up top as well, Austria still stabs Russia elsewhere. They get Warsaw off them with German assistance. Russia retreating into Ukraine means that they have the chance to build in Moscow because they took Ankara and they took Norway. So they get a build despite losing a centre. It's going to be interesting to see what they do from here, right? Because Italy is now set up to complete a Lepanto, finally. They can convoy this Apulia unit over into Syria and then just work with the Russians.
See what Italy's disbanding, right?
Do they get a Oh, they do have a disband. Oof. I would not be surprised if the disband comes off the West. I feel like it kind of has to, right?
Sure.
Oh, yeah. Just, it could be Apulia, and then Italy just relies on their fleets and tries to push their way into Smyrna with that. But I also think that this attack, like I mentioned earlier, how the Piedmont Western Mediterranean attack is not very good because you can't coordinate those two units. You can't support anything, right? And Mid-Atlantic Ocean Piedmont, even though Mid-Atlantic Ocean is really good and adjacent to a lot of things, still can't coordinate with Piedmont. So, if you want to attack the French, like, these two units aren't great together. You may as well
I think
just
it
keep
has to be Mid-Atlantic Ocean.
Oh, you want to
I
take
think
off
Mid-Atlantic
Mid?
Ocean's got to go.
Really?
Yeah.
Just to
What, you're
make
gonna
friends
keep
with
Piedmont?
France?
Are you gonna Lepanto here, CaptainMeme? Let's say you pop Piedmont.
Yes,
Are you
I want
Lepantoing?
to. So I want to Lepanto, right? I want to convoy
yeah.
Apulia over into Syria.
Of course. Great. I agree.
So
you're gonna disband Piedmont, right?
I want to take Piedmont off. Yes.
Great. I'm
Then
Austria.
Austria. Oh
You
no.
pop Piedmont. Yeah. How do you live the game, CaptainMeme, if you take off Piedmont?
Okay, that is
You
actually
instantly
true.
die.
God, you
Right?
do have.
We'll go to
take
Sandbox.
Mid-Atlantic.
Go to Sandbox and show it. Show the people.
Okay, right. So, if I'm making a sandbox from this position, right, so I will resolve these moves. I have to put in a new move, because otherwise backstab won't let me. There we go. We'll just disband all the retreats. Do.
I like how once I said I'm Austria, you immediately saw what was happening.
Alright, so, as Italy, my initial glance was I'm going to take Piedmont off. Let's do that. And then we'll go Apulia into Syria. And for those who don't know about the Lepanto, we do have a video on it. Why would you convoy to Tunis in 1901? This attack on Turkey is really, really good. Like, Syria can do a lot. You can go up to Armenia and attack Smyrna. If you get into Smyrna, it can participate in attacks on these, right? This is a great way to crack Turkey. The problem with it...
Also, don't forget, I think Austria's building in Vienna, too.
Yes, that is probably true. So the problem with it is that, let's say Austria doesn't even attack you on the first turn that's happening here. Now, what happens if Austria just goes into Venice? Then we don't get a build, even if we went into Smyrna here, right? Because Austria has taken something off us. And then on the next turn, I need to enter an order. On the next turn, Austria can just do this as well, right? And then just take Rome off of us. And we are dead. There's nothing we can do here. Even if we convoy Syria back to try and defend ourselves, we're not going to have enough units to hold off Austria for any decent amount of time. There's no way forward here. So if you're against an Austria who is stabby, or who is Ezio, or who is... And honestly, I don't think it even needs to be a stabby Austria for this. Yeah, taking Piedmont off is a problem.
The stabby Austria is if you look at the position in the spring,
yes,
and you predict the convoy. And so if in the spring you just walk Trieste into Venice when they're convoy out, then you get to take Rome and Venice in the same phase, and then Italy is just completely dead.
yes.
And if you're trying to do this, which I think is a reasonable attack, because I think Smyrna is a likely place to get another build, and this convoy is strong, you just have to keep Piedmont on the board because you have to cover Venice to stay safe. And again, what's Mid-Atlantic Ocean actually giving you? It is a pretty unit that has no tactical value at the moment. You can't take anything.
If
you might get
into one of these, then it supports... Then you get an extra unit, which is nice, right, at home, and then your unit is going to be blown up immediately afterwards. So this is not amazing for you, which is exactly why France has committed so hard north. They probably just think this doesn't matter. But yeah, if Austria had gone in on this turn, on the same turn that you convoy out, you are so screwed in this position. Because you kind of even have to take Smyrna just to survive at this point, right? And then what can Ionian do? There's like absolutely nothing. You can go into Adriatic, and then Austria has too many builds and this unit is on its own. You can go into Tyrrhenian Sea, but they've already taken Rome, so no advantage there. If you go into Naples, they're going to surround it by going down to Apulia. You are just screwed in this situation.
Yeah, you're like -2. It's cooked. So
yeah, You are absolutely correct there. I'm going to go back to the actual final. I think I may have gone back too far there. What phase were we on?
I believe we are in Fall of 03.
Okay. Forget the extra moves that you saw there for a second. But yeah, Ezio is right. You probably have to take off Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Which I kind of hate, because I love that Mid-Atlantic Ocean is annoying France. Because France is going to be strong competition.
Yeah, because we're playing Balance of Power. I want to take centers myself. I want to annoy France. No, I do agree. I think Mid-Atlantic Ocean is a painful disband because it is such a beautiful fleet to have. It is so powerful. I've been talking about it for ages. I love it, but also I care more about the concrete position I'm in right now. So, yeah.
Yep. So a couple of questions about convoys. They've already been answered in chat, which is great. But you can stop a convoy without bouncing the tile where it ends up. You just have to dislodge any of the convoying fleets so that they don't form a chain from the location to the destination anymore. Which is exactly why convoy paradoxes are a thing, but that'll be for a future video. The other question, I wonder if in 5D diplomacy you can convoy chain back in time. You can. That was a very deliberate addition by Oliver Look. He even put in the ability to... You can basically generate a ghost board in the future that doesn't exist yet and say, I want a convoy from this province in the future back in time, and set it up that way.
What? You're in 01 and I have moved into Black Sea, and I'm saying, great, I'm going to convoy the army that I build in Sevastopol into Ankara from the future into this timeline.
Yes, you can absolutely do that. Of course, it does telegraph your intention a bit, so the other person could bounce it.
Yeah, because they can move an army back into this timeline from the future.
Yes.
Because could Ankara, can Smyrna move back in time into Ankara?
Yes, yeah, it absolutely can. It depends on your adjacency settings, but everyone is playing loose adjacencies right now, which is what that means. So yes, it can.
Absurd. You can't stalemate anymore, I don't think.
No, you can't, because if you... every turn you have to guess whether the person is attacking you in the present or in the past, right? Adding more supports to their past attacks. There is no way to stalemate in 5D diplomacy. It's very, very cool. Alright, so let's get back on topic for this game. So what about Eastern Med disband and you fully pivot west? That's an interesting idea here. So the problem is, Turkey is your growth right now. If you go for France, you're taking so long to get the third unit there, right? It would be Ionian Sea. You go into Tyrrhenian, into Ionian, into Lyon. That it's at least another, 1.5 full years before you even threaten a dot? And over that time, Turkey can just walk out into Ionian to attack you. So
the Med is so big, you guys, and Italy is already spaced on a lot of moves moving over to the eastern part of the Med. Mm-hmm. So it's really tough.
Okay, disband Piedmont, Apulia bounces Venice, Ionian taps Aegean, and Eastern Med gets supported into Smyrna, presumably by the Russian, right? So it's fine. I think that's actually a pretty decent line. Yeah. I'd be fine with that. I tend to prefer convoying the army over. Actually, is there that much reason to need to convoy the army over here? It gives you more units on Smyrna is the important thing. So it will give you...
And keeps Ionian covered, right?
Without vacating Ionian. If you can guarantee Russian support, then yes, I think you can go for just attacking into Smyrna and that'll be fine. The question is Russia going to support you in there? They haven't been... they've seemed to be a bit unreliable so far this game to the people they've made deals with. DiploStrats Siren in the background. But yeah, they... Oh
wow, I got that one. Jeez.
Yeah, it's coming right past the window. Well, we gotta get them in while I'm still here. So, yeah, I think that's a reasonable line if you can guarantee the Russian support. I think supporting back in here is completely fine. So, in 5D, do you need enough support centers to support units coming from the future? Only if it's a winter phase. If you move onto a fall timeline, then the resultant phase will be a winter phase, and then you'll need to do your adjustments. But you can technically keep units alive quite a lot longer than you should be able to by just continuously moving them back in time or across timelines. And then you can stay over your build limit at that point, as long as you don't hit a winter phase. Right. So, this board, I think we're more or less done talking about this phase, right?
Yeah.
Shall we move to the winter?
Let's do it. Let's see the disband.
Alright.
It is Apulia.
Yeah, they take Apulia off, so I think they are going with the strategy suggested in chat.
Just taking
Gabriel's suggestion. I think it is a pretty solid line, to be honest. Yeah.
Army Vienna, Army Moscow, Army Eddie. Hell yes. All right. We just gotta see London get popped, and then we can go to the 3 Army England. Let's go.
I am wondering how long this England is going to survive. I think it might not be very long.
Yeah, it mostly depends on if Germany and France coordinate.
Yes.
Because if they do, it's very fast, right? London is going to get forced, but they might not.
Yeah, the interesting problem here is, as well, France and Germany probably know that England is going to go down quite fast now. The fact that England has these 2 armies means that England isn't going to be a threat to either of them if they do leave them alive. So, is it worth their while to keep coordinating if they know that one another are going to be their main opposition? I think it probably still is because of the amount of dots they can gain from that area, but I wouldn't be surprised to see one of them try and make the jump on the other, especially... can France manage it with the Italian units being annoying? Probably not. But if the Italian units weren't here, I think France goes for Germany pretty quickly here. Yeah. I'm kind of interested in what the German is intending to do with these armies on the Eastern Front as well, because they supported the Austrian into Warsaw. Instead of taking it themselves, they're now kind of barricaded out by that unit. So they have to force the Austrian out to gain anything. And if they go past the Austrian unit, I think they're opening themselves up way too much to a stab.
Well, the fun thing is if they open themselves to a stab by both France and Austria, then
both of them stab at once and neither of them get anything.
Top tier plan.
Yes, amazing. Why do I have so many pings? Oh, it's Bob's a build from Olympus talking to me about imperial diplomacy. Okay, that's not a problem. Right, so yeah. Do you want to talk about these builds anymore? I think we do definitely have the next step.
I think we're very far behind.
They've just finished fall 1904, so we're a year.
Great. Well, let's talk about spring.
Okay.
04.
Yes. So
spend a little time catching up. Sorry, guys.
Spring 1904. Mid-Atlantic Ocean gets disbanded. Why did they not disband that before if they were doing that?
Well, I guess you can't retreat into Portugal because that gets forced. And retreating into Brest doesn't get you much. But yeah, pop it off, man. I guess seeing Germany coordinate with France was enough to break the spirit of Italy.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if you'd moved that, you would have had a much nicer attack here.
Can I point out England didn't support Hold Liverpool?
Hey,
like, bloody hell.
It was obvious, right? You didn't have to support Liverpool because that's the only thing the army could do.
Yeah, yeah. You. This is the ultimate, like, next level England play. Building an army that you can't possibly use for anything other than support holding Liverpool for basically the entire rest of the game, and then not doing the one thing that it could do because it's so obvious that your opponent is scared out of doing the strats anyway. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Well done, England. I think they were trying to prevent a convoy into Yorkshire here, right?
Yeah.
Which it could have absolutely happened. It didn't end up happening. And actually their position now is kind of still fine, especially with the well, not fine, but like fine considering where they were. With the French fleet moving out of Irish Sea, Liverpool is under much less threat. So I'm now wondering what the German plan is with supporting this convoy over from Belgium. Are they going to try and take Belgium behind the French here to make sure that they get their dots? Because London was something I would have
be
asked
surprised.
for, I think.
Yeah, why not also move into Belgium?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would certainly have wanted London out of this if France has such a, like, good shot at Liverpool. Yeah. We'll see how that goes, I guess. How that one develops. So, do you want to talk about the East? We have poor old...
Austria's winning.
Go ahead. Talk about it a bit.
Yeah. So yes, Turkey is getting cooked, sandwiched, diced, very sad. And Russia is looking quite strong. I think I think Austria was surprised to see Silesia covering Munich. I think Austria was expecting Russia and Germany to fight over Warsaw for a while. Because I see these moves as Austria saying, yeah, I'm planning on fighting for Romania still. Because I don't think Austria can win this game with Russia doing as well as Russia is. And so I am confident a war is about to break out over there. And here, I think Italy really wishes they had kept that army and they convoyed the army into Syria because they could probably have taken Smyrna. But as is, Italy is the one getting stone nothing out of this attack. And Italy's already weak. So this is really sad.
Yeah, they do at least get themselves a build, right? Because they took Mid-Atlantic Ocean off, they can rebuild that at home. But that's not the same as getting a fifth dot, as someone in chat pointed out, actually, Gabriel.
Yeah, Chris, getting Greece is certainly achievable with Austrian help. But as Austria, it's a really tough pitch to spend 2 units getting Italy a dot instead of using those units against Romania.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Italy is focusing on the wrong thing here. If they made this play, which they did, of disbanding Apulia, they should have tried to get Russian support into Smyrna. Maybe they did, and it just didn't work out. I feel like as the Russian, you should probably have taken that support. Like, if that was... that you should probably have taken that deal and supported East into Smyrna, and then asked Italy to support you into Con on the next turn. Because doing it this way, you still don't have an ally, right? Well, you have Austria.
We don't even know what the negotiation was, right?
Yeah,
we don't know what happened on there. But yeah, definitely if you could get Italy on side, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I think that certainly Greece shouldn't be the focus for Italy right now. I think
it could have been. I think if they wanted it to be the focus, they needed to support themselves into Aegean.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Yeah. So that's rough. Poor Italy, but at least you're not England. So you got that going for you.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's it in the East. I just want to see if Austria goes hard against Russia now, or if Austria thinks they can wait a bit.
Yeah, shall we advance to the full phase then?
Let's see it.
Alright, full 1904. Oh,
wow.
Italy
Well,
does get the support into both.
Yeah, remember when we said Italy wasn't getting any builds, and Italy immediately goes +2?
They're really plus smart. 3. on builds.
Well, they're building 3, but they're covering Venice, right? So not
Yeah.
actually.
They do lose Ionian, but Turkey is dead, so it doesn't matter, right?
Yes.
That Eunice is coming off the board.
Yeah,
Well,
the beauty of being the third wheel, right, in the war that everyone else sees coming. You can tell both of them, hey, swarm me to a center and I'll support you.
Yep. It is amazing, like, Russia and Austria are both attacking each other here. I think Russia might not have been expecting Austria to attack them, given the...
It's just crazy, but okay.
Yeah, given the, like, vacating of Ukraine and stuff. But, like, these two units that are directly adjacent from warring factions just both taking the time to support the Italian and instead of doing their own thing is great. Hello, Yosh. Yeah, commiserations on your result here. This is unfortunately a Turkish, like, something that can happen to Turkey in these games. Just getting ganged up on very early. Well done on getting the Russian to pivot and surviving a bit longer than you would have otherwise, I think. But this just shows how quickly, like, Turkey can get crushed if everyone around them focuses them.
Yeah, that convoy, the Russian convoy to Ankara was really brutal. And the main lesson, I think, is if you're Turkey, don't let Russia in the Black Sea ever.
Well, see,
Yeah.
that was part of the pivot to get Russia on side, right? I think that was reasonable in that case, but it's just so painful still.
Yeah, exactly. No one would have gone here if they hadn't played a great game in the qualifier, Yash. So, no, you're great. No worries. This is a tough one.
Yes, we'll be covering the qualifying games at some point. What is England doing? That's
Trying to
triple
unbalance
support.
the game, I think, by saying, hey, I'm going to give France everything and let Germany not get anything. So Germany has to attack France. Germany didn't attack France. Well, I guess you're dead, Germany.
Why does no one ever focus France like they focus Turkey? That's
Dude.
Okay. So
It's-
sorry, you go ahead first.
It's so much harder to get dots off of France than it is to get dots off of Turkey. It's crazy.
Yeah, so I would say take a look, if you've got 10 hours to spare, take a look at the Media Wars 4 video, because that opens with me getting ganked like a turkey would, right, as France, and yet I only ever lose 1 dot, right, even though it is partially because I managed to talk my way out of it a little bit, right, and England pivots, but even if England hadn't pivoted, I would have been fine for a while, whereas Turkey just completely crumbles. It's so much harder for these three nations around France to coordinate to take France down first.
Yep. It's bigger. Switzerland is a pain. France almost always gets 2 builds in the first year anyways, and so France has 5 units to defend, whereas Turkey only has 4 ever. France is theoretically more flexible than Turkey. Like, France can either expand into Italy or into Germany or into France, and they're all reasonable expansion paths. Whereas Turkey has fewer, usually. Turkey is often forced to attack Italy, is often forced, like, it's way harder, so it's easier to trust the France to work with you in the long term. And so France has more negotiating power. Now, France just has everything going for it, which makes it impossible. My argument also is that Gascony is overpowered and needs to get nerfed.
Is that the one thing you'd change? Make Gascony an impossible province?
Yeah. Make Gascony unmovable. Yeah, okay.
Actually,
that would make France.
That might make France quite strong, actually, because you can't get to Iberia as an attacking nation, right?
What? No. It would way hurt France. It would hurt France so much. Just like Italy would sit in Piedmont and just tap Marseille, and France would never be able
to stick in Burgundy then, or like
France would never be able to do anything. It would make maneuvering.
I
think actually removing Portugal and just making like Silesia or Bohemia or something a center over there would probably also be good. Something like that would be very reasonable.
Yeah,
but
I'm sure Portugal's not an important country anyway, right? This is
just make it all Spain. Make it all Spain, right? That's fine. And then it's one center. It solves the coastal problem also, though.
That is true. You do not have to worry about North Coast and South Coast if Spain eats Portugal. Um,
Funny.
uh,
But yes, we're not
right,
changing the map. We're
yes.
instead just looking at the actual map of what's going on.
So
And
I did
Italy
want
is
to mention,
yeah.
Turkey said that their moves here were to try and break out of the box in the case that they did survive. And yeah, I do like the fact that you tried to slip into Ionian. Like, that is just... if you're gonna lose the game anyway, right, you may as well get somewhere where you're gonna be in an interesting spot. But here, like, Aegean support, Smyrna would have made Turkey live, but at the same time, what are you living for then? Italy still gets the builds, and they're gonna block in that unit and then kill you. So I think it was completely fair to do these moves here. Just make the YOLO play for Ionian. Right. So I'm just looking through to see any of the comments. Is there a thing that you want to anything more about these moves that you want to talk about?
I think let's look at builds.
Mm-hmm.
We got a lot this phase.
I guess we didn't actually look at the northern theatre beyond England. Like, Russia pivots their army back to Finland and their fleet forward to Norway. So they're being kind of cautious about Sweden. They're not pulling their army all the way back to St. Petersburg, but they are starting to make moves that would align them with Germany, which is going to be interesting because if they align with Germany going forward, it does counteract this French strength a fair bit.
Not really. There's one fleet in Norway, man. That fleet ain't doing shit.
Alright. I mean, it can go...
What's Germany gonna do against this? It's hopeless.
I don't know that it's hopeless.
We're in power rankings, right? We're
yes,
in winter.
we are on power. Well, let's go
let's
forward
look at it once
then.
the builds go on the board, man. It'll make it easier to see once there's more fleets in the north.
Okay, shall we go forward to builds then?
Yeah, let's see it.
Alright. Yeah. So, here's the winter. We have Army Edinburgh, Fleet Wales off the board for England. They are just sticking with an army on their homeland, which is always fun. Fleet Brest comes down for the French. Is that correct? Like, as France, you do want more fleets, especially towards the end game. Alright, Siren fans in chat, you got another one. You do want more fleets down, especially towards the end game. But here, if your main opposition is Germany, you might be a bit worried about them managing to form an army line, right? It's tough to say. That's my cue for Ezio. Tell me the answer to this one.
About what? What are you supposed to build as France?
Yes, is Fleet Brest
More
correct?
fleets. Always build more fleets.
Even with only 2 armies on the mainland?
Always build fleets.
Alright, fair enough. The Brexit opening is just having Army Yorkshire. Sure.
Yeah. But, like, real talk, I think you don't know if Germany's building a fleet or not. I would expect a fleet, frankly, from this German position. And I want to be able to contest Germany and Russia. Controlling Norwegian Sea, getting into Eddy is great. This fleet in Brest can still help me take Belgium by going into Picardy, so there's no worries about that. And then I'm going to control the North Sea, and I'm going to crush. Or I can maybe mess around with Italy a little bit, right? Italy's been messing with me a lot this game. Getting stuff into Spain is useful and good, so... No, I love fleets. Always build fleets as France.
As France here, I am actually a little concerned about Italy now that they've got this many builds and they've got another one coming.
Yeah, slapping 2 fleets down, right? No armies is exciting.
Yes. I think France has some things to worry about right now on that front.
Yeah. And it's power rankings time again, right?
Yeah, I do think actually Austria will be very pro-Italy. Probably for a long time, because Italy is going to be their main way of contesting France, and France is their main opposition right now, I think. Well, I mean, Russia is their main direct opposition, but France is, like, still opposition for the win. Yeah, so, power rankings. Go ahead, who do you think is in first?
Well, I think it's still France or Russia, which is really good for us. We did a good job last time.
Which of the 2 would you put in first, then? That's the big
Depends
question.
who Italy attacks. right?
Yeah.
Let's assume Italy attacks both of them.
Well, as in attacks France and Russia, or attacks.
Yes.
They're not attacking Austria, right? We determined this from the builds. There's no way for Italy to attack Austria well from this position.
Yes.
So, if they attack both, I feel like France
Russia loses more. France is best.
Yeah.
France is number one. In France.
All right.
Hey, surprise, surprise. DiploStrats thinks France is winning.
It's another one off the DiploStrats bingo card. All right. So we have France, then Russia, right? And then what? Austria? Well, we have to take Turkey off. So well played, Turkey. You are being removed from the power rankings because you are no longer alive. And England is still in last on the power rankings for obvious reasons. As much as I appreciate the Brexit opening / Brexit finisher, it unfortunately does not move you any further up. So then, who goes where in the below France and Russia?
We have a bunch of people that are all close, except for England.
Yes, that is reflected currently in the rankings.
Yes. Because Germany, Austria, and Italy all have different things going for them. Italy is nice in that Italy has absolutely no enemies, right? No one is like fighting England right now.
Mm-hmm.
Italy's problem is it's tough to get a lot of growth. You might be able to get Constantinople, but getting Ankara without an army over there is a huge challenge. Maybe you get Aegean and you take Bulgaria and Khan, and then you just commit like 2 units over to slowing France down. And so that's a really nice position to be in, but I don't know how that wins you the game. It's only a 4.
You've got
Austria's position is strong. Yeah, Austria's position is strong, but the problem is Austria's committed to war against Russia, and Russia's in the Black Sea, and Khan. So that usually means you lose as Austria.
Austria has no fleet support is the problem. If they can get the Italian fleet support, they're looking a lot better.
Yeah, but even in this phase, I think they lose Romania, right?
Yeah. If
Thankfully,
they have
it's just
German
Romania,
assistance,
and it's not forced.
if they have German assistance, they might be a little better off. But Germany,
Yeah.
like Russia, just made pro-German moves in the north, so
Yes, but Army Berlin is anti-Russian.
that is true. I would
But it
have
could
expected...
be anti-Austrian.
I don't think so. Like, I think moving against Austria right now as Germany is kind of suicidal because France will just come in and murder you. But then moving in against Russia might be suicidal for the same reason. It's it's really tough.
I think the Army Berlin was. That's why I was assuming that was going to be a fleet because I'm gearing up for a war against France. I'm going to need to beg Russia to say, "Hey, please move your fleet Norway into Norwegian Sea. I'll get into Helgoland Bight. We'll try to lock down North Sea, and let's pray I can pull the line at like Holland or Munich. Please, pretty please, save me." But he's not doing that, and so yeah, I mean France is clearly number one. I think Austria is going to do well then. Because I agree. I don't think Germany's attacking Austria. I predict Germany's attacking Russia, and so that's going to be too much pressure on Russia. Even though Russia is beating Austria in the war straight up if they fight, because of that, it's not going to be a straight up war.
Yes,
self-balancing.
I think that's fair. So we put Austria third.
Yeah, Austria's not having to contend with France, right? Whereas Germany is. So Austria is third. And then the other two are trying to slow down France while Austria just grows against Russia. This is assuming the other guys help Austria against Russia, which I think they will, because if they don't, Russia wins. So they're kind of forced into it, and then Austria's going to get the most out of it.
Yeah. Wait, so am I putting Germany ahead of Italy or Italy ahead of Germany here?
After Austria third, I would put Italy ahead of Germany, because Italy has less issues with France.
Okay. I think that's fair, so I will... Here we go. These are our power rankings for 1904. France at the top, Russia second, Austria third, Italy fourth, Germany fifth, England has a bit of a gap between them but is in sixth, and 07 for Yosh. Well played. Alright, so let's go ahead to the spring. Wait, do we have spring moves? I need to check this. I think
Almost. We're pending adjudication.
Oh. Okay, we don't have spring moves yet. We managed to catch up. This was because we stopped answering questions.
Yeah, also because I think their builds took a minute.
Yeah.
I suspect they stalled out.
So, I will go forward to spring. Oh, yeah, we do have spring moves. Okay.
They're in.
So,
They're in.
Ukraine is off the board. Germany is helping against... Wait, what? What did North Sea do? Hang on. North Sea convoy Yorkshire to Sweden.
Oh, that's so sad. That would have been sick.
This would have been an amazing, you get the English army into Denmark and you can just force it into Sweden and keep your dot in Denmark. It would have been beautiful, except for the fact that it's not actually countering anything France is doing at the moment, and France is a big problem right now. But yeah, this convoy was misentered. They entered it to the wrong place. It may have been deliberate. Maybe this plan was like a requirement of France and England or something, and they wanted to make sure that it doesn't happen without showing their hand. But it's also fully possible they just clicked the wrong province.
Yeah, it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Always, you gotta be suspicious of misorders on top words.
Always.
But also, the move to Baltic is really questionable otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that questionable, because Sweden was vacant, and they're in North Sea. But, I mean, the problem is this doesn't solve the French problem, right? France being in Wales, right? That's not actually helping Wales. You'd rather the fleet be in English Channel, paradoxically, because English Channel can at least border Mid-Atlantic Ocean. And so France could maybe send fleets to the south. That fleet being in Wales is saying, yeah, it's going to London once France decides to make a move against me. Or supporting the English Channel or whatever. So, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. I don't think you were laughed at, Yosh. I think a lot of what happened to you was just sad.
Yeah, a whole lot of commiseration about, poor Turkey.
Yeah. But yeah, so you really want France to be in a position where they can pivot more fleets back, and they have just gotten into the opposite position, so it's kind of sad to see as Germany. But very happy to see as Italy, because you now have, a free run at France. Not a completely free run, but, a less opposed run than you would otherwise.
Yes. The 3 Italian fleet units in the west going against France is important, and Italy's probably going to pick up Constantinople in the meantime. Mm-hmm. So that's good. I think Romania's falling. I'm pretty sure that's guaranteed. I think it's only guaranteed, I think, if you're risking Warsaw, but unclear. Germany moving into Tyrolia is quite odd.
Oh, yeah. I didn't see that one. That's, Wait, so are they helping both sides at once?
I think so, right? They're trying to play everyone, because their position is so terrible. They realize they can't commit to war against France at the moment, I guess. Mm-hmm. Or this was staged. I think that was staged.
It could well have been staged with Austria just say, hey, let's bounce into Tyrolia and make people think we're at war, but you get to keep your armies on the French line just in case.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a convoy into Norway in the fall.
A convoy of the English unit? Or...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, not a convoy of the French unit.
Oh, I was thinking the German unit could go, but the...
Oh, from Belgium?
Yes,
sure.
But then France just walks into Belgium behind that, right?
I don't think France does. No, I think actually, and this is one of the few dots you don't take. Mm-hmm. But if Germany is willing to convoy an army back to Norway, you let them.
If
right?
Ezio tells you not to take a dot, you know it's serious.
Dude. Look. So if Germany is pulling his armies to the east, while I'm in Norwegian Sea, I'm taking Eddie. I'm in London, Wales, like I'm gonna be able to take 5 dots from him next year.
Mhm,
Don't take this dot right now. He's still going east. He'll get greedy for Scandinavia and St. Petersburg, and then he loses North Sea and he dies.
mhm. Yes.
No, you don't need to take Belgium.
I'm just looking at this board. I'm actually feeling worse about France's chances if France's chances. All right, if like Germany can be convinced by Italy. If Italy goes into West here and they bounce with Mid-Atlantic Ocean, right? I think there's some possibility that France moves Marseille to Spain to clear Marseille for the build. It lets Italy into Piedmont and Lyon. Maybe that's not worth it actually. But like I think they want to put a build down there, and if Germany pivots and goes to Ruhr right now, France is caught completely off guard. There is like the pressure that Italy is putting down. I think France can quite easily be pushed in at that point.
Yeah, I mean, 3 Italian units pressuring Spain and Marseille is a catalyst for that collapse for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I
Yeah, I mean, turns out having no enemies, right, is the main thing in diplomacy, right?
yes,
Italy is not, no one is able to attack Italy or wants to attack Italy, and so Italy can just sit here slowly growing. And it's not going to be that slow, right? They're going to take Con, and they're going to put 2 more units down, and maybe they put down armies and decide they can go after Austria because they only need 3 units to really hold down France. So it's just where else can they grow? And if they can snag Turkey, like they then get the nice sandwich and pancake on Austria. So
yes. Uh,
sick.
yeah, I'm feeling quite good about Italy all of a sudden. This is pretty neat, right? Yeah, I think as France, I think you shouldn't have taken everything off of the Mid-Atlantic Ocean line. This feels like a mistake. Moving.
Yeah, English Channel moving to Wales is the main questionable thing, but I suspect that was part of some negotiations. And
I
if it gets Germany to go crazy,
I definitely think it's part of a negotiation, but I feel like you could have swung, hey, I'll go to Irish Sea instead.
yeah,
Because that's equally like fine
yeah,
towards Germany, and it gives you access to Mid-Atlantic Ocean as well.
yeah,
Um,
Irish would have been much better.
mhm,
Definitely agree. And I think Germany would have been actually happier about that, but
mhm.
whatever. If somebody says, "Hey, will you do this in exchange for me doing Y?" It's very common to just, "Hey, this is actually a good thing for me," and just say yes, rather than trying to renegotiate for something slightly better that risks jeopardizing the deal. Because
Mhm.
sometimes people like don't enjoy the negotiation thing. So,
Yup.
uh,
Alright. We don't have full moves yet, I think. So if we want to go back to Q&A with the chat, we can do. Oh, I can press the ad button. I haven't done it so far. Here you go, have an ad.
oh
Alright,
my
I think
god.
these are literally like 5 seconds long, so people won't be taken away from this very long.
I mean, it's not like there's anything else going on, but I'll take this opportunity to go to the bathroom.
Alrighty. I guess I'll. What can I even talk about? I'll talk to myself for a bit. Like, if people want to ask any questions in chat, you're more than welcome to. Yeah. This is a super interesting top board. It does feel very, very balanced overall. There's a lot of people who could win this from this position. We put Russia super high on the power rankings, and they are suddenly looking much, much worse as a result of Italy coming for them and Austria coming for them and Germany maybe being there. Just shows you that on a balanced board like this, pretty much everyone has a chance. I also appreciate that England is still playing to try and gain centres here. This feels like a fun plan, getting off your mainland while only having one unit and it being an army. It's beautiful. Alright. Oh yeah. What are your top 10 sea tiles? There aren't all that many sea tiles on the board, right? The top 10 is going to cover more than half of them. but I can certainly give a top three. In no particular order, Ionian, North, and Mid-Atlantic Ocean are the most important sea provinces on the board. I think I would rank them probably Mid-Atlantic Ocean first, North Sea second, Ionian third, and then Black Sea fourth after that. The Mid-Atlantic Ocean being so important is partially due to how many supply centers it borders, right? And how flexible a unit there is. It can go to either side of the board. But it's also due to the fact that in the late game, Mid-Atlantic Ocean is absolutely vital for stalemate lines. So if you control Mid-Atlantic Ocean from a side of the board that you're not supposed to control Mid-Atlantic Ocean, right, in the end game, you have already won the game quite often. If you get to 17 and you control Mid-Atlantic Ocean when you're in the south, that Mid-Atlantic Ocean unit is going to win you the game. But yeah, besides Russia and France, who has the best solo potential in this game, do you mean? Or just in general diplomacy? So I'll wait until clarification on that one. What's the most mathematically unsatisfying thing in the diplomacy rules? Provinces not quite being the adjacency graph nodes convoys. The most mathematically unsatisfying thing in the diplomacy rules is the adjudication order, in my opinion. It's the fact that if you're going through and you're trying to code up an adjudicator for diplomacy, the obvious thing to do is to say, hey, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to calculate which supports get cut. Because then we can add the uncut supports to each unit's strength, right? And calculate which ones are likely to win against which others. So if you look at a diplomacy adjudicator, usually you would think, hey, the first thing that would happen on this board, for example, is that Warsaw would be marked as cut because Cilicia attacks it. And therefore its strength isn't going to count towards Ukraine. The problem with that is that some supports can't be resolved as cut or uncut until you've resolved whether a unit is dislodged or not. So if you have, for example, let's say Ukraine supported this move of Budapest to Galicia, right? Instead of doing what it's doing right now. In diplomacy's rules, it says that you do not cut a unit that's supporting an attack against yourself unless you dislodge the unit. So in this case, you have to find out whether Ukraine is dislodged before you add its support to Budapest or not. Which in turn means that you have to know whether this Galicia attack is successful first, which means you have to have already added some supports to the moves. You have to have added Warsaw's support onto this move. And it gets even more complicated with convoys. Like, the direct support isn't too much of an issue because they're always at the end of a chain. If you're on a convoy and a support is attacking a convoy that's attacking into it, then things get a lot more complicated. But that's the most mathematically unsatisfying thing. Is there a game of diplomacy you have each played that you're most proud of? Ezio, are you back?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have a diplomacy game that you're most proud of?
Not really. Not one off the top of my head, no.
I have
the blindfolded game was pretty fun. I did enjoy that one.
We still need to do the proper blindfolded game with all the players, but that was really cool to see you do.
Yeah, right. Just like whatever, first try, just crush it. No, that one makes me feel really good about the board.
Mm-hmm.
But it was against bots, and like the bots kind of got in the stupid bot lock, right? So it's not.
That is true.
No, my proudest one. Like, I'm gonna wait until I have a good tournament results, and then that's gonna be it, because doing well in a tournament is the most important thing. So there was probably a good result that I had in a team tournament a couple of years back, maybe 10 years ago at this point. And so probably a game like that. But I don't know, I really am mostly focused on the games that I'm playing and the next game. So I'm really proud of what's going on in ImpDip right now. I'm happy with that game. I think it's a lot of fun. And I'm hey, let's do this. So yeah, I'm focused on the next game. How about you? Do you have a most proud board?
I think so. The the DBNI 2021, I think. The first DBNI tournament. So DBNI, for those who don't know, it's the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational. Diplomacy Broadcast Network is another YouTube channel that do fantastic coverage of tournaments. Right? They run an invitational where they invite the top 28 players by result for the year into their tournament. They run essentially a very similar style of thing to the Gauntlet, except there's multiple rounds. Multiple qualifying rounds, and then the top 7 go forward, and the winner becomes the DBNI champion, right? The DBNI I participated in, I qualified through my Nexus result, which was a pretty fun game. My final game in the DBNI was really bad, and unfortunately that's the one everyone sees because, 3 years into the future, you only go back to check the finals of tournaments, right? You don't often go back to check the qualifying games. But I managed to qualify in I managed to solo in the qualifying games against, 7 of the best diplomacy players, 6 of the best diplomacy players in the world. I'm still incredibly proud of that. That is, my number one by a long way, and I don't think I'll ever be topping that. Unless I get a world championship or something, but I wouldn't say that's likely.
I think you'll get a top 4 at a tournament, and I think you'll win the tournament at some point. It's going to happen.
Hopefully.
But we should start going to every World Diplomacy Conference, CaptainMeme. So that we can... Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Isn't that what it's short for, right? World Diplomacy Conference, right?
It's World Diplomacy Convention.
Sorry, not conference. Whatever. But yes, we should start going to those more so we can get you the world titles.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, so other things. In this game, besides Russia and France, who has the best solo potential. So in this kind of game, you're not expecting to see a solo, right? Just because it's a top board game, they have to take the win. They just have to top the board to get the win. So getting to 18 supply centers is kind of overkill. But if this was a normal game, who has the best solo potential? It's really tough, right? It's far too early to really call it. The fact that all of these players are kind of close to crossing the line means that I think they all have somewhat decent potential for soloing. Just really depends on who gets the stab on someone else at a nice time. If Austria manages to walk into the Italian dots at some point, that's going to up their chances massively. I should note as well, solo in diplomacy specifically means getting to 18 supply centers. If we say win a board, we can mean just top the board, especially in a tournament like this. If we say solo, it always means getting to 18 supply centers, which often isn't the goal in tournaments like this. What about Italy? Instead of going to Tunisia first year, goes to Aegean just to choke out Turkey if it gets Trieste promise from Austria. Yes, that is actually quite a common opening. Okay, it's not as common recently. It was very, very popular a couple of years ago that Austria just gives Italy Trieste, and Italy goes to Aegean to choke Turkey out early. And it did work pretty well. And then I think Italy's got very used to Austria giving them Trieste and started asking for Trieste in return for just building 2 fleets instead of going to Aegean. And then Austria starts saying no, and so it goes out of the meta again. That's kind of what's happened here. My god, that adjudication is a nightmare. Are there liar paradox-like states where the base rules don't provide a way to uniquely resolve the board? Yes. Yes, there are. They're called convoy paradoxes, and I will make a video about them eventually. Still makes more sense than most MTG stacks. My housemate here is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge, and I can trigger him by saying the word, I think it's Mirror Wall, or Mirror Force, or something like that. There is a specific card which causes a million questions at tournaments, and that is just awful to resolve. That's a fun one. I know it's not Magic the Gathering, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Is close enough, right? I'm sure I'm triggering more
Okay, first of all, that'll trigger me. And I'm pretty sure it's Mirror Wall, not Mirror Force.
Mirror Wall?
I think. No, maybe not. I don't know. They're both, neither one of them, whatever. Yu-Gi-Oh! Stacks are weird. as well. But MTG stacks are very simple, and I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Oh, Captain Meme, they want a break. Hang on. We don't pay them to go on breaks. Hang on.
We don't pay them.
Yeah,
but also
we don't pay them to go on breaks. We don't pay them. It's like it still makes sense. All right, 10 minutes.
No, I don't have trap cards because I play Magic, not Yu-Gi-Oh. Good God. No, I have a response. I have an interrupt for you, but...
Okay, they're going on a 10-minute break. The union has worked.
So we can
they
debate about
strike
Yu-Gi-Oh.
We don't have a stream.
Yeah. Oh, man. We gotta bust the unions. Oh, jeez. We should need to we'll bring in these semi-finalists. We'll bring in the next 5, have them play the game. But yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh is a lot of fun. Magic the Gathering is just it's like a better game, I think. Like Yu-Gi-Oh is so degenerate because your cards don't cost anything. And so the games just explode instantly, and it's crazy. Whereas in Magic, because there's a cost to taking game actions in the form of mana for most things, there is a finite limit to what you can do in a turn until you have to spend a bunch of energy in pushing that limit. And so you can have a good sense of looking at a board. Hey, this person has more resources and they've generated a lot more value over the course of the game. Like, card draw in Magic is a thing you can afford to print, whereas in Yu-Gi-Oh, because your spells are free, if you print card draw, it just breaks the game immediately. I don't know. We don't have to get too much into it.
I mean, I play... I've played a bit of Commander. I really like that one, because I'm really bad at all card games. But in Commander, they all focus each other and don't pay attention to me because I'm bad at card games. So I manage to win some of them sometimes. This is also it's a good rule for diplomacy in any other multiplayer game. If you appear meek, you can get away with stuff. Although that's actually not a great rule for diplomacy. If you appear meek, people might just gang up on you.
People often take advantage of you if they think you're meek, and so if people think like
the big difference the big difference I think between that and Commander is that in diplomacy, if you take someone's centers, then you're gaining something, right? Whereas in Magic the Gathering Commander, if you attack someone, you're just decreasing their life point. You're not giving yourself anything. Sorry, go ahead with what you were saying.
Oh, I mean, your point about Magic is a really good one. In Magic, I can progress my game plan without directly hurting anyone else. I don't have to take something from them because it is not zero-sum. I can draw more cards out of my deck, and nobody loses cards out of their hand or anything. So, it's very different. But yeah, my point, I was trying to talk about the, in negotiations with people, there are times where it pays to be, like, a meek player that people think they can take advantage of, and then sometimes they'll misevaluate. They think they can abuse you, and then you can sneak something out. If that's your entire strategy, it stops working once people realize you're good. So it's a scary strategy to rely upon, and it's a crutch I recommend against leaning on too heavily. Because if you're a world champion, no one's going to be like, oh, wow, he sucks. Or you're at the top board of a tournament, and you're like, how'd you get here? And I'm like, oh, I had a 15 center result. But it's because I got really lucky and whatever, right? So it's tough to keep that going. But conversely, if people think you're a threat, they're not going to give you any good deals. So
yeah,
I like working with threats. I like working with people who are good, who I trust to attack, and are gonna play hard because I trust I can negotiate with them, and we can both sit here fighting and arguing and jockeying with each other for control over stuff, and then we figure it out or not. But I don't know. It's a hard game.
I mean, I kind of hate most card games because I can't shuffle cards, so
Oh, well, Magic's
Just,
perfect because you don't have to shuffle. You just like smash them together.
I mean, you do have to shuffle at times, right? My plan in Commander is I just tell my friends, hey, you can shuffle my deck, it's fine.
Sure, that
Just
works.
make sure I'm not cheating by you doing all the work for me.
Yeah, I mean that's how you actually
But
do it.
yeah, the
My
only card
tournaments.
game I've actually played a lot of is Hearthstone because you don't have to shuffle. That
Yeah, it's
is,
online.
yep. uh, all right, back to diplomacy with this next question. What if Austria stabs Italy this turn? They would go back on 5, and they currently have 4 navies. Oh, sorry, Italy. Sorry, Austria stabs Italy this turn. They would go back on 5, and Italy currently has 4 navies and an army. What are they possibly going to do in response? I think Austria shouldn't stab Italy yet because Italy is their counterbalance to France, right? If
Well, more. 1 second. Not France. Russia. So
Mhm.
let's say that we're in spring of '05, right? Let's say that Austria stabs Italy and like takes Greece, right? Then what if Italy goes to Russia and says, "Hey, Russia, you want support into Bulgaria? You want me to like not try to take Constantinople from you? How about Greece, the center that he just stabbed me for? What if I like go and retake Greece? How about that? As Austria, how do you win if Italy attacks you and doesn't support you against Russia?"
yes, that is very tough. That is true.
So then also the fact that yeah, Italy is your agent to mess with France, and you kind of want Italy to keep doing that. Like
Mhm.
your point, right? When you said, "Oh, Italy's only got 4 fleets in one army," it makes some sense, like at a very high level. But you've got coastal centers still, and if you what centers are you taking from Italy? They're going to be coastal centers. So Italy's going to fight. Italy's not going to be disbanding because Italy has that cash to build still. So when you're thinking about stabs and thinking about the C dot take dot mentality, you have to think more than a this phase. If you're taking a dot, you have to take a dot you can hold.
Mhm.
Because if you just stab somebody for a useless dot, it's just going to piss them off for no value. But if you stab somebody for a dot you can hold and you've taken that dot from them permanently, that's something very different. But I
Yeah.
think stabbing Italy here as Austria would be one of the biggest mistakes. Like the biggest mistake Austria could make in this game, for
Mhm.
sure. Short
I
of throwing, short of deciding to give the game to Russia. But yeah.
If you do it, I guess you do it as part of a peace out with Russia. But I don't know that Russia holds to that, right? Because Russia is very well positioned to just collapse in on you like that. And if you do it here, I think you also try to convince France to move like Marseille to Spain on this next turn, let Venice into Piedmont, go into Venice behind them, and go into Greece at the same time. And then you at least make sure that Italy has to disband because you take 2 off them, and they're one in. They're currently one build. They have 1 build in reserve. But even then, yeah, I don't think it's worth it. It just feels too bad. Good evening. Did I miss something? This is the DiploStrats Gauntlet II. It is our diplomacy Discord server tournament. You can join the DiploStrats Discord at the pinned link in the chat. These players are playing live, although right now they're not playing live because they all went on strike and demanded a 10-minute break. So they'll be
I thought they
playing.
demanded a living wage, CaptainMeme. Were we
No.
really trying to deny them breaks? Jeez. I mean, I respect the hustle, but like, my God. I feel like OSHA could get on us about that.
No, they are back to work in 1 minute.
The diplomacy mines?
So
That's good.
yes, in the
That's good.
diplomacy mines, for content for us. To be
We
fair,
have any canaries?
if they didn't want to, they shouldn't have won their first round games. This is
Yeah, that's fair.
entirely their fault. Poor Jamal is Australian, by the way. This game started at what 1:30 a.m. for him.
Okay, but also if he's joining a game that starts at 1:30 a.m., like, hey.
All right, so
Jeez. Wait, are Australians the best per capita at diplomacy?
I think so because they've got Peter McNamara and they've got Andrew Goff and they've got Jamal Blackley.
Right?
It's kind of insane how well Australians do at diplomacy.
Jesus.
Yeah. Have you played EU4? Yeah. If yes, what nations do you usually like to play? Ezio, have you played
Portugal.
EU4? Yeah.
Yeah. I love Portugal.
I have, and I'm really bad at it, so I only play like the overpowered ones. So France and Spain generally. Well, France and Castile.
Sure.
It's been years since I last played it though.
So I had fun as an Austria game. Just doing the vassal swarm. That was very satisfying.
Oh, is that when you become HRE, the Holy Roman
Yeah,
Empire, and then yeah.
yeah. You become the head of the HRE, and then you have there are policies you can pass that say all of your vassals have to go to war with you, and so all of your vassals, there's like
Have to go to
50
war with
countries
you.
that are all like one
Oh, as in
province
alongside you,
countries.
not go to war with you. That's
Yes, alongside you. Yes, 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 yes.
that would be an
And
interesting
so
policy.
yeah, no, that would be a poor policy. But you can do this policy, and then if I, as Austria, declare war on someone like Poland or whomever, and then you just watch your hordes of these like 5,000 unit stacks of armies just like marching as they just like morph together as they approach the destination. There's this giant stack of a bunch of units, and like wars in um EU4 are like such a pain to manage and handle yourself. Being able to just say, you know what, vassals, go kill them, and then let them deal with it is just so nice.
Yeah. I so I did do the HRE thing once, and apparently I did the thing that you're not supposed to do, which is actually form the HRE nation or whatever and absorb
Oh
all the
yeah, I
vassals
like
into you.
absorb all of them. Yeah,
Um,
that weakens you a lot.
yes, I need to unpause the game for these people. I'll just ask if they're all ready.
Oh geez, they're only at 1905.
Yep, they're halfway through. Hang on, I'm gonna jump into their game table chat
Wait.
and go and. No, maybe I shouldn't. Actually, I told them I'd only bring the stream in at the end. Uh,
Yeah, no, no, no. Bring the stream at the end. But also, dude, um I thought this game was only gonna take like 4 hours.
oh no, it's gonna take a bit longer, I'm sure.
How many more
Oh
hours
wait,
do we have? Wait.
did we? Did we miss a phase? Oh, we could have spent some time catching up. They weren't paused on the phase I thought they were.
Yeah, yeah, no, they
All right,
paused on Fall 05,
hang on.
but we've just been staying on Spring.
All right, they are
Okay,
back.
Byzantium would be fun. We would die very quickly.
The All right, hang
That'd
on.
be a fun challenge between CaptainMeme and me to see who can last to a later date.
I would just die. I don't know how to play you for this is.
Yeah.
Although actually, my strategy for playing anything well, like for any game that you can ever think of, because I play a lot of games like The Genius and whatnot that we have a commentary on that here, but it like covers all sorts of random board games and stuff. If you look up information on any game strategy, you will find some blog somewhere on the internet that has someone dedicated to it who spent like the last 10 years of their life playing this one game, which is us, I guess. For
Yep,
this one.
that's how does it feel, CaptainMeme, to be contributing to the internet?
I know, right? So there was, for example, when I played like the challenge over on Mafia Scum, one of the last challenges was a game called Blockers, which I think it's a well-known game, but it's not really that like competitive. People play it as like a just a fun game to play. But I found a blog that went over all the strategy, and I had the strategy memorized by the time I went in. And most recently, I played a Survivor game where there was Hive was a very prominent challenge in it that happened twice, I think. Just looked up strategy on there. There is an awesome YouTube channel called Play Hive Like a Champion, which is just he's like the nicest guy, just going through all of these old games that that were played on there. I think the more recent videos don't have as much commentary, but I absolutely love that channel. Like, I don't play Hive on the regular. I still watch those videos because they're just pleasant to watch. It's awesome. Anyway, that's the. I can't remember how I got off on this tangent, but if you ever need to find strategy on any game, you can Google it and find someone who has written a ton about it or made YouTube videos and whatnot.
Yeah, we were talking about playing EU4 as Byzantium, and you're like, dude, I don't know how to play, I just die.
Yes.
And then you're probably like, oh yeah, I can just read a
Yeah,
guide,
yeah.
and then I'm
Uh,
sure there's a guide that's
I
going to tell us how to win as
I
Byzantium.
do remember trying to find guides on EU4 and finding them all too complicated to to
Yeah,
handle.
reading about trades in EU4 is just like trade routes. Oh my god, way too annoying. Okay, game,
Alright.
real game. So,
Yes.
we have a turn to look at. Well, things are going mostly as expected. There is one
Am I
surprising
going to
thing. So mostly as...
full 05?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
fall.
yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
fall of O5. Yeah, let's talk about some moves on the board actually, because we're doing.
Alright.
And then next, yeah, we can.
Uh,
Do you mean like One Night Ultimate Werewolf, or is like Werewolf? I think is just Mafia, right?
yes, it is
So
just Mafia, which you've been
yeah, we
playing
can
a
talk
lot
about
more about.
Mafia.
But we'll
Yes.
wait until we're back on.
Actually, waiting for more.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
We've got some moves to get through in the meantime. So
Yeah, I mean, there's this diplomacy board or diplomacy championship commentary that we should maybe talk about. But obviously, I know that we're here for Werewolf, so we'll come back in a bit. But yes, so mostly things that went as expected in that the convoy happened from
Yeah.
Yorkshire to Norway, so that's great. We see Italy pushing west and France doing its best to defend, and then we see Russia and Austria fight. But Austria also moved into Tyrolia and Bohemia,
yes,
which is an interesting move.
and they tried to support Warsaw into Cilicia. Were they trying to make a grand AIR? But they were taking Constantinople at the same time, right?
Yes.
So,
They're gonna convoy swap Captain Meme.
as in convoy swap which?
Khan and Smyrna.
Oh my god. Wait, why? Oh, because, yeah, they get 2 units on anchor if they do that. That makes sense. So, for those who aren't aware, convoy swapping. In diplomacy, if you're in a head-to-head fight, you can't have 2 units swap places. If you're in a head-to-head fight where one of them is going via convoy, then they can swap places.
You want to
So-
show it on a sandbox?
Yes, this is actually the perfect time to do this. I need to...
Dude, the sandbox thing is revolutionary, and we should do this to our normal streams as well. Adds so much production value, right? When we're talking about hypothetical board states, to actually have the sandbox on the board to show people what we mean. Like,
Yes. We should probably do this more often.
yeah, I think it's a big level up on our quality of content.
So convoy swapping, generally, if you order... Oh my god, I've got to get through builds first. Okay, we don't need to order any builds.
Yeah, we can just skip all of this stuff, right?
Yes, okay. So, convoy swapping. If you order Constantinople to Smyrna, Smyrna to Constantinople, generally they would both bounce back, because this is a head-to-head fight, and neither of them has the strength to win, so they just contest each other. If you send the army via convoy here, so the army goes this way around, this is no longer considered a head-to-head fight. This is 2 units that are going different routes to their destination, and so this can succeed. If we submit these orders, Constantinople ends up in Smyrna, Smyrna ends up in Constantinople. Why would you want to do this? Well, a fleet in Smyrna is not very useful. It can attack Constantinople, which they already have. It can attack Syria, which there is no reason to do that at all. Or it could back out. A fleet in Constantinople, much more useful because it can enter a support this way. Or it could get supported this way, right? Or it could get into Black Sea potentially at some point, although probably not anytime soon. So this is just a much better situation for these players. So swapping these 2 over is just... It's something I think we may well see. Although, admittedly, this position is not great for Austria. I think they had a build that we skipped over, though. Right, so let's go back to the board. We were in... Yeah, here, 405. Right. So that's the thing that could potentially happen going forward at this point. I think Austria went quite all in on the... Were they just... They agreed to swap Romania to Russia in return for this AIR, and Russia maybe just didn't trust that?
It's possible.
It's a bit of a tough one. I need to very quickly clear some of my notifications so I'm not constantly thinking that I'm getting draw votes or whatever. But there shouldn't be a draw vote at this point anyway.
Yes.
Alright. So, we think they were I think they were probably agreeing to trade Constantinople for Romania here. Which, yeah, as Russia, I think I would just attack anyway, too. Alright, do you want to talk about anything specifically here?
I mean, not really. Like, we've covered it, basically, where it looks like Russia, Austria, and Italy are maybe saying we need to stop France and Germany from working together like this, because that's going to give France the game, probably. I'm not sure this will work at stopping it, because, frankly, France's position is still really good. But I think coordinating is important. I feel like this is really good for Italy. So I think Italy is going to get the most out of this.
Mm-hmm. I think I'd agree, yeah. It seems pretty, pretty interesting. Why convoy swap when you can do fleet Smyrna to Aegean, fleet Aegean to Con, and army Con to Smyrna? So the more units that you involve in a cycle, the more likely it is to be bounced, right? Is the usual problem with that. In this one, I think there actually isn't a problem with just doing that cycle, because there's nothing that can bounce the move into Aegean. So the cycle would be fine, but the convoy swap is cool. But generally, you would do a convoy swap because if a unit taps your unit that's convoying, if that was in the cycle, it would stop the full cycle, right? Whereas if you're... I'm motioning with my hands here as though that's something you can see. If they tapped, for example, Aegean, and it was cycling, then that would stop the entire cycle. If Aegean is convoying, then it has to be dislodged in order for the convoy to be prevented. So that's one less weak point in your maneuver.
Also, convoy swaps with two armies, whereas this requires the fleet in Smyrna. Now, there is a fleet in Smyrna, so it does work in this instance, but...
Yes. I did also want to note something quite important on this board. Army Cilicia hold, right? And this unit in Berlin is going into Cilicia, so clearly Germany had some plans to do something here. But I think they changed it last minute. That's my read on the hold order. Because you'll note, if they had done anything here, if they'd, probably what you would expect them to do is to go into Warsaw or try and do that, because that was what they were doing previously. If they'd done that here, then Austria would not have had their unit in Galicia dislodged. So I think what probably happened, and this is a lot of extrapolating from not a lot of information, right? But I think what probably happened is Austria goes to Russia, pitches this plan of, hey, I'll support you into Cilicia. Russia goes to Germany and says, hey, Austria is doing this and is trying to get people to turn on you. You should side with me instead, right? And just says, hey, the really important thing is just don't tap Warsaw this turn. And Germany, because it's the last minute, clicks this to hold instead of doing whatever they were doing previously. That's probably too much extrapolation. There's a lot of other things that could have happened there. But that would be my read on what happened there. And yeah, England does survive. This convoy keeps England alive in Norway. And their army is still useful to the Western powers. Got some DiploStrats motorbikes in the background. Huzzah. Alright. Do we have more things to look at on this board? Or more questions in chat? Will you have Salt as a guest on someday? Depends if Salt wants to.
Maybe.
Um,
He's done a pretty good job at keeping this channel to just us, right?
yeah, generally speaking,
Yeah. So
but I think we could do a salt collab at some point. It
yeah, we got
does.
nothing against it. And look, we're gonna have Salt in more of the games that we play for sure. And we love the guy, so
Salt is in my.
we'll happily do it.
Yes, you have missed several DiploStrats sirens, and also I'm sorry, Audio Serve Archive. I know you are the number one DiploStrats siren fan. There will be no more DiploStrats sirens after this broadcast. I am moving house.
Probably.
Probably. There may be some secret ones. I know one person on the DiploStrats server is planning to make a DiploStrats siren tier list. So they are currently trying to figure out a way to go and find every DiploStrats siren that's ever happened, which seems insane. I have no idea how you managed to look through that many videos to find those, but that will be the last remaining DiploStrats siren content, I'm sure. Right. So, do we have other things to answer? When are they going to have to spin the wheel? I think there are plenty of wheel games still going on the DiploStrats survey. If you like wheel, you should join. So, what about
Who's stronger in the war between Austria and Russia?
Ooh.
Do you mean in general, like in the abstract, or do you mean in this game in particular?
I think this game in particular is what's being said here.
Russia.
Yes.
Russia is stronger in that war.
It depends a bit on
Happy to
who
help.
Italy props up, right?
Yeah, I think if you have to talk about it without Italy interfering in that war, is the necessary thing. And the answer is that Russia is stronger in that.
Yeah. The important thing is just, you note that in diplomacy, like, circling something is everything, or just, surrounding is super important. That's most of what of diplomacy's tactics is, surrounding things. And if you look at this Russian position, they just have a much better line against the Austrians than the Austrians have against them. If you include the German units, it's a little bit more debatable.
Yep.
But one-on-one, yeah.
It might be easier to see if we go to the winter. We'll see. We'll get some builds in there probably, but we'll see the full board like after the results because it's harder to see right now. So can you click ahead, CaptainMeme, for a sec?
Yes. Here we go. I'm on the winter of 1905. So if you look here,
what? I see it's still in the fall.
That's probably because there's some latency on the on the stream.
What? But yes, if you look at the winter of it, you'll be able to. You can just look at Constantinople and Bulgaria, right, as the initial places to look your eyes at. If Italy's not assisting in this, Constantinople falls immediately because Constantinople is this like edge that's exposed, and then Romania can cut Bulgaria, and then Constantinople falls immediately. And after Constantinople falls, you'll notice that Bulgaria is now going to have 3 people adjacent to it, and it's also going to fall. And Constantinople was probably going to get disbanded because of that. So Bulgaria it's just immediately the entire east collapses on it. And then you're going to have a position where Russia's got armies in Galicia, Romania, and Bulgaria, and Austria is going to be sitting tight on 4 centers. And yeah, it's diplomacy, so the board never lasts like this for forever. Obviously, other people intervene, but without outside assistance, Austria crumbles very quickly. And you might point out and say, hey, Austria can probably get Romania this phase. Right, that's probably what you're looking at when you ask the question. Say, hey, there's a chance of that happening. And yes, that is true. But if you take Romania, while you're taking Romania, Moscow is almost certainly moving south into Ukraine, or perhaps Warsaw is, but there's going to be something in Ukraine. And so then you've taken Romania, but then in the fall, there's going to be enough pressure on Romania that you're not going to be able to hold it. I do think your best bet is involving like Budapest support Bulgaria to Romania, Vienna taps Galicia, and then that gives you the best chance to get out with Constantinople. But I just don't think your position, the war just doesn't work out. Black Sea's too strong.
Yeah, I think just a generally really important strategic concept in diplomacy is your surface area, right? If you have a large surface area, a lot of enemy units on various provinces, then you're generally worse off, right? And if you look at Russia's surface area here, because there are no armies in Turkey that can really attack Russia, there's one unit on Ankara, there's 0 units on Black Sea, because nothing can get there, right? There are, like, Romania is a weak point, but if you give up Romania and you end up in Sevastopol, Ukraine, Warsaw, then Galicia gives 1 surface area to Warsaw, Romania gives 1 surface area to Sevastopol, right? So neither of them can get through a unit that's defending there. The only possible weak point is Ukraine, which has a surface area of 2 for the enemy units adjacent to it, and so 1 support hold just holds that. So even if Austria manages to push back this Russian line, they can't push any further. And this actually comes into play in games other than this as well, right? In early game diplomacy, if Austria immediately jumps on Russia, it's a bit of a slow grind because you kind of need to either get a unit into Cilicia to attack Warsaw with, or you need to wait until you get some assistance from Turkey, either help from Turkey immediately, which is obviously preferred, or if you're working with Italy, you need to wait until they get an army up into Armenia or a fleet into the Black Sea. So it's really difficult. Whereas if you look at the Austrian surface area here, Vienna has 1, Budapest has 2, right? Serbia has 1, Bulgaria has 2, Constantinople has 2. It's just, there's a lot more provinces there that can be attacked with 2 units at once. Which is another reason why this convoy swap would be nice if they can pull it off, although it's kind of debatable whether they can. If you can get an army into Armenia, then this increases the Russian surface area a lot. Right. So, sorry, that's a lot of talk about that. What about France?
Anything else we need to talk about in the fall?
I don't think so.
We jumped ahead to the winter to show the moves and the resolution to talk about Khan clearly.
The important thing I was looking at was the Cilician move. That was like the thing I wanted to talk about. I don't think I've got anything else. I guess we could talk about the French defensive position. The French position seems kind of fine here, because you have 2 units on Marseille against 2 Italian units, right? And this Mid-Atlantic Ocean fleet in reserve. They've managed to get the Wales unit into Irish Sea, which is where it should have been already. So, there are plenty of units that can defend themselves. If Germany comes back against them, France is looking worse. But that's a big if right now.
The French. France is building. I was going to say the French position is worse than it looks because they don't have an army in Gascony, but they're going to build something in Paris and move to Gascony, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. External pressure is probably a much better name for it, yeah. Surface area was just the first thing that came to mind when I was talking about this. But yeah, the build for France definitely helps a lot. So... yeah, making like, if we ever do YouTube membership, I might make the icon a siren. That would be quite cool. Fun little callback. So yeah, I've got another notification, and it's not from the DiploStrats server, so that's fine. Where are they through to? They're through to spring 1906, so... they've just resolved spring 1906, so we do have new builds beyond the winter. Shall we... did you want to talk about any of the builds?
I think that the builds make a lot of sense. I think our Fleet Marseille is very natural. Army Trieste, yeah, you don't want any fleets, right? It seems like the deal they have is Italy only builds fleets, and that keeps Austria content. And Italy is going to struggle to win a game like this, and so you don't want to piss them off. And it's been working out so far. And then for Russia, Sweden is kind of exposed. You're probably not holding on to it anyways, so just get rid of it. Seems fine.
Yeah, focus south. Do you think the Italian is right going for another fleet? That's maybe
I
the...
think they have a deal with Austria.
Yeah, but Austria did just build another army adjacent to them and has a unit in Tyrolia as well.
Yeah, but there's no other place for Austria to build, right? And Austria needs that unit to go to Serbia. So
Yes. If they do attack Italy, they are gonna die to Russia, probably.
yeah, Austria can't attack Italy at all. I mean, we've established that last time. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like France is just going to slowly win this game, right?
Maybe. I think it really depends who's sticking with who. Like, if you can get Germany to turn, France's chances go down significantly.
Yeah, but okay. Yes, I agree with that, but I don't think there's a chance Germany's flipping with that fleet in the Baltic, Army Berlin, right? It's really tough for those units to go to the west.
Yeah, but if Germany gets the line, like, just takes Burgundy at this point, they've got a pretty decent position against France, given that Italy is pushing in already, right?
Yes.
that's the most unsure yes I've heard in a while.
I don't think it's actually that strong of a position. I mean, you're losing if you attack, you're losing North Sea. Immediately.
Yeah, but immediately
if you can
afterwards is the point.
Well, yeah, if you assume that France isn't making any moves against you, then why would you need to try to stab him? Because if you stab him, you're not getting any builds. Probably. You might get Marseille if Italy supports you, but like you're not holding Marseille as Germany, so you don't really care about that. Like, I don't see how you take any centers from France that you can hold. I think Sweden is your best bet, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Maybe you do just want to, like, wait a bit and hope that France pivots back to attack
right.
Italy.
Hope that there's still pressure on Italy. Hope that some of these fleets in the north pull south, right? Irish Sea, get to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Maybe Norwegian needs to get out of here. But, like...
Yeah.
Or frankly, letting Norwegian get out to the east, right? You can say Norwegian needs to go to Barents, which is further from the North Sea. Help take St. Petersburg from Russia to keep him in check. And that might give you a better window to make something happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you can slip in a convoy into Edinburgh, Yorkshire, while Norwegian slips out.
I feel like maybe you just have to make the bad stab, like, early on to make sure that you make a stab at all. I don't think Bradley is the kind of player who will rotate those units super far forward. I think he's just going to make sure that he holds this position.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very strong position, right? You're 8 centers, you're currently top of the board, and if you just, like, attack Germany here as France, I think you're favored to just win. I don't think an entire board coalition can necessarily stop you. Burgundy is really your only weakness. And that's probably too much of a weakness. But if you just commit Irish Sea, if you leave 4 units, right, Mid-Atlantic Ocean, Spain, and Marseille holding, you probably lose Marseille. Yeah, France's position is just a little bit too tenuous right now, with Germany having those 2 units on Burgundy.
Yeah, I guess we'll see what arises from that. Do you want to move to Spring 06?
Yeah, let's see the moves.
Also, yeah, Chalk, I think we answered that with Austria going for Venice feels like it will get them run over by Russia is the problem. Yes.
Or lose to France,
or
either
lose
way.
To France. Okay, Spring 06. So we are not seeing a German stab on France. We are seeing Germany move their Belgium unit
Everything
into
to the east.
which, yes, and all the rest of them. Although we are also seeing the French fleet go into Barents, like you were saying, so there is some possibility.
Yeah.
It's opening.
And Irish Sea to Mid-Atlantic. So Eddie and London just sit there bouncing in Yorkshire. That's fine. St. Petersburg falls.
Yeah, it's interesting that the German unit is going to Bothnia instead of bothering to take Sweden right now.
St. Petersburg, right?
It does force through into St. Petersburg, yes. And of course, the nice thing about Sweden is you can take it whenever. You don't need to take it right now because the Russians taken off all units that can possibly defend it. So yeah,
It's funny. I think they're going to support England into St. Petersburg
I think
to
so
take with an
too.
army. And I think north coast of St. Petersburg is going to bounce to Norway again. So I predict England is going to be on 2 centers with only 1 unit.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, I think that's very likely.
With Austria also attacking Russia, there is not going to be that coalition against France, Germany. You just have to hope that Germany gets strong enough to fight France himself. And there's a pretty good chance that happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Russia pushing forward with Black Sea is kind of interesting. I think I don't like that. I would have preferred it to stay in black and try and push Ankara forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Although there is still no fleet adjacent to Black Sea here, but Bulgaria East Coast as a fleet doesn't really do anything for you, and they can now push you back with a cut on Romania and 2 units on Bulgaria here. So
yeah, I mean, Russia's position looks, it's just everyone is attacking him.
yes.
So it doesn't, like, yeah, the tactics I think were a slight mistake, but it doesn't really matter because you're cooked. You can't hold.
Yeah, they need to negotiate their way out of this.
Yeah,
which
and
might
that's
not
going
be
to be really tough.
Yeah. So meanwhile, the French manages to slip around into North Africa as well as Mid-Atlantic Ocean, which actually gives them the advantage on this Italian war. Although Italy has the fleets to pull back and defend this properly, it does mean that Italy is slightly on the defensive, which was not the case before. Yeah. Anything else you want to talk about here?
It's an interesting position. This is right. This is like what you need as a Germany to be part of a French-German alliance that's at all plausible. Because France is getting so much pressure from the south, right? There's 3 Italian units hitting constantly, and France isn't that much bigger than you, so. And France is completely extended, and you're in the North Sea, and you have Belgium, and it still doesn't feel secure to me as Germany.
Mm-hmm.
This alliance sucks, man.
I
You know what's fun tactically? I mixed this. Bothnia is going to cut Livonia instead. Norwegian is going to support Finland to St. Petersburg probably, and then Warsaw is also at risk. In fact, Warsaw is guaranteed to fall if they commit to it, with Galicia cutting Ukraine. And then Prussia takes Warsaw, support from Silesia.
Oh, interesting.
And since Ukraine is also getting cut, Romania is also going to fall.
Ouch.
Because Bulgaria gets cut. And so you can support yourself into Romania with Budapest and Serbia. And everything gets cut. So Russia loses St. Pete, Warsaw, and Romania this phase.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't get coalition about 3 people, guys.
I think the
Black Sea move is really brutal here.
I've actually lost track of what I was going to say there, but I think, yeah, it's going to be a really brutal turn for Russia. Oh, I think it's very much in Austria's interest to try and help Germany here, right? Because Germany is going to be the main, like, alongside Italy, they're both counterbalancing France to some extent. You want Germany to be in a position where they feel comfortable going after France. And that's not going to be the case unless they take more dots, apparently.
There's a different one where, a different way to think about it is that I am happy as Austria to see Germany taking Russian centers.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if I am also making progress against Russia. Because usually Austria has a better position to get into Ukraine and thereby force Warsaw and Moscow. And so if we're both pushing east, Austria is usually able to stab Germany later and get these gains. So there's that facet, and yeah, you want them to be strong enough to contest frames. So it's just really happy to see Russia collapse.
Mm. Uh,
Jeez, that's a
alright.
really good turn for Austria.
Yeah. It's turned around significantly. Also, Austria retreated into Greece, which I think is amusing, but they're obviously going to pull that back out. In fact, are they even going to pull that back out again? Because
They might not
strategically,
be
it
able
makes
to.
more sense to take from Serbia, right? Because that could get cut by Romania here.
Yeah, and you need Greece to cut Bulgaria. I
Mm,
think Smyrna is going to support Aegina to Khan, and I think Bulgaria is going to go to Khan and bounce it.
that makes sense, yeah. I could see that. I think that's probably the best thing that the Russia can do as well right now, making sure that the Italian can't get the fleet adjacent to Black Sea. But Russia is still miserly screwed. If Constantinople goes to Armenia, they could get even more screwed.
Or Smyrna, right?
Sorry, so the unit that was in Constantinople
Smyrna.
here, that is now in Smyrna, goes to Armenia.
Yeah, Smyrna, Armenia, and Aegean convoys Greece to Smyrna.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, okay.
Yeah.
Less cool, but still effective.
The French player is really good at alliances. He got allies to work with him almost perfectly in both the semis and seemingly here. Yes, I agree. Like, a lot of the best diplomacy players aren't necessarily the strategic or tactical geniuses. It's the ones who can get people to work with them. Um, at the end of the day, that's the single most important thing in diplomacy. And like Bradley, we have him listed as Bradley here because he wanted to be listed by that. He's also been played under the name Grayson in previous tournaments, and you will have seen a lot of commentaries, a lot that include him, mostly Olympus and like Hidden Attack and such like. Very, very good player. Which method of press do you guys prefer? What order is the most difficult? Full press, written, voice chat, blitz, etc. Do you want to answer that, Ezio? What format's best for you?
Just in Blitz games, Blitz, full press, written is my best format by far. I'm really good at getting precise messages out to get alliances and to convince people when they don't have time to think about it. Um, so I'm really good at that. Um, but I'm really bad at voice, like in person games, because I get emotional and I get like condescending and I can be a little bitch. And that makes it really hard to negotiate with me in real life. And in voice games, it comes out. Whereas in text, it's harder for that to come out, and I'm less of an asshole in text. So,
I was
yeah,
chatting
voice is probably the worst.
with one of the other players who was in the Gauntlet, just in public press. He said he played a game on the DiploStrats server that you subbed into,
Yes.
and he ended up attacking you precisely because of that.
Yes.
Because
Yeah,
apparently he
that
stabbed
was.
you too often, and then you got very annoyed with him.
Yeah, that was the French player.
Uh,
I subbed into a German position. He stabbed me and just made like absolutely abysmal stabs, and I was just a little shit the entire game. Yeah,
yeah,
almost pulled out the win too, but
it's
Italy's position was really strong.
like on my side. I think Blitz also is probably my best. Although when I'm able to focus my full attention on it, I'm pretty good in full press. I think I'm quite good in full press. Like you've seen from the Media Wars games, right? They're generally the games that I put the most time into, and it does show that my negotiations in those games are pretty in depth and like solid. Again, I'm also worse in voice chat, I think, and in face to face games because I don't play them anywhere near as much, and so a lot of just convincing someone to do something is having the experience of knowing this is what works and this is what doesn't to people generally. Uh, I think I'm getting better at it, but because when I like my main face-to-face experience was like in the era of like 2017 when I went to the World Championships and did really badly. And a lot of my negotiation there was going up to people and trying to say, hey, your plan doesn't work, this is terrible, you should do my plan, blah, 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 and then try and convince the other person that my plan is better. And there are just so much better ways to do that don't involve getting angry at the other person or trying to pitch the plan as yours. Like, if you try and subtly work them into discovering the plan on their own, that's just much, much better.
Yeah, agreeing with the plan that they've created, saying your plan's great, and then making their plan your plan, top tier. That's the way to do it.
You say, hey, that's an awesome plan, but how about we change this one move here because I think that this could be a little bit better? And then they go, yeah. And then you go, oh, and with that change in mind, I think it's also a good idea to change this one over here, right? Because then it's a little bit better. And then with those two changes, they go, oh, this move that I proposed originally doesn't make sense anymore. How about we do this other thing? And slowly it just becomes what you were envisioning in the first place. It doesn't always work like that, but that is
it never works like that. But that's the dream.
Yes.
But the important part and the big level up that I had similarly, because we had similar experiences, is the accepting their plan, just going with what they want is so much easier, and what they want is usually good enough for you, and being easier to work with is important, and agreeing is the biggest thing, and then working it out from later.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But yeah,
100%.
Gunboat I'm also quite good at. I'm also very good at Gunboat. But again, still Blitz. I lose a lot of my strength in longer form games. Just in general.
Mm-hmm. The Gunboat I'm pretty decent at, I think. I used to think I was pretty terrible at Gunboat, but specifically Summer Square's Gunboat with a fixed end, I think I'm very strong at now, just because I played so many games in the Meta Gunboat tournament.
Yeah, you've gotten really good at that.
That you just know that way too
Yeah,
well.
I mean, that's the best way to improve, right? Just play a lot of it for stakes with really trying to improve and to win, so... Yeah, that's good.
Yes. It helped that the Meta Gunboat tournament was paid. That could just be a job at that point.
Right? Having many hours to grind at a thing is good.
Mm-hmm. At Ezio, how can you use a stabby reputation to your advantage?
Well, step one is you screwed up if you have a stabby reputation. Step one is don't let yourself get a stabby reputation. That's the wrong reputation to have. The good reputation to have is focused on winning. To say that I will work with anyone to pursue my own ends. And if I think that it is in my best interest to work with you, I won't have to stab you. And that's a reputation that I am working to cultivate, and I think that's what I'm able to convince people of in games, because I only stab someone if you think it's going to give me the best chance to win. And so it's just convincing everyone that you can work with me as long as I think it's good for me to do so. And then people will work with me or not. Obviously, things change. Mm-hmm. Usually people do. But that's the only way to do it, because you don't want the reputation of being, I stab my ally even when it's bad. It's not a good reputation to have, because then your ally's gonna be like, well, I just can't work with you because I think you're gonna stab me, even if it's a bad stab, even if I can clearly see that it's gonna lose you the game. And I am gonna point out, there have been tons of times in chat that people have pointed out stabs that I thought were terrible to get a short-term gain, and I'm like, no, don't do that. That's not a good stab. And so that's a big thing, is trying to find good stabs.
Yes. Can I give some advice as well on this front?
Yeah.
If you have an extremely stabby reputation, what you should do, go set up a YouTube channel where you commentate diplomacy tournament finals. Go find your stabbiest friend, or at least the person who's most direct about being stabby. You commentate it as a co-commentator with them, and then everyone thinks you're the good guy because compared to them, you don't say it out loud as much.
Yeah, CaptainMeme stabs more than I do. Let it be known. He just calls it balance of power when he stabs his allies, and I say, I stabbed because I wanted the dots. I wanted the gain.
Mm-hmm.
Yash, what press are you talking about by press to witness? Are you in a game with me, or?
There is there's been, you did a Media Wars, right? The second Media Wars?
I did a Media Wars game, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But genuinely, my reputation was extremely stabby before I started doing these commentaries with Ezio. And I mean, it's still kind of stabby, but like, if people said that I was if like you told some of the people I played with back in 2017 that I'm the least stabby one, I'm seen as the less stabby one now, they would not believe you. God.
It's amazing what narratives you can sculpt when you control the media, Captain Meme. We have such power.
The game you subbed into was fun. Okay, so they were spectating the game that
Oh,
you,
that one.
you voice
Sure.
chatted.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I also will say taking over from sub positions is really rough
Yes.
because that's yeah. The first year was fine. The first year worked out because I just didn't do anything. The first year I just sat there like a lump, and that was good. But I feel bad about being such a shit in that game.
If people do want to spectate Ezio's press, he is currently playing in an imp dip game where you can country spec him. So there is the Imperial Diplomacy. In fact, I'll find your specific Imperial Diplomacy Discord server. Hang on, you're in Hyacinth, right? Or however you pronounce that. I'm sure
H. I'm in H. I don't know. Yeah.
All right.
Hyacinth.
This server.
Actually,
right
yeah. You guys should all come and then request the country sub Spain. Give me the most country subs.
Yes, this server right here. If you request a country spec on Spain, you will be able to see Ezio's chats for the entire game.
I've actually done a very recent, like, very detailed analysis of the game, because I'm gonna have someone sub in for me for a little bit. So I have, like, a really, really detailed, big, here's my plan, here's what I'm thinking, like, here's where I'm going. So if you actually want to see as detailed thoughts as I can give about the game, that's all in there. So, it is fun to check. And obviously, yeah, you can see my press with everyone, and you can see the stabbing or not. I am going to say that ImpTip is not a perfect match for real diplomacy. The two games are similar, but radically different in that ImpTip is way bigger. I'm a colonial, and it's just the negotiations don't feel like real diplomacy in that stabbing for a dot in ImpTip is kind of insane, but stabbing for a dot in real diplomacy is game changing. And so, yeah, it's thanks, Sophie. I'm glad you did that. Thank you. I'm really, really happy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, there were a couple more questions we needed to get to, right? There was someone who asked, what was your most
be less effective?
What was your most
right.
satisfying stab? Rushing salt doesn't count. I'll let you answer that first. I'm trying to think of an answer. Like, the thing is, stabbing isn't so satisfying to me anymore. I think when I was a teenager, it was the most fun part of diplomacy was the getting the stabs off, right? I think these days it's more of a means to the end of the game. It doesn't feel as good to ruin someone else's chances because you know that person is going to be upset, right? And now I've got a little more empathy for those people than I did when I was a teenager. So it doesn't feel
I have far more empathy than I did back then.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and especially, like, the ones that you think are the most satisfying, so, like, stabbing someone for 4 centers for the win or something, stabbing in at a close ally, they're really not, even if you just win it off them, because you're feeling bad about what the result was, right?
Yeah, so the most... the stabbing isn't as enjoyable as it was as a teenager. As a teenager, it was so much fun.
Yes. Yeah.
I loved it. Yeah,
Least
stabbing...
British male, oh my god.
So, yeah, the stabs that I enjoy most now are when I don't like somebody. Like, when I find somebody annoying and I feel like I am forced to work with that person, and then I find an opportunity to get one over on them, and I can stab them and ruin their hopes of winning the game and still giving me a good chance. Right? It's personal. And that's a bad thing, to be clear. You don't want your diplomacy games to be personal. You want them to be objective. And I'm still working at that, but I get a ton of pleasure from a just like, yes, this guy was a dick, and I get him back. Get some.
Yes,
That
I
feels
think, like, working off of that, if I'd managed to successfully stab Italy in Media Wars 4, I would say that one. But I
Yeah,
never
right, no,
really
and
did,
so
so...
yeah, but also I do love these stabs where I make the stab and I am in a critically winning position as a result of the stab. Where just the moves come through and I can see after I do this move, I win the game. Like that, those are still great. Yeah, the other person's going to be sad. They're not going to win the game anymore, but I like winning, man. And so if I can get a free win, I'll take it.
Yeah. That is fair.
Me, the fall moves are in, and the winter is in, and we have a couple minutes left before spring of '07
Oh
is in.
my...
So,
Okay.
should we take some time to talk about fall?
Yeah, let's talk about the game that we're supposed to be commentating. That sounds like a decent idea.
Wonderful.
Alright.
Instead of here are stabs.
I mean,
Great.
there was one more question I want to get to, but I'll save it until after this one. Fall 1906. What was even happening in this game? I don't remember. We've been talking about other stuff for too long. England is now in St. Petersburg and owns Norway. Just casual 2. England that doesn't own any centres and only has 1 unit, and it's an army.
Yep.
Amazing. Well done, England. I'm going to move you very slightly up on the power rankings just because you've managed to get a 2nd dot. There you go.
Yeah, so there's this very interesting in the Med where France forced Western Med to retreat and pulled Spain into Marseille. The Western Med gets to retreat into Spain's south coast.
Mm-hmm.
So France is -1.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Italy pulled back from the front, I think to just secure Tunis, and then I think Piedmont of Venice was just I don't want to get dotted here and be crippled by Austria, because Austria was already in Greece and Smyrna, and so I think Italy noticed, wait a second, if Austria tried, Austria could make me go -3, and that might have been enough to actually fight. Like, that's a stab that's worth considering, right? +3 centers, not all these, 1 things. So I suspect Italy just wanted to mitigate that worst case scenario. Mm-hmm. So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, this move, it's interesting just because France absolutely did not think that Marseille was getting out of here, right? They're like, okay, I'll cut Lyon and then take Western Med, 100%. Oh, how do I defend Marseille if I'm doing that? Well, I can put 2 units on it like this, and then they can't take it with Piedmont, Lyon. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
These
France was trying to abuse the fact that you can't force a dislodge of your own unit, so Marseille was always safe.
Yes.
Except, oops, Marseille walked out.
But yeah, Lyon walking out of here screwed France over so much. They can probably still recover fine, but
Well, they have to disband something.
Mm-hmm.
Disband Western Med.
Do they just take off London or something? Or
is then can't hold London.
Yeah.
Right, if you want to induce a German stab, I think taking off London is great.
Yeah, well, Germany is still in North Sea. Eh?
German's +1, right?
This is really painful for France, actually. Beautiful move from Italy. I don't know if it was predicting this. I doubt it was predicting this.
I would be astounded if it was predicting this, but retreating to Spain is brutal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then, yeah, the Austrian-Russian War went as we expected, right? With Bothnia tapping Livonia, Galicia tapping Ukraine, and then Warsaw falling, and St. Petersburg falling, and Romania falling, and there's also an Austrian army in Armenia, and Greece. It's just, no, this is all bad.
Yeah, Russia is down to, what, they have Sweden, Moscow, Sevastopol, Bulgaria, and Ankara. That is a bit too spread out of a 5.
Yeah, it's a checkerboard, which
yeah,
is not a good thing in diplomacy.
It's so tough if you'll get... Oh, not disbanding barons. I forgot they had barons.
We forgot they had barons. Barons is off. Yeah, alright, sorry. Easy, done. No worries. We're good. Barons comes off and everything's fine. France is this... Yeah, that's a wasted unit. Cool. Thank you. Nice catch. Nice catch.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So France's position is actually fine. Even though this retreat is annoying. The Fleet Barents is a nice fleet. You obviously like to have it, but It's not the end of the world. You can win this game with 12 centers. You don't need to get all the way up there. So, all right, cool. Germany holding in row in Munich, not even bothering to support hold Munich. That shows confidence.
Well, I mean, are Austria and France really ever going to work together on Munich? That seems unlikely.
Who knows? But still
But
shows
yeah,
confidence.
you may as well enter the support hold if you have the units there. Yes.
I think we can go to winter.
Yeah, let's go through to winter. So, Germany.
Wait,
actually...
London comes off?
Oh
No.
my God. Okay.
That was okay.
So...
Maybe France forgot about Barents.
Or maybe they just want to make sure they have fleets everywhere.
That seems crazy. Army Berlin, good build though, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is rulebook press, right? So no negotiations during builds, yeah?
During builds.
Yeah, that's...
Or
man.
retreats. So because this Spain unit wasn't expected to be here, right? And France had not expected a disband, they would not have been able to discuss this with Germany at all, these builds.
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah. Man. I mean, the Spain unit isn't too much of a problem now. They can surround and destroy it, but just, like, leaving themselves this open to Germany is kind of interesting.
Yeah, but then Germany built the Army Berlin, which is great, and Germany's pushing east, right? This is exactly what you want to see as France.
Mm-hmm. Germany has... I wonder if they've been agreed to be given Sweden and Norway? That seems unlikely, right? Maybe Barents is there to make sure that... Did they have some agreement that France gets Norway? But Germany wouldn't go for that, right? They should take the stuff themselves.
I mean, I think Germany's going to get Norway and Sweden. I don't think France can stop that, right? And better to have him take Norway and Sweden than London. So.
Yes. Well, this is certainly going to be interesting. Poor Russia. They were doing so well, but this is the case with Russia. You can get attacked on so many fronts if you have all the enemies, right? They have so many adjacencies that you can just lose everything at once. It's tough. You're very welcome, Spamlet. You're very welcome indeed. Enjoy the boxing. So yeah, these interesting builds / disbounds. We have to do power rankings.
Yes. Is there a way to respond to a specific message on Discord?
Okay.
Is there a way to do, or not Discord? Sorry, in YouTube chat.
I don't know if there's like a reply button or something.
Yeah, because on Twitch there is, and it's kind of crazy if it doesn't let me do that. But whatever, Mooch. Yeah, my stab on Salt was obviously a thing of beauty.
Yes. I should say this is like. So, the fact that Salt Stabs were ruled out as potentially the most satisfying ones saddens me a bit, because I think those are like the few ones that they didn't go very well, so they weren't very satisfying, but those are the kind of stabs that I can find satisfying. It's on someone who's already doing well, whose chances aren't completely ruined by the fact that I stabbed them.
Yeah, but you didn't get a dot.
Who is...
No. Your most satisfying stab cannot be a zero-center stab.
I won't choose the actual ones from Imp, but I think it is part of why I like being a balance of power player more, right? Most of the time you're attacking the stronger powers instead of the weaker ones, so you're not outright crushing someone's hopes and dreams. You're not, like, kicking someone when they're down. You're kicking someone when they're up, which is more... It feels a little bit better.
Ineffectual.
I know it's ineffectual, but it feels better. Yeah. Anyway, if a stab on Salt ever went well, I think that would be the most satisfying one, definitely.
Yeah, whatever.
There was one more
Again,
question.
it's not that we dislike Salt. We love Salt. It's just Salt does really well in games, and so he's strong. And he stabs people, so he can take it, which is what's nice. And when you stab someone and like they start like crying, it's like bad. I don't know. I feel bad about that. And so, yeah, that's emotional manipulation is effective actually. So
in the wheel diplomacy video, there was the Russia there who went down to 1 dot after a while, just like I felt so bad, especially since we were recording that one, that they got stabbed so brutally. That, like, I wasn't directly involved in their survival, right? But the fact that they managed to survive and come back from that was... It was probably the highlight of the game for me, even though it didn't involve them at all. It involved me, sorry, at all. Anyway, we had another question. How much time do you spend playing diplomacy versus doing diplomacy-related things or thinking about the game? Like, for me, that balance... I mean... So, recently I joined way too many diplomacy games, specifically to get content, mostly, and so I was playing far more than I was doing, and I kind of need to cut that back on that a bit again. But for me, I do the commentary and stuff like that for far more time than I do actual diplomacy, most of the time. If you're in, like, a proper Media Wars game or whatever, then you're spending a lot more time negotiating than you are recording the stuff, even though those videos are super long. But I don't generally join a lot of those super high-intensity games, right? I'm curious what that is for you, Ezio. Like, what's your kind of ratio between playing it and doing other stuff that's related to diplomacy?
Well, right now, I play much more compared to the adjacent stuff. Like you're running multiple other, you're involved with other tournaments. Like you're one of the people who helps with Nexus. I think you're
I
like
don't help with Nexus
assistant
very
league
much
director.
anymore, but...
Well, you're on the top of the Discord saying assistant league director.
Oh, that is true.
So
that's
more
just
relevant
a
than
legacy
me.
title, I think.
Sure. I know you help out more with getting games started, so I know that you help out more. Recently, I have been playing a lot of diplomacy because I've joined a couple of tournaments, and ImpThip is a big time commitment, and the Chaos game was also a big time commitment, obviously. So recently, I'm playing more than doing diplomacy adjacent stuff. But I consider thinking about diplomacy, playing diplomacy. Like I think it's more than just the time that I spend actually sending press. Like, when I'm playing a long-form diplomacy game that I care about, I spend 12 hours a day with diplomacy on my mind, thinking about the moves, thinking about the board. What do I want things to happen? How do I want to convince people? What do I think they're like? Where do I think these alliances are going? Between all of the different games. And so, um, it's a blast, it's fun, I love it, but also it means that I spend just oodles of time every day on it.
It is, yeah, absolutely true. It's also like, if you have a programming job, right, a lot of your time is going to be thinking about how to solve something rather than actually solving the thing. But that does still count as solving the thing, right? So it's kind of the same in the diplomacy sense, I think. It's very, very similar. And yeah, ImpDip Chaos was amazing. I really hope there's another one of those at some point. That maybe not the full map one, because as funny as that is, there is no way we'll be able to commentate everything that's happening on a full ImpDip Chaos map. But yeah.
Well, so you need to have whatever, like 350 people, right?
I think we could get it. I think there's more than that playing in ImpDip right now.
We have 15 games going, right?
Yeah, and there's 25
15
in each,
games,
right?
25 each. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember how many. Like, I can't think. I can't do maths. I did maths in university.
That's more than 350.
Yeah.
Wow. Exciting.
Right. So yes, we should get back to the game. We haven't done our power rankings yet. I think Russia is second last now, right?
Yeah, Russia's dropping. Sorry, Russia's gonna die. Absolutely.
Does Russia go below England?
I mean, no, but basically.
Yeah, I guess because England is already a vassal, they kind of stay at the bottom. But I have bumped them up a little bit for getting their second centre. They're still last place, unfortunately. Between the other four, because I think the other four are all contenders, right?
Yeah, well, France is first because it's France. Glad we're on the same page.
Even with the Italian unit in Spain?
Yeah, that flying unit in Spain is going to make people underestimate France.
Hmm. Yeah. So then who comes in second? Do we think...
Austria.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see
Germany's going
it.
to get stabbed by France at some point.
But what if
Like,
Germany
Germany is
stabs
never going to
France
win the game
first?
because France will never allow it.
What if Germany stabs France first?
Built an army in Berlin, he's not stabbing France.
I think there's a possibility if North goes into London here, that's...
Oh no, I thought of him. How sad. But, like, I could instead just take Norway and Sweden.
Hmm. Yes,
I
that
like to
is true.
stab if I'm getting the dot anyways.
Yeah, that is true. But like, if Germany takes Norway and Sweden, right, they are on 9 to France's 8 if they take Spain back. So France is going to have to stab Germany to get that win.
At some point, but, I mean, there's no, like, what's Austria going to do? Russia, we've established, is collapsing, and that's going to last another year and a half to clean up, maybe? How does Germany handle it from there? Right? Germany's not going to keep Warsaw and Moscow.
Yeah, I guess
At
that's...
least not without committing so heavily to the front that France can stab.
Mm,
France is number one. France is winning.
yeah, okay, I'll put France as number 1, and then Austria number
Yep.
2, I guess. Between Italy
Yep.
and Germany, I think I'd
Italy.
put... I think I'd put Germany in third. But
Fine.
like, because where is Italy getting their dots from? Their line
Greece.
against France is stuck. They have too many fleets to go in against Austria.
Well, like
Um,
Greece, Bulgaria, and Connor. Easy three, right?
yeah, do you think they can take them by agreement? If they can take them by agreement, then yeah, I think they do come in third.
I think we're going to see a lot of growth from Austria. Like, Austria's going to grow a lot against Russia. And so I think a lot of this can be taken safely.
Mm-hmm. All right. Right, we'll make the power rankings that then. France in first, Austria in second, Italy in third, Germany in fourth. I think all 4 of them are competitors for the title right now.
Yes,
And
I do agree.
they do still have 4 years to go, so there's lots of time to play around with. Russia would be, I think, is a bit more out of it. Although if some kind of massive war happens between maybe Italy or Austria or something, then maybe they can get back into it. It's just a bit tough to do so. And England, yeah, they're out of it, unfortunately. Um,
Yeah, and a 1910 endgame.
yep.
Unfortunate.
Well, if England wants to get any builds, they need to get someone to convoy them back into their homeland, which I think might be a little beyond the powers of anyone. um, all right, so shall we go ahead to Spring '07?
Yes.
All right, Spring 1907. You are completely correct that Germany goes back into
Oh my god, that's
Norway
more
and
than I
Sweden.
thought. Oh no.
Which bits are more than you thought?
Oh, I was not expecting the full Munich, Silesia, Berlin, Prussia, Ruhr, Munich.
Yeah.
I was thinking like Berlin to Silesia, Munich and Ruhr sit around sort of stuff, not everything. Well,
Hmm. That
cool.
is kind of interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if France goes in on them soon.
You're right, you get to take Spain, you get to lock down Portugal because it's going to be forced to disband in a second.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. God. I mean, if Germany can use this hard, like, East commitment to get enough builds to prop their Western Front back up again, I could see it working out, but just you don't need this many units on this front right now. Because how is Berlin, how is Silesia, like Berlin to Prussia and Munich to Silesia, how are they helping you take stuff? They aren't. They're kind
Well,
of just getting
Livonia,
backed
right?
up, right?
Yeah, they're reinforcing Warsaw and Livonia and Moscow because they're,
Hmm.
I think, envisioning they have basically everything east of Munich and to the northeast. So that includes Scandinavia, St. Petersburg, and Moscow. So I think their thinking is if they get all 4 of those extra centers, that gets them up to 11, which is enough to win a lot of games. and I think they're hoping they can get that, basically. I think I expect them to get stabbed by France at some point, and I expect them to be pressured in the south by Austria. So,
Yeah.
yikes.
Okay. So they are going to get 2 builds here, unless they give something to France. But Burgundy kind of needs to go down to Piedmont. Does it?
Yeah.
Yes, Leon
Yeah,
could
to
come
Marseille to
back.
cover.
Sorry, to Marseille, yeah, to bounce Piedmont. So France can't really take a dart off them right now. They, like, if Germany uses those builds well, I think they could do alright, but we will see. I wonder if Germany is just going to kick England off the board now and support Livonia up to St. Pete. But they probably shouldn't. They should just focus on taking Moscow for the moment. Yeah. But yeah, in the south, we are seeing like Armenia tap Sevastopol to let Austria get into Ukraine. They have that position on Sevastopol now. It's important to note, like, Austria is getting a bit of a front with Germany here. I don't think they're going to go in on Germany, because I think they will be just as worried about this French threat as we are.
It's tough, though, because Germany's sending so many units to the east. Like, it's very easy for Germany to move Munich, Silesia, and Warsaw into a front against Austria. And Austria's already in Galicia. Like, yeah, I think Sevastopol is probably the priority. But once you're Austria and you're in Galicia, Ukraine, Sevastopol, Romania, what else do you take?
Yeah, it's really tough. You don't really have anywhere else to go. But there is, like, I mean, there is some strategy in just not taking anything at points and trying to make sure that the other person goes the other way because of that. It's...
So, Chuck, you're asking, why did St. Petersburg support versus Bothnia supporting and St. Petersburg blocking Moscow?
I think
Um,
England doesn't want to be in Moscow now. Even if England gets into Moscow, they're in very real danger of getting killed as a result. So
Also, if you lose St. Petersburg, you can't retake it immediately.
yeah, if Livonia slips in behind and you end up in Moscow, then you're in a bit of a... It's not a bad situation, but it is a bad situation for England because they they want to be sitting somewhere where they're under least threat, right?
Plus, forcing a disband in Livonia is really important, and you can support into Moscow in the fall, and Moscow's probably going.
Yes.
So,
Is England free to make decisions like that? Kind of, right? The unit is kind of important against the Russians. If they decide... Well, they don't have much leverage in this situation, but they also don't have much to lose, right? If someone wipes them out, then it's whatever, they weren't winning anyway. So if these guys want them to stay on side, they do have to listen a bit to what England wants. And England probably wants survival here. So they're not just going to do anything that France and Germany tell them if it puts them in, in a situation where they could die. That would be my read on it, anyway. So, yeah, I think... So, is England most angry at Russia for being such a faithful janissary, or is that the legit way to survive to the end? I think England right now is just trying to survive to the end. St. Petersburg is quite a good way to do that. They definitely gave up on winning back when they initiated the Brexit strategy. And I think since then they've just been playing to try and either play to the cameras a bit, right? They managed to get their army off their island when it looked like there was no possibility of that happening. But also I think this is a reasonable way to survive. It makes your unit useful against the enemies of the people who can kill you, so they're not going to directly kill you anytime soon. And it puts you in a position where you're less likely to die. Like, St. Petersburg is quite a nice survival points. Yeah. Sorry, I've been talking for a while there. Ezio, is there anything you want to add?
Not really. I think you did a good job summarizing what's going on here.
Yeah,
It's an exciting endgame because lots of people could win.
I
So
agree completely.
yeah, what's going on?
Yes. Do we have the next phase moves yet?
Yes.
Yeah, we do. We don't have the retreats, but we do have the moves. So let's go forward to fall 1907. Alright. Oh, interesting. So Austria does commit against the German right now, but they commit with the Russian assistance. Alright. So Austria is still taking Russian dots.
Venice?
Oh my god. I didn't see that. That has to be a blunder, right? You can't dot your ally right now, especially when they're taking Constantinople, and they're getting a unit blown up in Portugal, so they're definitely building.
But they lost Spain.
Yeah, but they're getting the Constantinople center, right? So they're definitely
But they lost
building.
Venice, right? So they're neutral.
Oh no, sorry, they're not building. You're absolutely correct.
Right?
It still feels wrong. Like, how are you winning this if you are at war with Italy?
Italy's position sucks for retribution.
But you can't gain much more, right?
Yeah, plus Italy's going to be in the Black Sea, and then they're going to work with Russia to kill you.
Yeah, Austria has no leverage over Turkey because Austria has no fleets. They have the unit in Armenia, which is something, but it can't coordinate with the unit in Bulgaria. There's no centers that border both.
Yeah, and I can't see this being agreed.
Yeah.
So Austria is gaining Venice, Bulgaria, Sevastopol, losing Khan for +2.
Mm-hmm. I can't see this not being agreed, right? Austria would surely never do this if this was not agreed.
Their alliance has been so strong in this game.
Mm-hmm.
It would be kind of surprising.
I feel like it must be a trade. They said, hey, you're taking Constantinople off me. Can I get a dot off of you? Like, the only one that qualifies is Venice. So they asked for that.
And that is surprising that Austria would take Sevastopol from Armenia instead of Romania. If this wasn't agreed, I kind of would have expected to see Armenia stick around.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a more important province to be in right now.
Yeah.
We'll see what Italy does, right? Because if Italy goes hard against Austria from here, then it wasn't agreed. But yeah, Italy's position is not great for retribution. We also see France dotting Germany for Belgium.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I didn't even see that. That's a thing that happens too. Oh, I think that was probably agreed with Norway and Sweden going to Germany. France gets one. Although as Germany, I would hate this agreement. I would say, please do not, or I will do something against you. But, like, what can you do against them?
Yeah, but now France is also +2.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, good thing we put France in first.
Yeah, there was an important thing pointed out in chat. Italy is actually -1. I didn't notice they're losing Smyrna as well. So they are disbanding. Oof.
Oof. Yeah.
That is very painful, especially with 2 French fleets still in Lyon and West. What unit do you even take off? That's... Okay, maybe Venice couldn't have been arranged. Like, it feels so bad.
And because Austria supported them at a constable, maybe they don't get too pissed.
Maybe.
It's fun.
Well,
I'll be pretty pissed.
It'll be interesting to see how it goes. I believe we have the retreats in now, so I'm just going to refresh the page a second to get those. Warsaw going back to Cilicia, Smyrna going into Aegean, but those are kind of what you would expect anyway, so... Yeah. Alright.
The Turkish centers are owned by the non-Turks.
Sorry, the Turkish center's owned by the non-Turks. What do you say?
Look at the 3 Turkish centers.
Oh, they're all
Right,
owned
3
by a
Turkish
different
home like
one.
this.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's
Wait,
like
no,
you've
never mind.
got this Austrian attack against Turkey, but Turkey isn't Turkey anymore.
Oh, I
Countries
see.
swapped.
It is pretty, yeah, this is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think Italy is just going hard against Austria now, right? I think you just have to. Austria's so intimidating.
Yes.
And I think Germany and France can actually stay peaceful. Because Germany's so scared about Austria. Oh my god. Maybe not. Maybe Austria's done a good enough job at convincing Germany to not. And then Germany's like, hey, if I could just eat Warsaw, Moscow, and St. Petersburg, that gets me to 10. France eats Tunis, gets to 10. Both draw there. Call it a day.
Yeah. Alright. Rats on rats on rats. That is from the Turkish player. Is Italy or Russia lost now? Definitely Russia still. Just because, like, Russia has the 2 dots in Turkey that are something, right? And they also have Warsaw, but there's no way you can translate that into builds. They're not getting their homeland back. So Italy still technically has their homeland, so there's something. And yeah, England is still at 2. Well played, England. Staying in this. And they have made the trip down to Moscow, even though I said they probably shouldn't. This has worked out fine for them. God. Does Germany not get any builds?
That is surprising. Oh, they lost Warsaw, yeah. Austria didn't have him.
Yeah. This is why you should not agree to give up Belgium in this. But then you can't really say no because you moved Ruhr away. I think this is just the downside of committing so heavily to the east. If you're a little more west as well, then Austria is probably less incentivized to attack you like this because you at least have some potential of attacking France for them. Yeah. Shall we go through to winter, or is there anything more you want to talk about here?
I think we're good. I think we can go to winter.
Alrighty. Winter 1907. So, Army Vienna, Fleet Trieste. Okay, it was not an agreed thing in Venice.
Italy disbanded Khan?
Wait.
Oh my god.
I'm
That
so
ain't right.
confused. They're giving that to Russia, I assume, then. But then... I don't know what's going on with this Austria-Italy situation. Maybe the fleet is... No, the Austrian fleet isn't necessary to back Italy up, right? There's no way this is agreed. I'm going back to this not being agreed. This was a stab for Venice. But then... Why? Like... It gives you so little. Fleet Trieste doesn't even do anything for a year. I don't know. Maybe they think they need a fleet down in order to get anything out of Turkey? Which would be fair, right? They do need to control Turkey probably at the end of the game in order to have a good shot at the win. But then they should still be in Armenia. It's really tough. Yep. Alright, and yeah, Fleet Brest, Army Marseille from France. That's kind of what you'd expect here. Sad times for Germany not being able to build at all. I really think Germany has maybe thrown away their win chance by going east so hard here. Some of these units needed to stay over this side. Italy got brutally stabbed here. See, that's the thing. It was brutal, but it wasn't effective. It's one of those stabs I would rage against if I was in the game, because, well, if I was playing Italy, because it was for 1 dot. Is that...
Yeah, but that was... Yeah, I think that stops Italy from doing anything.
Yeah. It's one of those situations where, right, if you're looking at this as Austria and saying, hey, I can get a dot, that's great. I can also cripple Italy, that's great. That puts me in a great position for the end game, right? If you're looking at that in isolation, sure, it makes sense, but the fact that it's just for 1 dot means that Italy is going to just want anyone but you to win at this point. That would be my read. And then France just wins. You need a silver tongue as Austria to talk your way out of what you've just gotten yourself into. We will see. Right, well, I think we've got a while before the spring moves go through. They just played this 5 minutes ago, so we've got 10 minutes to talk about other stuff.
Yeah.
Do you have a favourite topic of banter while we're doing this, or do you want to talk about the board a bit more? I should really ask that first.
Oh, I think we're good. Favorite topic of banter? I don't know.
Well, we can do
anything right
Q&A again. Oh, we missed one question. Will Austria... Well, I guess this is less relevant now, but will Austria and Italy and Germany, France make a stalemate line once Russia dies? So if those two factions had stuck together, yes, I think they could well have done. Both sides would be wanting to try and get one of them to stab the other one, right? And that's going to be the key thing. It's possible they wouldn't have pushed all the way up to the stalemate line for exactly that reason. If you want someone to stab the other person, you don't want to put too much pressure on them, right? But, yeah, you could have seen a stalemate line between the two factions. Seems distinctly less likely now after this Venice thing. Yeah. Austria has no enemies in the east, so they stabbed Italy to expand there now. I do agree. If you look at the east in isolation, it makes sense. If you look at this as, what do I do to win the game? I don't think it does, unfortunately. Can you explain this format? Like, what is this tournament? How did people get on this table? And how is the game scored? Absolutely. Right, so, this format is one that we use for the Gauntlet, which is we play qualifier games, one qualifier game during the day for each person. So we had 6 games today. That is 42 players total. Only the person who comes top of the board is guaranteed to advance to the final. So in order to get through to the final, you have to top your board. The players who got the most supply centers on their board by 1910 get through to the finals. You may notice that's 6 games. There is 1 extra slot. We gave 1 wildcard slot to a player of our choice out of the second places. We didn't give a firm metric on that to any players in advance so that they couldn't play for second place and still get on the top board. They had to fight for first, and then the second place thing is kind of a way that they could get in, maybe, if that fight for first failed. But I'm quite glad I didn't give a specific metric on that, because I think in diplomacy tournaments, people tend to play to that metric in second place finishes, just so that they get on the board with an ally that they get into first place, right? But you can't do that in this tournament. Anyway, 7 players progressed from those 6 qualifying rounds. They got onto this top board that way. This top board plays to 1910. Whoever has the most supply centers at 1910 will win the game. If it's a tie, and this was the same for the qualifiers as well, we use the countback method. So that is, out of the people who are tied, who had the most supply centers the year prior. If that's still the case, we go back to the year before that, and then the year before that, and so on and so forth. If it gets to the start of the game, it should never get to the start of the game. If it gets to the start of the game, we flip a coin. Who got in via second place? That would be Italy. 1 bar of soap. Played a fantastic turkey in the first round, which was pipped at the post for the win, but which managed to come back from, like, I think 4 centres in 1907 to get 13 by the end of the game, something like that. So it was a pretty solid comeback. Yes, so that's pretty much all the format info. I guess the other thing that makes this very different from other tournaments is that we did randomly assign the countries on the top board. Almost every tournament that happens right now has people choosing their countries in the order they qualified, right? But that doesn't, or through Paris method, which is like choosing the order that you choose your countries in. That doesn't work if you're just counting every top board as like an equal qualification. So everyone's country assignments here were random. I think that's everything about the tournament to mention. Ezio, is there anything I've missed?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Oh, the other thing, it's hosted in our Discord, which you can find in the pinned comment in the description. We run diplomacy games there of all kinds, including beginner games if you're new to diplomacy, so I'm going to keep plugging that Discord for the entire stream, because we're getting quite close to 1,000 members, and that will be a cool number to hit. So feel free to join on that link if you are interested. You can also listen into these negotiations live, as long as you keep yourself on mute and change your Discord name to have spectator in it. But if you do that, you can't tell anyone about what you're hearing, for obvious reasons. That includes in the stream chat. Even though we've asked the players not to watch the stream, we would still like to avoid that kind of leakage. Alright. Thank you for joining the Discord. Yes, that is awesome. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to click the add button. I think for the 3rd time in, how long has this been going for now? 5 hours? We'll see you in a sec. Alright.
Yeah, I underestimated the length of this game.
Are you good to still be here?
I think I need to be here, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, do you have anything to go to after this?
Yes.
Oh boy. When does that start?
Well, this is more important. So.
Alright. Well,
Oops.
There you go, chat. You're hearing we are pulling Ezio away from his important obligations. Yeah. I should just get Salt on, and then he can replace you, right? This is
Sure.
He's very C.Take.
Experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yikes.
I think the ads are only like 5 seconds long, so most people have heard the Ezio pain experience.
That's great. Imagine doing diplomacy. Exactly, I can't imagine. That's why I'm here talking about diplomacy instead of, yeah.
Yes, doing other things. Yes. I'm just looking to make sure we are still in winter 1907. Alright. Yeah. So is there a website or tool to make custom Diplo maps? I want to make one based on Risk 2020, 2010? That's not how you say that. 2210, I guess. Unfortunately not. Most people who make diplomacy maps make it like as an SVG or just in Paint or something similar. I really hope that they bring out, like, someone makes a custom board making thing at some point. But honestly, there are servers for helping with variant design. I can link the main one, which is the Diplomacy Variant Club. Let me go find that. Okay. DVC I would advise joining this Discord, and then you can chat to people about your variant. It's a great place to go. And also, the diplomacy subreddit is also very positive about variants, generally speaking. I would recommend that too. Yeah, no problem. I haven't actually played Risk 2210. I remember that it was on the what are they called? Board Game Tower? It's not Board Game Tower. Dice Tower. That's it. The Dice Tower's list of games not to play with an angry person, which diplomacy came second in to a game called Lifeboats, which I've played once and didn't actually seem like it deserved to unseat diplomacy there, but that's yeah, I have heard of Risk 2210. I've never played it. It sounds quite cool. We are still not in the next phase, I think. No, we are not. Alright, we need to think about more things to talk about. Guys, can you throw us some more questions? We need stuff here. I've been really wanting to work on a variant that lets you make dip variants easily. Making an adjudicator with custom everything is really not fun. Yes, I completely agree on that front, having just helped build the adjudicator for 5D diplomacy. It was... diplomacy adjudicators are a pain even without considering all the extra stuff that you can make. But honestly, if you could get... I think there'd be a whole lot of interest in just something that lets you make custom maps for diplomacy that don't change any rules. Because often they're pretty... like, a lot of good variants are like that anyway.
Yeah.
Yes. What's the grimiest thing you've done to guarantee a stab or play? Ezio, this sounds like one for you.
I really don't actually do that much. I consider grimiest like the closest to cheating that I've ever done. And honestly, it's probably what I did with the reactions in the Chaos game, right? In this game, where you're not allowed to delete messages, but reactions work to then use reactions to communicate a message and then remove the reactions. Like, that's I think the closest thing to cheating that I've done in diplomacy game to make like a stab work. Don't you have a story where you and Gug spent like
a
ridiculous number of hours?
I do have that
creating fake chat logs that you then sent to someone to convince them of your stab?
Yes. See, that's something I probably wouldn't do anymore, but...
but back in the day.
But yeah, back in the day, there was one game I played with Gurg and another friend called Vash, and...
You guys were stabbing Vash? I forgot that.
We really needed Vash to turn on their ally, so we had this, like, hour-long conversation over Discord. We basically said in advance, we planned out everything, like, we're going to cover these topics here, here, and here. We then had this long fake conversation, basically, talking about all these ideas for, hey, we're going to work with Vash until the end of the game. This will really work. Then I approached Vash and I said, hey, you know, myself and Gug had a conversation earlier. We would really like you to work with us until the end of the game. And he was obviously a bit suspicious because we'd be fighting him for the rest of it. And I said, hey, it's all right. I'll send you the full chat log. I just copy-pasted the like, fake chat that we had where we slowly come around to the idea of working with Vash. And then he works with us and we kind of brutally stabbed him immediately after that. I lost that game really badly. It was back in the era where I went for 17-17s and Gug stabbed me and soloed, so I don't particularly want to bring a huge amount of attention to it. But I did do that at one point, yes. There was something else. Probably the dirtiest thing I've ever done in a diplomacy game would be in Media Wars 1. And it's talked about a little bit, but like, I could not find it for the life of me because it's so deep inside the video. There's a point at which Ambi, so the Turkish player, and I are talking, and and we're in grace period because we went on pause for a while, I think, and then the GM didn't actually pause the game, so it had gone into grace, and I knew I was the last player to enter orders, right? And Backstabber has a system where if you're in grace, and everyone has submitted their orders, it immediately advances. So I wanted to get this like change of plans in that would put Ambi at a significant disadvantage, and I knew he was asleep because he was in Australia. So I start messaging him about, hey, we actually need to do this plan because this person has come to me with this. I really think that we need to change up what we're doing here. Can we do this approach? Can you confirm with me when you wake up? And then, I wait an hour, and then I input my orders, and the phase immediately advances. And I send a message saying, hey, what the hell happened? The phase had another 8 hours on it or something. And so Ambi comes back and goes, oh, he was trying to communicate with me, but the phase advanced way too, fast, at a completely unexpected time.
That's not at all scrimmy.
It is.
That's just good diplomacy. That's just good, clean play.
It's
that
tough.
No way, dude.
I think
no way, dude.
The whole you didn't have time to respond to this is kind of fine, right? Actively using a mechanic of the site like grace period and then pretending you don't understand it is a bit more.
Totally fine.
Doing
Very
it
acceptable.
Made me feel bad. Let's put it that way.
That is, that's not even. I would not even think about that as a thing to be upset about, right? Or back in the day in WebDip when you could see who was well, it's because these are things that we consider grimy, right? And I don't consider it grimy to abuse the site's mechanics. On WebDip, it would tell you if somebody has input their orders or not, and there would be this big X, right? Right? It would say this person has not input orders, and so on these 24-hour days, people would constantly see this person hasn't updated their orders yet. And then as there's 3 minutes out, you could still see this person hasn't submitted their orders. You could change your order set to punish that person for failing to input their orders. People did this routinely. This was commonplace on web diplomacy. And so that's just the site. That's just how it works. People can do that. And people know that people are doing that. And so that's how it's happened. So I don't consider CaptainMeme's he lied about not doing something, or the reasons he did something. I don't know. I do that 5 times a game in diplomacy. 5 times a phase.
It's a bit different when it's a game mechanic that the other person doesn't know about. It's kind of just feels bad.
I guess, but if someone doesn't know how convoys work and I lie to them about how they work, or about my understanding of how they work, I don't think that's a problem.
See, I'd feel really bad doing that because you're doing that to a newer player if that's happening, right?
I mean, yeah, but
that's just brutal.
Yeah, I mean, whatever, that's fine. But no, I actually really dislike how Backstabber handles grace. I don't think grace period should exist. I think Backstabber should have an option to just be no, once time runs out, if you don't have inputs, you NMR.
It does have an option for that. I just turn grace periods on most of the time.
I just think that should be default. I dislike grace periods immensely. It's the phases shouldn't be longer, right? Have your orders written, get them in. I don't know. So let me think about grimy crap that's site. Okay, I have had times where in real face-to-face diplomacy, the way that it works is that you have to submit a order sheet, right? You have to write down your physical order sheet and you put it into a box. And I had written down an order sheet that was stabbing someone ahead of time, and I had this in my pocket. And then I go to this person and I make a big show of writing out our orders together, so we clearly couldn't be stabbing each other. And then as you go to put it in the box, I drop in my other order set.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Right.
See,
but that's a classic.
Not dirty either. That's just good diplomacy play again.
It's a mechanical abuse of the system, right? They saw information that they thought they could trust.
I remember one of my first face-to-face games over in London with the Michalis was there, right? And it was a game where I just stabbed him repeatedly. For those who don't know, Michalis Kamaritis is like one of the best diplomacy players out there, I think. Certainly in the UK. But at the time, I was just stabbing him repeatedly in this game, and we had a conversation, and he pitched me a plan that actually seemed pretty good for me. I wanted to stab him again and take advantage of that, so I very excitedly ran to the corner, started scribbling just on a piece of paper, not actually writing anything down, just like scribbling so that he thought that I was writing something, and then went to drop my orders off in the box. The problem was that my ally, who was standing, like, talking to someone on the other side, saw me talking to Michalis, right, run to the corner and scribble something down and then drop my orders in the box. And he crossed out his orders and wrote new ones that stabbed me.
Nice.
So that did not work out anywhere near as well as I was hoping it would. I think one grimy thing Meme did from Bob saying this was try and trick me when I was just at one setting. Yeah, this is Media Wars 4. If you're interested in that story, go watch Media Wars 4. I don't think that's grimy, though. I think that is kind of just diplomacy play. Okay, other questions. There are a fair few earlier on. What is the reason/need/benefit for the rule preventing you from displacing your own units? That's a really good question. So there are it's twofold, right? First, with a rule against displacing your own units, it means you can protect a center that you're moving out of. So if you're moving forward to try and cut something, you can still protect it by attacking into it with another unit, right? With support. And because you can't support hold it, that is your only way to defend that center. So it kind of works well for defensive reasons on that front. If you could dislodge that, then you couldn't really do that because half the time you'd be blowing your own units up. But the main reason is that the retreats phase in diplomacy is incredibly useful if you use it correctly, because you're getting a phase where you get an extra move, right? After everyone else has already gone. So you get to see the entire board state, you get to see what's bounced where, and you get to move your unit to another place. That is incredibly useful in the right situation. Generally, it's a pretty niche situation that ends up being useful, because you need your ally to be the one dislodging you in order to take advantage of that, right? But if you could do it to your own units, I think it would be very overused. Alright, Ezio, one for you. If Germany turns on France, can Austria potentially solo from this position?
If Germany turns on France, why is this from me?
I have decided to throw it your way. So I don't have to think about it.
If Germany turns on France, can Austria solo? I mean, not by 1910.
Mm-hmm. I wonder, longer term, I guess.
Yeah. Longer term, anything's possible.
Mm-hmm. In order for Austria to solo, they're probably not getting Tunis, right? So, because they don't have enough fleet power. So they need to pick up, like, Turkey, Rome, Naples, Warsaw, Moscow, and then probably St. Petersburg and Munich. If they time it right, they can probably get that, yes. But not in a 1910 game.
Yeah, but that was assuming that Germany stabs France. Mm-hmm. And it's not. I'm not even convinced actually that the timing works out. I think France, if they have a war, France might just win. Mm-hmm. Like France might solo if Germany stabs France. Is what I'm saying.
I think that is true.
France might solo anyways, dude. This position is so good.
It is really quite good. Alright, another question. Why the hell have Bradley and Jamal, world champion quality players, decided to come in and bully the scene here? I don't think that's the right way of framing it, right? Right now, we don't have a lot of the tournament regulars in the Gauntlet tournaments because we don't tend to advertise them very widely. So it's mostly full of the players who have come in and are pretty new to the scene, right? But if you go to any tournament, generally, you are going to be mixing with people who've been playing diplomacy for a long time. You can't really expect to be in a division that is just newer players. Unless you join our Discord server and join the specific beginners games. I'm going to plug the Discord server again.
Because those we are actually enforcing, right? We don't want people who are experienced to just beat up on newbies in there.
Yes. So I don't think Bradley and Jamal have come in just to beat people up, right? And I think the other players in this game have put up a pretty valiant effort, and so have Bradley and Jamal. It's like, this has been a solid top board so far. It's not just a walkover. Certainly,
yeah, but it also is not that unexpected. Yeah. Right. If you were to know, here are the players in the game, right? Who's winning?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But that's how tournaments go. Like you are gonna play people, and like if these guys come in all of these times and we keep on getting not great people, we were hoping that by avoiding having prize pools we would reduce this because there's not that much incentive.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
But no, I mean, anyone is welcome to join these tournaments, and I should also say, you shouldn't be too intimidated to play with a really good diplomacy player, right?
Yeah,
a lot of the time, I mean, that's the thing about diplomacy. You can absolutely murder a much more experienced diplomacy player just by getting people to gang up on them.
Hey guys, did you know that he's a world champion and he's Austria? I've never won a tournament game in my life. Let's kill him.
But
right?
Also,
I thought that's a very good word.
Also, a lot of the people who play diplomacy like long term are really friendly people. And if you and a lot of times after a diplomacy game, people will hang around and debrief, right? And I think a great way to learn more about the game and to improve your play as well is to just hang around after a game you've played with more experienced players and talk to them about the game and what they were thinking during the game. And they'll talk to you about what you were thinking during the game. And they might give you some pointers on maybe what might have been the correct time to make a stab, or maybe, when you should have allied someone who you didn't. And you do have to keep in mind, these people aren't always going to be right. They are looking at it through their own eyes, and a lot of diplomacy players do focus on their own, this is what's right because it was what I would have wanted you to do.
In order to avoid the cognitive dissonance of feeling like they're lying to someone in a game, they just convince themselves that what they think is actually true, whether or not it actually is the case. And so you're gonna have these people say, well, this thing is objectively true when it's clearly full of shit. I've never done this myself, obviously. I am immune to this because I spend so much time.
All we do here, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, it does help because we're commentating a lot from a third-party perspective. I don't have skin in the game when I'm watching these games, and I think analyzing these games that I am not actively involved in has really helped me be objective in an actual game. Because I had a leak where I would make deals that were favoring me, but I didn't feel they were quite as favorable to me as I was. But then when I came in afterwards, I could feel a lot better about it because I can now look at a deal and be like, yeah, I've seen these types of deals, and these types of deals go well for France, so I can accept this. This is fine.
Mm-hmm.
There also is another thing about non-anonymous face-to-face diplomacy is that metagaming is necessary.
Yeah.
People metagame all the time in every tournament, in every context. People just don't up and win a diplomacy tournament. They have established relationships. They know people. They know how other people talk, how other people negotiate. They know their reputations. It's getting... Yeah.
I really dislike that. That part of diplomacy is something I deliberately could cut myself off from, and it's why I play a lot of anonymous games instead of, public tournaments. But it is absolutely true. People make friends over multiple games, and, that happens by default, right? That's not even strategy. That's just, if you play a lot of games with someone, you'll get to know them better. So...
Especially these very friendly people who, in most games, I can be friends with most people on the board, and I can actively, right? It's very easy if you're doing a good job at diplomacy to make friends in-game while playing.
Mm-hmm.
And if I have a couple of games where, I can work really easily with one person, it happens, right? Like, so that's something to be aware of if you're going into your first face-to-face diplomacy. Expect to get your face smashed in because no one is going to know you, and that's just how it goes.
Yeah, I mean that sounds a bit depressing. I don't think it's always the case. Sometimes you come and do quite well, but yeah, it is.
Yes.
It's a little bit.
If you are like really charismatic, right? If you can walk into this diplomacy tournament and just like make friends with everyone immediately, you can still crush it. But show up to the tournament early. At a lot of these things, they have like a night before type event that you can go to. Make sure you go to that. Make sure you make an impression and a good impression. Like, if you're trying to win.
I feel like it doesn't really come across on these streams necessarily, but it might come across by the fact that I spend 5 hours talking about a map most of the time. I'm more of an introvert than people would think, so I always avoid those pre-game events. Yeah. Probably doesn't help my tournament chances, but hey.
You have reached a point, me, where I think you're a big enough person in the community. People know you. Right, you're not needing to establish reputation.
I can just
whereas if you're going to your first,
I can just promise shoutouts. This is easy.
Yeah. But if you're going to your first tournament, is that specific advice for that's great. I mean, I think personally those events are enjoyable, so I like going to those anyways. But establishing relationships is like, it's a thing. Like that is the case, and everyone, right? So. Yeah. But I think spring is in. So I think we can go look at that.
Wait, I want to answer one more question, because it's directed at me.
Yeah.
In having worked on the Adjudicator, have you played around with non-map-like topologies? Is there a particularly cool one? No, I haven't, but they're very, very easy to make work with any Adjudicator, because in Diplomacy, you're only focusing on adjacencies, and you can define those adjacencies however you want. So, feel free to use an Adjudicator to experiment for yourself. Alright, let's go through to spring of 1908. Righto.
And stabs Germany. Ah, I see.
Yes. So.
Austria stabbed Germany.
And Italy stabbed Austria?
That's not a stab.
There is a motorbike revving outside my house, and I am very annoyed at it. But yes, so Italy only just supported the unit from Smyrna into Constantinople, which is kind of anti-Austria, but it's not as anti-Austria as you'd expect after getting Venice sniped off them.
Yeah, it's like Tyrrhenian Sea and Tunis are still there. Piedmont is only going back to Tuscany to help cover Rome and stuff. This is like as tame as it could be. I am surprised that Austria went into Tyrolia instead of Rome. I think Austria was expecting Rome to get covered, to be honest. So,
that makes sense.
It looks like this is just going to be a nice France win. Classic.
Well, I mean, so Germany can defend themselves beyond Holland, right? But that Holland means that the counter beat is 10 now, and France has the advantage on countback. It's going to be a bit tough. Well,
and they're losing North Sea.
Yeah.
And like, I don't think Austria is going to make that many gains against Russia and Italy from here. Mm-hmm. I expect there's going to be annoyance in Bulgaria and Greece and the like. Yeah, Bulgaria's lost, right? That's funny.
Yes. Assuming they do continue to work together.
And at this point, they have a common person who has screwed them, Austria, and nothing unifies two small powers than getting back at the person who screwed both of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, what else? So Berlin moves out into Prussia, which, again, is that you don't need this many units on the Eastern Front. I think this is the big issue with what Germany's play is here. It's completely fine to go to Warsaw, right? And to try and expand in that direction, because you are looking for dots, and those are dots, and dots are going to win you the game. but you can't overcommit. You can't put more units there than you need to, and 4 units on Warsaw is too many.
Leaving like 1 unit in Ruhr or Belgium would have saved so much damage.
Yes.
But didn't do that. So we'll see how well he can protect himself, because he is going to try. I assume we're going to see him move back into like heal. Maybe he's going to bounce Ruhr, but probably Ruhr's getting supported even. Like, I don't know. It's going to be a tough position. And Italy pulled back off of France, so France just has full flexibility here. Yeah, is France just gonna like get into Barents and goes hard for Norway? I don't know. I don't know the best way to attack Germany here as France. I'd have to spend some time looking at it, but it's brutal enough. So,
do you think England will be on France's side? Because they were working with France more than Germany earlier on. They supported France into Liverpool with 3 of their units at one point. Suddenly this St. Petersburg unit is actually quite important. I'd be kind of tempted as Germany to support myself up into St. Petersburg to take that threat off the board. And to give myself an extra dot. But yeah, so... It is looking extremely good for France right now. I think that is...
Yeah, Austria is still looking good, right? Austria is definitely the second place threat at this point. It's definitely a 2-horse race. And Austria doesn't need that many centers, right? Austria did get into Moscow and is probably going to get Warsaw as Germany pulls back to the west. So that does put Austria at like 11. But losing Bulgaria means that's actually only 10. And it's tough because if Austria can like get just a couple more centers, right? Rome, Naples, maybe that's enough. Maybe Germany can actually hold the line and prevent like Kiel, Denmark, and Norway, and hold at that point. I suspect Austria is content to either take Munich themselves or to prop up Germany in Munich, whatever will keep France from getting there. So, like, France is in this from this position. I think France has a much like better long-term path towards 16 dots. But I think since the game ends at exactly 1910, there is a chance Austria can peak just long enough to pull it out. So it's still exciting as we go into the end.
I agree completely. Yeah. I did get a DM, not in chat, but a DM saying that, hey, the reason why top level players are joining this tournament is that it does count for DBNI points now. I should say that these players signed up before it counted for DBNI points, so that is not the reason.
Is it just big enough and so it counts for DBNI?
Yes, so the first one got retrospectively added to the DBNI, and this one has been added as well now. I think it's their
real diplomacy tournament.
Yeah, it's their most minor event because they go by board count rather than player count, and of course our board count is really low because we only do one qualifying round and then the final. But it does just about count as an event.
We should. All right, since we're abusing that, we can do different things. But I like our 1-day system of just, hey, we do a game, and then
I really
one
do
game
too.
qualify that go. Yeah,
I think
it's low barrier to entry. Yeah, no, we're not changing it up just to abuse the DBNI system. We got points anyways. We'll have 200 people next event. Yeah.
Yeah. So the yes, for those who aren't aware, DBNI, I think I mentioned it earlier, it's the invitational for the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. You get DBNI points for various events during the year if they're big enough to qualify, and they will count towards your invitation to the DBNI if you're in the top 28 or so of those. So yes, that is that is where we're at with that. And I really like the 1-day format as well. One of the things you'll find with diplomacy tournaments in general is they tend to be all weekend affairs, or maybe even longer in some cases. You have a lot of rounds that people play. Ours is one of the very few that is less than that, I think, for a voice chat tournament. So it is a bit lower commitment than the average tournaments. And if you want to participate in the next one, check out the Discord server link, which is pinned in the chat. I will keep plugging that.
Yeah, I mean, we've plugged it a lot today.
I think the next tournament that we run will probably be a Blitz one, because I've been talking to a Blitz player about running one of those. So if you're interested in Blitz play, that's even lower commitment. That's 2 hours per game, generally speaking, and we'll try and run them around the clock for every time zone, which will be quite cool. But then
Also,
after that, we'll go back to after that we'll go back to more. You don't have to join all the ones around the clock for reference. You'll only have a certain number of rounds counts, but after that, we'll go back to voice chat games. I think the next one will be aimed at people, like, time zone wise, will probably be aimed at SEA, like Southeast Asia, Australia, that kind of time zone, if we can make it work. And that probably works for Pacific players as well. I'm not 100% sure. We'll see. And of course, it will work for Insomniacs in Europe. Alright, did Austria stab Italy to be on par with France for the win condition in 1910? Considering there's zero chance for a solo, most dots from either Germany or Russia is Austria's plan right now. I 100% agree. This is a dot that Austria, I think, thought was necessary to put them in contention for the win, and it may well be. Italy hasn't retaliated as hard as I thought they might, so it might well have been the right play. Yeah. Do we have the next phase? We do have the next phase, right?
Yes.
Okay, shall we go to fall 1908?
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright. So, fall 1908. Germany is getting supported into St. Petersburg. I thought they might. So poor old England, after all this time survived, is going to... we are going to say goodbye to them, but they survived a lot longer than I expected they would. That was quite some play to get off the island, despite only having armies. Yeah, and then Austria...
But Austria's done a fantastic job here.
Mm-hmm.
This is perfect.
Do you want to talk it through?
Sure. They got Italy to not finish the job against them, and they're still staying in Sevastopol. They got Germany to go full tilt against France. They're going to prop up Italy and Tunis until the end when they can snipe Naples. They're probably going, depending on how things go with Italy, they might be able to finish off Russia in Turkey, and then they're probably going to get a couple of dots at the end of the game and stop France from winning. I think Austria's got it.
I think, yeah, this is an incredible play from Austria. Like, you can see that they're moving up to the line behind Germany, so they are ready to take these dots if they need to. You don't need this many units to defend against France here. So they're positioning themselves for the end game, and it looks like they've won the diplomatic war, right? France has no friends. Despite the fact that Austria made that stab on Venice that we thought would tank them, because it would probably annoy Italy too much. Italy is working with them everywhere. They're not taking Venice back, despite it being open.
That thought, right, taking it, made sure that Italy couldn't win the game, right? That was the difference maker. I felt Italy had a chance before it, and so I would have reacted very negatively to that. So I'm amazed that Austria managed to pull this out.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is worth considering. I think there is still a chance for Germany to come out on top if France backs off them, and Germany then goes... if France gives them a centre or two back, I think.
Yeah, if France starts feeding Germany, Germany might have a chance, but that's, I think, unlikely.
Mm-hmm. I think it's possible, though. So
besides, if France starts feeding Germany, then Austria is going to try to take centres off of Germany still.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Warsaw is not going to last.
Yeah. Yes. That is true. Austria can quite easily take a lot of this. And of course, Austria is now sitting behind the stalemate line. So even if they get knocked back by Germany turning around, they're not going to get knocked back far. This is certainly looking very, very good for Austria now. And that's kind of amazing, because a turn ago we were saying it was pretty much locked up for France. Not completely locked up. There was a possibility that Austria got a little bit, managed to peak a bit higher. But here I think Austria isn't just peaking higher, they may well just be settling higher, right? Permanently.
Yeah, yes, maybe. I mean, France isn't going to get broken, right?
That is true. But Austria is going to be able to mop up a lot of SCs that I think we didn't think they'd have a shot at. Which
yes, like getting Italy on side is the biggest thing, right? I just don't. I have no idea how they managed to convince Italy to not fuck them in Bulgaria.
Yes.
Like that's the impressive part. So that was really nicely done.
Why would Russia retreat to Ankara instead of Black Sea? I think the Russian unit, Black Sea is very, very annoying for the Austrian, of course. But as Russia, maybe you're just thinking, I want to survive here. I think I'll just sit here and not be annoying, and then maybe Austria will agree to let me live. Right? Black Sea, I think, is objectively a better retreat here. No,
What?
that's not true. Sorry.
No, it's not even close. Ankara's the
better,
center, dude.
because
You can't let them retreat.
you can cover Ankara from Black, but actually, yeah, Ankara is just a better one, because you can, from there, go Ankara to Con, Smyrna support Ankara to Con. I'm sorry, my brain is fried after 6 hours of tournament directing and then another 6 hours of commentary. But yes, so you can, from this position, you can support yourself into Constantinople without worrying about a retreat. That's the important part. If Austria isn't being steamrolled or France isn't running away with it, I disproportionately give them number 1 due to metal weight. Oh, as in, because he's a world champion. I think that's fair. That's reading out, chap. But yeah. So, I believe we can go forward. Is it okay if we check boxes? Yes, absolutely. I'm getting asked by the players whether it's okay if they speed up the phases, which is, of course, absolutely fine. It means we won't be able to do as much Q&A, but I think that's fine by people.
We would love it. Please check them boxes. Please check them boxes.
Okay, so let's go to Winter 08. Fleet
Trieste, sure. Yeah.
Marseille.
Army of Marseille, sure.
This is a really solid line the French have, by the way, just all over. This position is pretty difficult for anyone to break.
Yeah, I mean, Ruhr doesn't get broken, right? You can never lose Ruhr from here. And so it's just guesswork, basically, because France has 3 fleets that can make progress. In the north, right? Norwegian Sea, North Sea, and North Atlantic Ocean have to fight only the 2 German fleets in Norway and Denmark, and there are a lot of potential moves available into Skagerrak, Helgoland Bight, Denmark itself. And so, how do you handle lots of this? Helgoland Bight is just a very natural place to get into. That's a pretty brutal one. And so, if you're Germany, how do you do this? Do you just self-bounce to North Sea? That means that if France goes for anywhere, either Skagerrak or Helgoland, they get in, but they can't follow it up, at least from Norwegian Sea. So you minimize the worst case scenario. Do you try to guess where they're going and try to snipe them at Helgoland? Do you try to self-bounce in Skagerrak? That maximizes your best case, where they get no progress and we get a reset. But with 3 fleets, progress, it's going to happen to France at some point. But France has to make enough progress to take a center. And it's unclear how long that's going to take.
I think I would order St. Petersburg support whole Norway, Norway support Denmark into North Sea, right, as Germany. Because even if France gets into Helgoland or whatever, you force your way in, and
you actually take North Sea.
You threaten London, yeah, that way. So it kind of pins them in place through having to defend. Oh, I'm getting a request for a draw vote. This will spoil the result if it goes through, I suppose, but I will go and take you into the chat, I guess. Alright, hello everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
You are on stream, please do not sweat. Alright, so
Thanks for the warning.
could all of the living players please go to their respective rooms, like voice chat rooms, and I will come through and ask for your draw votes.
Yeah, no worries.
For the spectators, the French players now called themselves the Russell Hantz of diplomacy, which I think is amazing. Alright. Hello, are you voting for or against the draw?
Jamal's the best player in the world. Yeah, whatever. I'll draw.
Okay, gotcha. Alright. Hello, are you voting for or against the draw?
For the draw.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, hi Turkey, are you voting for or against the draw? Sorry, Turkey, you're Russia. I am not hearing you. Can you just DM me your draw vote? Okay, I will come back to Russia a little later.
Hello?
Oh, hello. I can hear you now. Okay.
Yeah, I took off my headphones. Draw.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. All right. Hello. Are you voting
Hello.
for or against the draw?
4.
Okay. That was Italy for those on the stream. Hi, Austria. Are you voting for or against the draw?
Just to confirm, this is a top board scenario where 12 wins it for me.
I haven't actually looked at the current situation of the board because we're a little bit behind on the stream.
Yeah.
But if you are ahead,
So,
yes.
if I'm ahead, I win. Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes. So yes. So, for the streamers at home, always confirm that. I've been burnt by that before. Yes, I'll vote for the draw.
All right, thank you. Right, I will go back to the game table. Hello, I can confirm the draw has passed. The game is now over. We on the stream have not quite caught up to you yet, so I'm going to drop out and commentate the rest and then come back. But congratulations to the winner. Alright, I'm going to go phone Ezio again. Hello.
Okay. Hello.
Alright, I need to hit the end game and draw button. I think the viewers have found out who won through what some people were saying there. But yeah, the game has indeed ended at the end of 1909, so we are going to commentate our way up to that point.
Yeah, so let's go to spring '09, yeah?
Yep, spring 1909. So, oh, God, alright. So we're seeing
France
some maneuvering.
Didn't go for a guess involving North Sea.
I think this is correct on the French part, right? If you lose North Sea here, it's just so awkward having those German units behind your lines. That's my opinion on it, at least, because you're not guaranteed to get the replacement dots, right? Especially not with St. Petersburg going to Finland and Moscow going up to St. Pete here.
Yeah. I mean, you can't win if you don't, right?
Mm-hmm. I guess that's true. Yeah, maybe you do need to play aggressive just because that's the only way you win. But this would be my instinctive move as France here.
Yeah, I think it's a better long-term play. I agree. I think it's like the strategically sound option: get your fleet back to English Channel, and then you can make guesses safely. But I don't know. I don't think you have time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But yeah, I think if you go into Hell, even if you take Norway, I don't know. Like if you knew they were doing this and you tap Norway and Hell and move into Norwegian Sea, then in the fall, you don't take Kiel still.
Yeah,
Yeah, still too solid.
It's just a difficult situation all around, especially
Yeah, I think you
with
just sometimes
Germany
lose.
letting, Austria into St. Pete.
Yep.
Let's go through to the fall.
GG.
All right. There was a question in chat. What's the point of telling people to all go into separate rooms when it's on the live stream? The players are not watching the live stream. Well, they can now, but during the game they were instructed not to watch the live stream. All right. So here's our final turn then. Austria gets St. Petersburg. They get Warsaw here. They are sitting in position to potentially get Naples if the opportunity arises. And France does manage to snipe Tunis at the same time, so they did get something, but it's not quite enough. If we move forward one more phase, we'll see the final.
Yeah, they are tied going into the year, right? So,
yes. I think France was
So
ahead on
Austria
countback, but Austria
Yes.
is now on 12 to France's 11. And that is the end of the game. So,
yeah, it was a couple years back. It was funny. I looked at the drawback, and there was a turn where 2 years they were the same, and then France was at 8 and Austria was at 6.
oh,
So
okay.
France had the tiebreaker. It was a very close tiebreak on countback, but then obviously Austria just won. So very impressive.
Aye. All right. Yeah, this was
With
very...
that, I gotta go.
All right. See you, Ezio. We've been keeping him from whatever his engagement was, so it is just going to be me on the stream now, and I'm going to go into the chat and talk to some of the finalists. Let's go drop in on them. All right, hello.
Thank you.
We have caught up. Congratulations, Jamal, on becoming
Thank you.
the second Gauntlet champion.
Thank you very much.
And as Austria, no less. That was quite the play. Oh, I'm glad we have a soundboard person here. That's going to be great. All right. Jamal, do you want to talk a bit about how you won? Especially just through these last few phases? Because I think, 2 years ago, we were calling France the favourite by a long way. So, what exactly happened here? Especially with your take on Venice when you grabbed that off of Italy.
Yes. That one.
If you're up to explain that, that's up to you.
Sorry, who are you asking?
Or not. I was asking Jamal, but he may not be here.
Jamal was here like a second ago.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
I think you've got.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, there we
Yes.
go.
Okay, cool.
There we
All
are.
right. Sorry about that. Yeah, look, I think there were two key moments that really kind of sealed this game. And I think the whole game for me was really built off the relationship with Soap in Italy, right? And the first one was the 1901, ridiculous, let's go to Venice and then blow up the fleet and then have no fleet opening, which I think was weird and wacky and fun, but also really set the tone and set a lot of trust going on. And then, as you saw, right, we pretty much worked together the entire rest of the game, and and every single thing you saw was fully arranged. So the 1907, I think it was, the full 1907 take of Venice. We had come to a position where we knew that the EG on the other side of the board was rock solid. They were not going to break, particularly Germany. Hats off to him. He was really never going to break there. So we had to induce it somehow, and we'd had both Germany and France begging me to stab Italy the last 3 years, and so we went, well, the only way we can induce a stab on the other side of the board is to make it look like we've got a big stab on this side of the board. So took Venice. It was actually Soap's idea in Italy that I do that. We kind of that's the most effective look of a stab. And then made it look like we were fighting for a year or two to really induce Bradley to stab for Belgium, which was kind of agreed, but then keep stabbing for Holland and actually piss off Belgium
was in.
piss off our friend in Germany enough that he actually turned around and then was like, all right, well, now my sole aim in the rest of this game is to stop Bradley, which then allowed me and Italy to, unfortunately it wasn't able to even up the center count between me and Italy, but at the very least it was a super fun play and we managed to pull off that kind of breaking of the line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, absolutely congratulations on making that work. It also tricked us on the stream. We were 100% convinced that Venice move was a stab. I'd say, well,
Amazing.
90% convinced. We couldn't make much sense of it one way or the other, but it did seem to work out in the end, eh?
That it did.
Yes, looking at this 407 phase as well, I'm going to go over to Soap in Italy, because I noticed that Spain is yours here, and I actually want to go back to... which phase was it? Fall 1906. Was this planned, the Western
No.
Mediterranean thing?
Well, okay. It was an interesting move. Throughout the game, France was incredibly mad at me most of the time. Essentially, I would make a move. It would go back to like a call. France would immediately call me to a room, say, "Hey, you gotta stop attacking me. Here's what you have to do to move back." And then I'd say, "Okay, yes," and then just lie for like many straight rounds. And so
At
in this
least
case,
4 turns in a row.
in this case, this was like one of the one times I actually decided to move back and do what they'd asked. But because I did that, it opened up Spain.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw, okay, well, I can't just not take the funny retreat into Spain.
Yep. Yeah, it absolutely did. It was like this phase we were looking at it. Marseille is pretty clearly intended not to actually move in this moveset. So
Yes.
that moving did kind of screw France over. And I feel like that one retreat did set France back a lot, right? Having to take off a unit. We were worried that Germany was going to, well, worried for France, that Germany was going to stab them after taking the London unit off. Or going over to you, Germany, was that something you were considering at this point, or not?
No. I was very much like, I've got my ally, and if he's up for it, we're in it. Yeah, until he decided to stab me, in which case it was all out war.
That is perfectly
I
fair.
suggested that stab so many times. I wanted Germany to stab that way so many times. I knew it would have gone so well for like me and for Germany, but I could not get them to break. It was so frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I think because I'm quite new, and the way I got to this board was by basically doing that, just supporting one guy the entire game before, and then at the end I was just able to win it. That's what my tactic was, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that can absolutely be a solid strategy. Lions play, especially if you can just pip them right at the very end, can absolutely get there. I think the problem here was that France just, most of the time, had a dominant position because you had so many of your units in the east, right? So there wasn't really a chance to pip them.
That was partly for the memes, though. That was partly for the memes.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Speaking of the memes, England, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you about your Army Edinburgh build. When was that?
Oh yeah, I guess like 04 or something.
Yeah.
It's a Brexit strategy. Let's go.
Here we go. Was that inspired by the video, or was that not?
No, it was actually just I was really annoyed at France and thought like, okay, how can I make it as hard as possible for him to take England? And so I built another army on the island.
Yeah, I mean, that's very fair. You can support hold Liverpool from there, but then you decide not to actually support hold Liverpool and just to pivot forward, right? In the next phase.
Yeah, because I thought like they would expect me to just support hold each other.
Mhm.
And so I didn't.
Well, it absolutely worked because they didn't go to Liverpool on that phase, right? But
Yes.
then you end up with just armies in your homeland for a while, and then you manage to get your army off the homeland, which, well done for surviving as long as you did and for getting into St. Petersburg by the end of the day. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, my army had a great expedition to Moscow.
Yes, oh, you made it all the way to Moscow. I forgot about that on the last move
Yes.
there. But yeah, while I'm on 04, I'm going to go back to the start of... Wait, was it 04 or was it 03 that I wanted to look at? Bradley, with you. Wait, first off, why have you renamed yourself to the Russell Hantz of diplomacy?
Because I angered the jury and I finished second as a result. I think it's quite clear.
Okay. Okay, I can see that. That definitely does have quite the parallel here.
It's also fun, right? Like, it's just a funny joke. I've finished second a couple of times this year, so it's just a joke.
So Captain Meme, in Australian diplomacy, everyone gets a nickname. Bradley's new name is now absolutely Russell Hantz.
Fantastic.
I'll take it.
All
Why
right.
not?
Well, at the UK
Like,
Nationals next
quote
week...
mark, absolutely Russell Hantz quote mark. Right?
Yes.
Not just Russell Hantz.
There's a flaw in the game, okay?
Okay, so for any viewers who are completely lost, Survivor is like an American reality TV show where at the end of it, the people who get eliminated have to vote on who wins. Russell Hantz was a very dominant player in 2 seasons who lost twice at the end because he angered so many people that he ended up coming second despite having played quite a good game. So that's the reference here. That wasn't what I actually wanted to ask you about. I wanted to ask you about fall 1903. We here were discussing, hey, Italy has committed Piedmont and Western Med against you, right?
Yep.
We were thinking, do you pivot back away from England and peace out at this point? Then we see the moves go through. Not only do you go all in against England, you abandon Mid-Atlantic Ocean to do so. Do you want to talk me through your thinking on this?
So my thinking was that I wanted to grow in England while defending against Italy. And then mid-conversation with Germany, I was like, do I still go to North Atlantic for the memes? So I had Irish Sea Support hold Mid-Atlantic hold for a while. And then I just thought, yeah, this will be funny. So I changed it because it was funny. And that's pretty much it. My plan was get growth from England while defend against Italy. So this kind of made sense.
I mean,
and then because Italy this was Italy's like 4th lie in a row to me. So I got to like play act being incredibly mad the next spring to get him to disband the fleet. So it worked out.
Right.
It did.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about the fleet disband there because we were talking for a good amount of time on in winter 1903. What unit does Italy disband, right? Because all of them feel a bit bad. You can get stabbed so hard by Austria if you don't have the army units here. We were thinking there would be some kind of Lepanto over to Syria, but of course Apulia comes off. But then you take off Mid-Atlantic Ocean as well the next turn. What was the thinking on that, Soap?
Okay, well, that was something where I saw at least France being somewhat mad, and I saw that I was perhaps reaching what could have been a breaking point. It might have been all fabrication, but I assume there was at least some angst in my constant lies and attacks. And I wasn't making a whole lot of progress in the East. And so I wanted to both peace out with the French for at least the time and focus on the East. And the only way I could get France to agree to like a peace deal was a disband of the fleet. I'm not saying it was a good idea, but I thought it would be funny to have happen. My moves for this were a combination of, I think this would maybe work because it's crazy. It'd be funny to do this, or I actually think it's tactically advantageous. There was like a mixture of the three, sometimes just one, sometimes any of them.
Very, very fair. While I'm around this point, there was, if I go back to, is it 1902 that the big Russian pivot happens? I did want to ask Russia about this one. So, in fall 1902, you've basically got the Triple Alliance against Turkey, right? Carving them up. And then Russia pulls back and suddenly has like a pretty solid line against Austria. And then almost immediately in the next phase, is it it is immediately in the next phase, gets that
Yes, it
awesome
was immediately
convoy
in the next
off
phase.
into Ankara. Do you want to talk me through your thoughts during this one, Russia?
I mean, I felt I wasn't going to get anything from the alliance the way it is in spring 1902, because I had Fleet Romania and a few armies which couldn't do anything except walk into Armenia, but then I still didn't get any centers out of it. So I wanted to at least get a position on. I wanted to get at least a position on Austria and Turkey that I could be able to gain centers from them. And I wasn't even sure what I wanted to do, honestly, after the pivot, whether I wanted to continue with the alliance or actually stick with Turkey, but stick with the alliance and the very nerve-wracking convoy to Ankara.
Absolutely.
Well, this worked perfectly.
Oh my goodness.
This was a game that worked brilliantly.
Mm-hmm. We actually had Russia ranked as the #1 country for quite a lot of the game. It was like jostling with France in the power rankings, but of course, like the problem with Russia is once everyone is against you, you can't really hold because you have so many fronts, right? So
yeah, I'm not gonna talk about Italy. They just get you demonetized.
I'm so glad I can evoke that emotion in you. I really
I'm
appreciate
glad you
that.
finally came around on it.
I'm sorry, Yosh. I hope there's no hard feelings in our other game.
Absolutely not. Now where's my knife?
Oh man! All right, yeah, Yosh, you chipped in the public chat at the end, right, to talk about you were trying to get out of your box at the very last minute.
Yeah, there has been.
Is that one of the 04 moves?
Yeah, that was my last phase. When I realized that I'm not surviving past a year, I was trying to fish for anything. Russia said they didn't have a position to stab Austria, and yeah, it was really just an attempt to see if I can hold on, stay on one. I disband the unit in Turkey and just try to run off into the Mediterranean. It would have been funny. I think it also would have given me a chance, which is better than being dead, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. I mean, my initial reaction to this was, oh my god, he's in Ionian, what's going to happen? And then I realized, oh, wait, that unit comes off the board, doesn't it?
Like, I knew I could get into Ionian because obviously Italy's gone for Greece as they have been the entire game. But yeah, I was just begging to leave me a supply center. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out, but I tried.
It's always worth a shot. Yeah, sometimes, unfortunately, Turkey just gets in this position where they get completely eliminated off the bat. It's not that uncommon in tournament play. But yeah, so I'm going to wrap back around. We've had quite a long stream here, so I'm not going to take a lot of time. I do want to wrap back around to Jamal. As obviously a former world champion, and now more importantly, a DiploStrats Gauntlet champion, do you have any advice for our viewers on how to attain those results?
So, I mean, I think I entered into this gauntlet with a real clear aim and a really clear goal, which was just to have as much fun as I possibly could, right? I just did everything I possibly could to have fun. I think I obviously got a great result in the first game, but I really worked hard to make sure it was a 7-way draw. And then in this game too, obviously, with the wacky opening and the fake stab and all that kind of thing. And like obviously there's solid, good diplomatic play behind that. And I think, for me, a lot of that is about, finding people you can work with, building good alliances. There's a lot of trust and being able to take high risks with high rewards. But at the end of the day, it's having fun, right? Like, the amount of things we did for the meme that was, not only kind of worked, but was also just hilarious. And, I've been up since mid last night, Australian time, and it's going to be a long sleepy day for me here. But like, I've had so much fun playing this, like more fun than I've had playing a whole lot of tournaments I play. So, if you play for fun, even if you don't end up with a great result, it's still going to be a great use of your time. And what else are we doing this for if not to have a whole lot of enjoyment and meet a whole lot of cool people?
Yeah. Obviously, the thing that brings the most
if you
fun
do
is
it
the
for
winning,
fun.
right?
Not
Wait a second.
I mean, I could second that idea without even having the win. It was fun just to like kind of ride the coattails there and be a part of the fun hijinks, like the opening and the secret stab.
Mhm. But thank you very much, and thank you all of you for playing. It's been an amazing game to commentate, and a great one to watch. Thanks all of the viewers for tuning in. And if you want to get involved in these tournaments in future, as Jamal said, they are great fun. Please join on the Discord link that's in the description or in the chat. We run these probably once every couple of months. Looking forward to seeing you there. I'm going to end the stream now because it has been 6 hours long. Once again, thanks to all of our players across the entire tournament